Welcome back to day 2 here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I am Brian Gottlieb. I am joined by Pankaj Bajwani. Incredible day 1 of action. But we're just getting started here for this weekend. We have day 2. We're going to have our march to the top 8, of course, following these top players all day long to find out who might be crowned our next Pro Tour champion.
I can't wait. I'm so looking forward to this day. And we are starting with 3 rounds of Part the Mistvale draft, of course. We ended the day yesterday with a draft. Today starting with draft and ending the day with 4 rounds of CC. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings, Brian, and see where our players are at the start of day 2.
Yeah, and 3 undefeated players left. Of course, we saw Chris Iaali's march through those draft rounds yesterday, unblemished on the back of an Enigma deck that took some time to come together, Pankaj, but when it did, yielded very, very impressive results. He is joined by 2 other folks. It is Etienne Barioulet, whose pronunciation, again, I'm working on. We're going to get better and better throughout the day. That is our featured drafter. We're going to be following that draft in just a few moments and finding out what Etienne wants to do for his draft rounds. And then our 3rd undefeated player, a hometown hero, Gabe Sher, comes to the Netherlands by way of Canada. Also unblemished, playing new, just like Etienne did in the CC rounds.
Moving on to our 6 points range in this list, we have a whole swath of different heroes. It's not just MST out here, folks. We have Kayo, one of our old guard, one of the scary heroes from Heavy Hitters, showing up 6 points there, piloted by Francesco, Giorgio. And then right after that, another brute, a Levia, Kevin Zanker, I believe, piloting that to 6-1 here, day 2 of Pro Tour Amsterdam. And right under that, we have a Riptide as well. Now, this is one very, very spicy pick. One of the main counter picks to New, I would say.
Yeah, Jitim Lee from Malaysia coming in on 6-1 thus far on Riptide. Not the only Riptide doing well. Pablo Pintor, 5-2 as well. Started the day with a loss. Now, Pablo Pintor losing in the early rounds, for some people that might be a problem. For Pablo, he calls it the submarine. Absolutely not. Famously started the very first Pro Tour 0-2 before marching back to take down that championship.
I'd be more nervous facing Pablo knowing he lost early rather than if he won early. But moving on to the other 6 points, we of course have another new David Lee. And then we have a Bravo, Brian. I believe a Fatigue Bravo. One of the fabled, people were thinking Fatigue Bravo theoretically could maybe show up in this meta. But no one actually solved it. Looks like Joel Grizel over here has a Fatigue Bravo list that he is succeeding on.
Yeah, went undefeated in the CC rounds, and only 6 Bravos, I believe, showed up to this tournament. I think the vast majority of them Fatigue leaning. I spoke with Charles Dunn and Pat Eschke, who both played a bit of Bravo yesterday. Neither are playing any longer in this tournament.
Oh.
I believe they were more pummel focused, a little bit less into that Fatigue area, but Bravo's showing to still have a little bit of life left in this metagame. I remember a calling just a few weeks ago that actually featured 0 Bravo, if I recall correctly. And it was the first time I ever recall seeing that in all my time playing Flesh and Blood. And I wondered, is this the end? Is this the end of Bravo's relevancy? Has Victor just entirely supplanted him? There's no Victors anywhere in this top 18. There is a Bravo.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about Bravo is that he can get away with playing some blues that New doesn't really want to steal, whereas Victor doesn't really quite have that luxury. But moving on to 9th place, here's where we see our first Zen, which is kind of wild when you think about it. Coming into this tournament, a lot of people thought Zen to be the boogeyman, but here, our best doing Zen, still very, very strong performance, but at 6-1, no undefeated Zen so far, coming into day 2 of Pro Tour Amsterdam. And right under that, Pheno Black, another very, very famous illusionist player, piloting the Prism, just like our undefeated Chris Iaali.
Yeah, I want to note about Zen. Converted, okay, a decent conversion rate. It's still going to be the most represented deck here on day 2. But New actually improved its standings as far as metagame percentage. Looks like New was, in fact, the deck to beat this weekend.
Definitely. And in 11th place, very, very spicy pick, Dash.io. We saw Jaap pilot this very effectively against Matthew Folks in round 4 of CC yesterday. Dash.io, one of the heroes that can actually outrace Zen versus the more disruptive Zen strategies that we've been seeing the Victors and the News employ. Jaap saying, I'm going to outrace the Zens, and I'm going to beat the decks that are trying to disrupt the Zens as well.
Yeah, Bun R, another one of our Zens here, followed closely behind by Sebastian Grondel, of course, Pro Tour top 8 competitor from our last Pro Tour. In between them, Matthew Dilks won the calling at Pro Tour LA on the back of Kasai, and I think of Dilks as a very slow, grindy, methodical player, tends to play those slower paced decks. Not this weekend. It's time for Kano. We're setting people ablaze, baby.
Though to some extent, some Kano strategies are kind of slow and grindy, but yeah, you're completely right. He's more known to be the explosive, blow you up suddenly on turn 3 out of nowhere, and the new card Kindle from MST, of course, leaning towards the strategy as well. Following that, Christian Hauk at 6 points as well, piloting a new as well. Quite a few news up here on our first screen here, moving into day 2 of Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Former Pro Tour top 8 competitor, Christian Hauk, of course. A lot of very strong players left in this top 18. Ahmad Kashai, another Zen representative. And then we have our first Azalea in the hands of Robin Evans. So first big finish for Robin, I believe. Very, very impressive. New York local like myself, so representing for New York State here overseas in Amsterdam.
Azalea, very interesting. A lot of people going to national season, at least, were quite high on this hero. Unfortunately, didn't have quite good as a conversion rate as you would expect given the representation that we saw. But Robin over here is showing us that maybe he has something a little different, and maybe that's why she's able to perform so well on Azalea. Following that, we have Sam Lau from Singapore, Singaporean like myself, piloting that Levia, showing up 18th place.
Yeah, a longtime Levia player, made a top 4 back at Battle Hardened Phuket on Levia, so knows this hero inside and out. And there's a couple of 6-1 Levias in the mix. I would not discount this hero. I think big things to come on day 2 for these folks. Why don't we go ahead and head to our next page of standings here. We'll look at a few more folks. We won't do quite the in-depth rundown here, but we do have a lot more folks who are in striking distance, and that's what day 2 is all about, figuring out who's going to close these gaps. And I want to call out a few of the notables here within striking distance. You have to focus on Yuki Lee Bender, world's top 8 competitor, former Canadian national champion, just an absolute superstar of the game, calling champion as well. On New, I know debated fiercely with herself as to what hero she was going to bring this weekend, was torn between New and Zen. I'd say she made the right call, Pankaj.
I'd like to shout out Xing Sang, a little bit not quite in the 6-1 bracket. He is currently 5-2 starting day 2 of Pro Tour Amsterdam, but also on New won his Hong Kong Nationals, and of course, very, very famously runner-up of the Worlds last year in Barcelona. I have such a soft spot for Xing over here, and I'm always rooting for him every time I see him at a tournament.
Just like a joy to see in the feature match area. Always so excited to be there. Extremely pleasant opponent. You have to root for Xing. I'll take a step back a little bit. Call out Pro Tour champion Michael Feng. Did pick up Zen this weekend, doing extremely well, as you would expect from Michael Feng, sitting at 6-1 right now. How about Shoma Yamamura playing Uzuri into this field? There are 2 Uzuris left in day 2. Look, Pankaj, I think coming from me, you're going to expect this. You're going to expect me to hype Uzuri. I think Uzuri's real in this metagame, and I understand why New steals all the headlines, but Uzuri does some very special things, some very disruptive things that heroes like Zen are going to have a very hard time dealing with. I think you have some legs into that New matchup as well, so a very, very interesting choice. And Shoma Yamamura coming to us from Japan, I believe actually the founder of the very first Fab exclusive card store in Japan. So impressive stuff from one of the Japanese stalwarts of that scene.
And Uzuri's conversion rate definitely agrees with your sentiment there, Brian. 100% conversion rate for this hero. Of course, it was a smaller sample size, but it definitely speaks to the soft upgrades that Uzuri also got in MST, which is a little overlooked. Those blue 1-power stealth cards, Persuasive Prognosis, and Bonds of Agony, and even the Reaction Just a Nick, all just assassin cards. They're not Mystic Assassin cards. So
very, very
Uzuri gets to play with them as well. And a lot of people overlook the upgrades that she got. You know, she was a bit overshadowed by New, but I think you're completely right. This hero has legs, and Shoma is showing us exactly why.
Illusionist Masters getting rewarded in this metagame for sure. We see both Vespa and Guy Cohen sitting there on 5 points with these prisms. That deck looks to have converted very well. Indeed, definitely a strong pick into this meta. How about Yuanji Lee playing New right there in striking distance, putting Tam, of course, Xing's fellow world's top 8 competitor, as well as teammate right there within striking distance.
Putting Tam, one of the could be considered the pioneer of the Zen list that we see today.
A lot of 100% Pankaj. I think he's absolutely the one who put it on the map as it's built presently.
Exactly. A lot of people, you know, after Zen came out, they were struggling to understand how this hero works, why there was so much hate cards in MST for this hero, and then putting with his show match against the card guys, shows up with his Bonds Zen list, and everyone then understood this hero is terrifying.
I watched that match. I was sweating a little bit, Pankaj. I was sweating. I'll be honest with you. When I saw what Pudding was able to produce from that deck, I knew we were in for a very, very strong deck on our hands. But I have to commend our field on how they have responded to Zen Menace. Zen certainly a factor in this metagame, well represented across this top 36. I don't think it's the dominant deck, though, Pankaj. I think there's a lot of options. I believe 12 different heroes went undefeated on day one in the CC rounds. That's impressive diversity to show from this metagame.
Absolutely incredible. And it's one of those things that we keep coming back to in Flesh and Blood, it feels like. It feels like every meta we come back to it and we laud how open the meta is. It was no different in Pro Tour LA, actually, and it almost seems like it's getting even more diverse as we keep getting more and more heroes all able to stand up alongside the old guard, and the old guard also allowed to stand up with the new heroes as well.
That's enough about CC for the time being. We're going to come back to it in just a few rounds. 3 rounds of draft, though, coming our way, and we are going to go ahead and follow, as I said, Etienne's draft, and it was a really interesting one, Pankaj. I'm excited to see how this one's going to play out and what Etienne's going to be able to pull from this particular draft. I will say that the perfect distribution of MST heroes across this draft is something I'm so proud of. I'm so happy we were able to deliver on this experience where it really does feel like you have to go into these drafts with a completely open mind and take what your seat presents to you.
I agree. And that, I think a big part of that is also the archetypes that are available in MST. There is your classic Zen list. There's your heavier on the blue Mystic card Zen list. Similar Enigma, there's a warrior heavier list, but there's also the sort of attack action, protect the queen type list. So there's so many different archetypes. It really leans into what you're saying. You will be rewarded in this draft format if you are able to stay open, if you understand all these different archetypes. And I believe with that, let's go ahead and take a look at how Etienne navigates this draft.
Going to kick things off with pack 1. There you see Etienne, as we mentioned, one of our undefeated players here after day 1. Sorting some cards around, figuring out the pick here. Looks like we have a grain that steps the... Oh, excuse me. We actually loaded up the wrong draft for you there, folks. We had Chris Iaali's draft. We were going to get the correct draft in just a moment. But let's talk a little bit more about MST draft, Pankaj. Oh, actually, we're ready. We're ready.
Awesome.
Let's do it.
Yep.
Beautiful. Here is Etienne's draft. Mercifully out of the sun.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, a couple of strong reds.
Tan after yesterday, Pankaj. I'm glad to be out of the sun.
Mm-hmm. Couple of strong reds already. Red Tiger Farm Incantation, red Hiss, also red Sigil of Solitude.
Yeah, don't mind that red aspect of Tiger Body either. So quite a few strong picks in this pack.
So one thing Etienne probably realizes at this point already is that he's able to send a strong signal if he picks one of these solid red commons, which is something that can be very, very important in this draft format. If you see a strong pick early, you can take it and let the people downstream from you know that you are in this lane, and so they shouldn't get into it.
Is going to take the Tiger Form Incantation here. I thought it was interesting. The red Hiss to me felt like a slightly stronger signal because there is that Art of Body further left in the pack, but I think this is absolutely fine as a pick here.
Yeah, a red ninja common missing should let people know that Etienne is heavily, heavily considering ninja.
Red Venomous Bite coming around.
And a red Harmony of the Hunt as well. Still 2 ninja commons available in this pack, the Harmony of the Hunt and the Tiger Form Incantation.
Good sign. Checking out the equipment available. There's another 3 visits, our second draft in a row to be rewarded with the 3 visits.
3 visits.
We get a third visit from the 3 visits.
So it looks like the Chi card is still in here. So is the equipment piece as well. So Etienne probably trying to figure out what the person to his right took. Might have been a rare or the foil. I didn't quite get a glimpse of that.
I think the foil's 3 visits.
Oh, the foil's 3 visits.
Pretty sure.
Okay, so probably a rare is what it looks like.
Does ultimately take the red ninja card here.
Red Harmony of the Hunt. So 2 solid ninja generators for Etienne already.
Nice start. The lane appears to be clear thus far. A lot of ways you can approach these drafts. You can go ahead and stay open, pick a bunch of strong Mystic cards, take some equipment, or you can just go ahead and try and send strong signals to your people on the left. And I think we're going to be rewarded here with another strong ninja red. It is Breed Anger. I would put this on a slightly lower class than the cards picked thus far, but still a fine addition to your deck at this stage.
The combo keyword, very, very key. Oftentimes, a lot of these Zen decks, you might have the Tiger generators, but you do need at least 1 to 2 of this combo card. Just a decent combo card that you can tutor with the Zen ability, and perhaps even recur with cards like Preserved Tradition or the Mask.
Looks to be the foil in this pack as well. A blue Untamed floating around. Blue Water the Seeds. So maybe a good table still left for Etienne here.
Ooh, I believe he took the arms piece, the
Interesting.
Kikoi?
Okay. Look, I do think Breed Anger is certainly lower on the priority scale. I could see just wanting to take a safe pick here, make sure you have your equipment suite filled out. We know how critical that is here in this MST format.
Those arm piece prevention effects, especially very, very good against Nu to prevent the dagger on hits. It's very, very annoying to block the 1-power daggers, but if you have a couple of the Kikois, totally reasonable to cash them in to stop those Mistblade on hits.
Red Companion of the Claw left. Koi-based Kimono, a card I really do like quite a bit.
In Zen, it could be... It's a little bit of a tough ask sometimes in Zen, I feel. Zen is definitely one of the heroes that can get away with sometimes just having one chi in their list and maybe don't even transcend very much. Also, not a lot of control over being able to go down to exactly 1 life.
It is going to take the Kimono, though. I think you're exactly right, Pankaj, but the ceiling is massively high. It's so, so high. If you were able to go ahead and find that chi on a key turn, it's an extra card in hand. It's almost doing the constructed Zen thing where you're turning your equipment into offense.
Taking it this early, though, that puts a lot of ask on Etienne for the rest of this draft. He does not have a combo card yet. He doesn't even have any chi yet. So what he needs now to really make use of the Kimono is move towards a bit more of the blue Zen list type of things. He wants good blue Transcend cards. He wants good blues to play off of those as well.
I don't know if we're going to be making that move yet. We're seeing a red Untamed still in the pack here.
Yep. And notably the chi card missing from this pack, actually.
And it is going to be the Untamed as the pick.
I love Untamed. It's such a strong card. I mean, 1 for 5 go again is sort of the dream you have in Constructed sometimes, but, you know, red Untamed in this list when he already has some solid Tiger generators, I'm really looking forward to that card.
Breakpoints and ones so, so critical against Enigma. Breaking down those wards that they'll present. Okay, a blue Companion of the Claw in the pack here.
Also, blue first Tenet of Chi Wind. Not amazing in Zen. Looks like he might be leaning towards the Rising Tide a little bit. Yeah, we did just talk about how he needs some good blues to transcend off of it. Since he committed to the Kimono this early in the draft. Rising Tide, the pick there for Etienne. So for the blue Zen list, the Transcend card you're particularly looking out for is Path Well Traveled. All the others are all right, but what you really want is Path Well Traveled to go with your Rising Tide, just spill over as your droplets.
We'll see how heavily Etienne moves into those blue-leaning archetypes. Of course, could just be a more aggressive red-leaning Zen list. Another option, blue Pouncing Chi here.
Blue Pouncing Chi. It's an all right enough combo piece. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, it's certainly not one you want to be tutoring for, but I think as a foundational card for your deck, it's very, very acceptable. Blue block 3.
You hear that so many times. Blue block 3, cost 0. Can't really complain about it, and that looks to be the pick for Etienne.
I quite like Blessing of Chi, particularly in mirrors when you're forced to go first and just get a little bit of equity that way. But I agree with the pick here. Would not want to go ahead and reach into those blessings quite yet.
Coming into the 8th pick for our Pro Tour drafter here. Just the last pick before the wheel. Ooh, there is a droplet in here. Very, in a sense, unassuming card, but for the sort of strategy, it looks like Etienne might want to crowd for himself. Could totally see him picking that. Yellow Biting Breeze is an option. It's okay.
First Tenet of Chi Tide being looked at pretty carefully here.
Looks like droplet was the pick. Etienne is setting himself up to have kind of both halves of Zen in this MSC format, the Tiger Generation side and also the blue Mystic side.
Yeah, things looking solid thus far for Etienne. Yellow Biting Breeze comes back around on the wheel, I believe, where we're up to now.
Yep. This is the first pick of the wheel. Title Surge also here, as well as another first Tenet of Chi.
Yeah, not bad. I think there's actually quite a few options here in this pack, and it is going to be the first Tenet taken by Etienne.
So one downside of going heavy into these Mystic cards, these strong blue Mystic cards, is that it does make your new matchup a little bit worse. You have a lot of aggression, but if a lot of this aggression is in the form of those blue cards, well, Nu is very, very happy to steal those.
Truth's retold on a full table here. That's an interesting one, as well as a drop in the ocean. That's telling me maybe a little short on Enigmas at this table.
Does definitely seem like it. Yeah, it does definitely seem like a drop in the ocean. Truth's retold. All very, very strong cards for the Enigma side.
Interesting. Yeah, we did see 2 cards wheel here. Untamed and Water the Seeds, both in blue versions. Going to take the blue Untamed.
Pretty good for Etienne that he's still able to pick, decent cards.
Yeah, very
this
playable.
end of the draft, yeah.
As you mentioned, Pankaj, I do think there is some vulnerability building against New right now. It seems quite exploitable how good these blues are for New to just go ahead and play.
Wash away the pick here. That one he's probably a lot less happy about. Defending with 2 cards in your turn. Not exactly where Zen wants to be.
It seems unlikely. Just an aspect of Tiger being picked up here.
The yellow one, which we saw Francesco yesterday a bit
actually used well.
Yeah. But so far, Etienne looking like having a little bit of a better draft. Doesn't need to depend so much on those yellows. So we're curious to see if he actually manages to make use of the aspect of Tiger body, aspect of Tiger soul. And the last pick, a blue haze shelter. Definitely not going to be seeing play for that.
How do you rate this first pack, Pankaj?
Pretty decent, I think. Oh, the Yellow Water Seeds. I believe we might have missed that one. Yellow Water Seeds. I'm pretty happy with my position in this pack if I was Etienne. You got solid red cards. I mean, Red Untamed, Red Harmony of the Hunt, Red Tiger Form Incantation, in my opinion, are very, very solid role players in the Zen deck. And he's also set himself up for the blue Mystic side of it as well. What he needs now is a couple of Pathwell Travels if he can pick those up.
Yeah, Transcend card's going to be vital on a couple fronts. Of course, you want to get the benefit of this big blue Zen deck, which we're kind of hedging between an aggressive red-leaning Zen deck and the big blue version. But I do think regardless of which of those paths you're going to go down, you would love to see some path well-traveled enter the deck.
Definitely one of the stronger Transcend cards for Zen. A drop in the ocean for the Enigma, which we did see come around quite a bit. So, if you're in a Zen seat and you detect that Enigma might be a bit open, you're actually a little okay with that because you don't mind facing a stronger Enigma list because you are kind of favored in that matchup.
Going through our second pack now. Looking a bit weak on the Zen side. I do like red Gravekeeping in basically every deck. I think that card is just frankly great. Water the Seeds, also a fine option for Zens. But as far as the in-class options, I think a little weak here. Rising Sun, Setting Moon is the Transcend card. Playable. I don't know if I want to go out of my way to first pick it. I think overall a bit of a disappointing pack to kick things off here, but it is just going to be red Gravekeeping acquired here.
Yeah, not exactly what Etienne wants to see. For sure, the equipment as well was an Uphold Tradition, not a Zen piece.
The 1/5 stat line is nice, though. It is very, very acceptable within Zen.
It works very well with the cost curve of the weapon, definitely. Going 2 with the Kakara into a 1/5 is extremely strong. I do also want to point out that aside from just Transcend cards, he doesn't have a solid combo card yet either, so really looking to pick up something like a red Chi Unleashed potentially, perhaps regretting the red Breed Hanger he passed. As I say, that comes right back.
Here's another one. You're going to have that choice one more time. Preserve Tradition also in the pack. I think that's a very good Transcend card for Zen. Should you have that combo piece, which we do not have yet.
And a red Biting Breeze as well.
Okay. Yeah, good options here. Again, I don't think we're filling any of those needs that we've listed thus far, Pankaj. You could stretch a bit and take this Breed Anger. How do you feel about this pick? You see the debate from Etienne right now between these two cards.
I'll lean a little more towards the red Biting Breeze, I think. I know I just said he doesn't have a combo card yet, but Breed Anger being the combo card, it's so awkward for the cost curve so much of the time, especially given that on the turn you Transcend, if you played a one cost blue card and Pathwell traveled it.
Etienne disagrees. Going to go ahead and take the Breed Anger here. Add that to the deck. So combo card acquired. Not our favorite combo card. Certainly still looking for an upgrade here.
This does open him up to the Preserve Tradition that you were talking about. You really, in Zen, you kind of just need 1 or 2 combo cards. You keep recurring that with Preserve Traditions or Mask of Wiz and Whiskers. So now he can open himself up to take a Preserve Tradition or the Mask as well.
Flex Claws coming around. One of my favorite commons in Zen.
And here we see him being rewarded for the signals that he sent very early on the previous pack. This is coming back around in the other direction. And you see still, this is pick 3, and there's still 2 really good red Zen cards as well as an Heirloom of Tiger Hide as well. Really showing us that probably not many Zens, at least 2 seats down to the left of him.
Yeah, if you're in Etienne's seat, that's the first signal that you found your seat correctly, and you're in a good position in this pack too. And
that's really what can happen when you're in a format where sending signals is a lot easier than it had sometimes been before. You just take the red ninja common, your pack 1, pick 1. People to your left are not going to go in ninja because that's a very, very clear signal that he shouldn't be in it. And then when it comes back this way, he's getting the red breed anger, the red flex clause.
Still lacking a transcend card, 2 pieces of equipment right now, 1 combo card, another potential piece of equipment here.
So many Zen cards in this.
Yeah, I think you're just jamming quality reds over and over, and until you're really forced to make some concessions. It seems like you can just get by on the raw power of these cards that you're picking at this stage.
Even blue Tiger Form Incantation, not a terrible card in Zen as well, especially if you want those powerful blues to start your turn to be able to transcend off of. Because if you don't find Path Well Traveled, you need blues with Go again. So stuff like a Spillovers and Droplets won't work, but blue Tiger Form Incantation or blue Biting Breeze will definitely work for you to be able to transcend.
And it is going to be that red Harmony of the Hunt. Another powerful red card enters the deck for Etienne.
On the side of equipment, I believe he has the kimono and the keikoi on the arms. So probably still looking for a headpiece if you can find it, and even a leg piece as well.
Fact-finding mission, just a solid 2/6 available here, but there is a red flex clause in the pack. And again, I think you're just taking the power card, very much being rewarded for being in the right seat.
Notably, though, Chi card's missing in this pack. Oh, wait, no, it's right. Wait, did you catch what Chi card that was?
I believe it was a passover.
Okay, yeah, not an ideal Chi card for Zen. Etienne definitely hasn't found a good enough Chi card in these past few packs for what he's trying to do. But of course, I mean, he doesn't even have... He's not leaning too hard into the combo side of it, just a red breed anger, which he's probably fine to not, tutor out anyway.
Yeah, the reality is, you always have a shot at a Chi card, right? You can always go ahead and get that one. And I do think it's critical that this deck ends up with a Chi card. There's a Stir the Pot, but there's also a red Pouncing Chi in the pack. And I think, again, you just have to take the power card. I love this card. Now we have a combo card worth searching for Zen. We don't have any way to search for it, but I think we'll get there eventually. Stir the Pot still remaining in this pack. That just tells me that players mostly have the Chi they're looking for at this stage. There's a good chance in pack 3 we can get a Chi card passed to us.
Red Pouncing Chi, definitely a card worth searching for and also worth recurring again and again. Breed Anger, a little bit suspect on that end, but he must be very, very happy with that Red Pouncing Chi pickup.
So late in this pack.
Coming back to the discussion about Chi, though, one pitfall that I've seen a lot of players get into sometimes is you sort of leave the Chi for pack 3 and then suddenly you're cut in pack 3.
How about a nice piece of equipment here? Again, very late. With Stride of Reprisal currently terrorizing the CC scene. Etienne going to go ahead and use it in this draft deck.
Thankfully, no Art of War to go and banish a Tiger that makes, but still extra Tiger in the Zen list, especially when he's picked up something like the Pouncing Chi and his other combo cards Breed Anger. Sometimes it doesn't look like his deck is leaning towards that, but sometimes you might be starter starved or Tiger starved in Zen, just in general. And so if you're able to block with Stride of Reprisal, get the Tiger, turn on your Pouncing Chi, you can just suddenly turn your brick hand into a very, very strong hand.
Blue Untamed available here. Droplet. Some solid blue choices. Blue Gravekeeping also out there. Regardless of exactly what you need on your cost profile, I think you're going to find it here. And it's going to be the Blue Untamed coming through.
I really like that pick. I think there was a option between that and the Droplet, very realistically, but at this point he's realized the Pathwell Travels are not coming, and if you're in that spot, you'd rather just have the blue Go Again card rather than the blue Droplet.
Agree. I also think you have quite a high number of Crouching Tiger creators at this point, and this Untamed is going to allow you to present those very awkward combat chains that have a lot of one-power Tigers on them. Combine it with something like Breed Anger in the right spot, could be very, very rewarded.
I'm so curious to see whether he's going to pick Flex Claws or the Companion over here. Okay, picking up a yellow Flex Claws over blue Companion of the Claw.
That pick is close, I think. I think that's a very close pick. Yellow Flex Claws, of course, falls at 3 power, so it does not have that critical break point of the other Flex Claws. It does still demand an answer from your opponent. You really usually don't want to give up that Crouching Tiger.
Particularly since so far he has picked up so many of those powerful red cards that you were talking about. I'm not sure his blue base is quite where he wants it to be yet. So that was why I was wondering whether he would take the blue Companion of the Claw instead. Now over here, blue Flex Claw is the pick.
Yeah, and I think we're now fully off that idea of the big blue Zen deck having passed over yet another one of those blue cards that can get buffed by having played a blue. And look at this blue Companion of the Claw coming back around in foil. Happy to pick that up is Etienne.
Definitely still looking for at least 1 or 2 Chi cards for the Pouncing Chi and the Mask of Wiz and Whiskers if you can get that.
Yeah, that is our last equipment slot that we are missing.
Water the Seeds. Red Water the Seeds
great
coming
pick this late.
all
Fantastic.
the way around the wheel. That
Especially
is
for a
extremely
generic,
surprising.
you don't expect that to go that late. I love having these in even my Enigma decks, quite frankly. You play it into the mirror. It's extremely, extremely strong there.
And I particularly like it in new. You kind of need those Water the Seas to get over Enigma sometimes. You know, you get the Water the Seas and Dagger comes in for 2 instead. Coming all the way red, Water Seas all the way last, what was it, third last pick?
Third to last, yeah, very surprising.
Last 2 picks outside of the Ninja class, so Etienne didn't get anything there.
Solid pack 2 thus far.
Definitely.
Only a couple holes left. We have 0 cheese. We need to go ahead and find a Transcend card at some point. I don't think we need many. I think you want 1. You've picked up that kimono. Go ahead and complete that.
Yep.
But that is the last real missing piece here.
And now you have a really, really good combo piece as well in the form of the Pouncing Cheese. So 2 is also fine, but that's a lot of reds. I think when we talk about holes left to fill, I think the blue base needs just a little bit more work as well.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a count. It looked like about 8 blues at this stage.
Just a bit on the low end.
Yeah, wouldn't mind a few more in this pack, but that collection of red cards, just absolute powerhouses.
Yep. But
Double
one thing,
Flex Claws, Pouncing Chi. Good stuff here from Etienne.
one thing about these reds, though, like Harmony of the Hunt and Tiger Form Incantation, is that you need to pitch a blue when you play those cards. We've seen that
Very true.
Bite some Zens before, but they just didn't have the blues. They had all these amazing reds. We draw those without a blue in your hand, and it feels so incredibly bad. So 8 blues, a little bit on the lower end.
What are you targeting, Pankaj? Where are you looking to get to for your blue count here?
I'm looking at 10 to 12. I think because this isn't the big blue Zen list, the big blue Zen list wants almost 15 to 18. But this more Tiger generating Zen list, I think 10 to 12 is a very, very fine place to be.
Grain that tips the scale, Wounding Blow, red. Grain looks reasonable here for sure.
Definitely. Especially since the blues that he has so far are the go again ones, like the blue Untamed, the blue Flex Claws, that you don't mind your Transcend card being like a buff and not something like a Path Well Traveled.
Feels like we're debating between the Grain and the Wounding Blow here, which I think is a very interesting pick. Look, Wounding Blow, solid card in this format. I love the stat line of this 0-for-4. But it's kind of just a card, if that makes sense. It doesn't really add to your game plan in any way.
In terms of, reds with breakpoints, it does feel like he has plenty of them.
And it is ultimately going to take the Grain, and I like that pick. I think that was a disciplined pick from Etienne. Making sure you have a quality Chi card in your deck. You don't get stuck with whatever chafe is left from your fellow drafters.
It is so tempting because there's a Chi in every pack. It's
Absolutely.
so tempting to just say, I'll get one later, but so many times you actually just don't get one later because so many other players at the table might have also made the same call saying, I'll get Chi later.
Mask of Wiz and Whiskers coming around alongside another Wounding Blow. You could tell that Etienne has a real affection for that card. Always pulls it to the front of the pack.
Yep. Also Homage, also a totally respectable Chi card.
Very good Chi card. And I wonder how high Etienne wants his Chi count to be. Do you have to keep taking these, or are you satisfied with just having that first Chi to add to your deck?
It's strange because both these cards really scale very well the more combo cards you have in your deck. Your second Chi, of course, if you have already found your Pouncing Chi, then your second Chi doesn't do that much. So
and I think that's what ultimately is going to push towards the mask here. And now a beautiful equipment set ready to go for this Zen. We have our at least one Chi. I think you're basically sailing at this point. I think you've done it. I think you have a solid deck. Now you try and push into a great Zen deck.
Yep. Just maybe a couple more blues, maybe a strong red like the Tiger Form Incantation.
Preserve Tradition is the Transcend card here.
That's a very strong one for the Zen list.
And now we're looking at some serious recursion.
The fact that there's still so many really good Zen cards right here, pack 3 of this pick 1. Pick 3 of this pack 3 shows just how well Etienne has read his seat.
I'm inclined to agree, Pankaj. And really having a debate here between just another solid red in the form of Tiger form incantation and the preserve, and he's reaching for the Tiger form, maybe?
So many times he's picked the card
Take
behind.
it. Yeah, is going to take the Tiger form incantation.
Tiger form incant red. Once again, though, I do want to point out that's yet another red card that really needs you to pitch a blue for it.
Yep, our count is about 9 right
Yep.
now, we believe.
Probably needs just a tad more.
Couple more blues, and we are rolling for sure.
Also, we did miss the foil Sirens call in that previous pack as well. Some new at the table is going to be extremely happy with that card.
Foil stamped Sirens Call. Slot that one right into your CC deck. Here's a blue available, Rising Sun, Setting Moon. I quite like this one in Zen. Yeah, and I think with kind of low competition in the pack, it feels like just this fact-finding mission really pushing. I like adding a second Transcend card here.
Definitely agree, especially now that you have the recursion piece as well in the form of the Mask of the Wiz and Whiskers. You want to make sure that once you recur the Pouncing Chi back, you have another Chi to find it again.
Etienne's reaching again, though. He's reaching, and he's going to take the fact-finding mission. Going with the numbers here, 2 for 6 instead, prioritized over that Rising Sun, Setting Moon. So sitting at 9 blues now. Let's keep close track of this because we're getting later and later into these packs. We have to fill out this blue suite a little bit, I believe. And there's another Rising Sun, Setting Moon. So if you want the pick, you have it available to you one more time. And this one feels way easier. Windmill slammed into the deck. Beautiful choice from Etienne that last go around.
He's just getting incredibly, incredibly rewarded over here. Rising Sun coming right back after he passed one away. It's just he's taking risks. He's taking the risk that he needs to, and he's just getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, good stuff here from Etienne.
So that's the second Transcend card, which will go very well with the Mask. Now the game plan is you find your first Chi, you find your red Pouncing Chi, get in the graveyard, put it right back in with the Mask, use your second Chi to find the Pouncing Chi again. Or if the cost curve allows it, you can go ahead and find a Breed Anger instead as well.
Sounds like a very powerful play line. More Transcend cards actually available here should we want them in the form of Stir the Pot. Again, I think that one is actually quite good in Zen. Very, very happy with it. Red Companion of the Claw also available here.
Doesn't fit the curve quite as well. Also want to point out that Arousing Wave as well, Brian. This is pick 6. Arousing Wave still here in the Siren's Call as well a few picks ago.
Yeah, early in this draft, it looked like it was the Enigma that was destined to be the 2 of. Now I wonder if it's actually new that has ended up as the 2 of in this draft.
And the third Transcend card, the pick for Etienne over here, putting that Stir the Pot in his list. Stir the Pot, very, very good for maybe shuffling an earlier Chi up, closer to the top of your deck sometimes. But without enough combo cards to make use of it, I wonder how useful that shuffle effect is actually going to be.
Blue Harmony of the Hunt here, and I think we're good now. Like, I am just, if we stop the draft now, I'd be very happy in Etienne's seat. I think we now have everything we need with the arrival of this Blue Harmony of the Hunt. The blue count looks good. The Transcend cards look good. Equipment suite is perfect. Let's go. Let's shuffle up.
Definitely. At this point, he kind of wants the draft to stop so other people don't get the picks that they need.
All gravy at this point.
He's already at such a high quality deck that I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even get much in the way of upgrades following this.
Yeah, one of those situations where you can live with that. Usually you're hoping for a little bit more help through these last few picks, but everything all good. Path well traveled coming late.
Wow.
Okay. You're almost at the point where you don't need it anymore. You have filled out your Transcend suite appropriately, and it is going to be the yellow Untamed taken. So that seems fine, actually. I have no regrets with that pick. We're not leaning into this big blue strategy. You've got your Transcend cards. Just take some more gas for your deck.
I mean, you said it, Brian. He has been so disciplined so far in this draft, and that pick in particular showcases how disciplined Etienne is when he's drafting this format. Just not tunneling on the path well traveled, not saying, I picked a couple of those Rising Tides and Droplets. It's fine. I'm just going to pick the yellow Untamed.
Look like another blue Harmony of the Hunt coming around there. Nice and clean.
So that was pick 8, I believe. So at this point, we're coming back onto the wheel for Etienne. We did see some really, really solid ninja cards early on. A couple of 2 to 3 really good red ninja cards. Let's see if he gets rewarded in some way. Yellow Breed Anger, the only playable card in this pack.
For me, we're a 2-7 away from a 9.5 out of 10 on this deck. I think it has basically everything else you could ever ask for. As it stands, I still think it's a 8.5-ish. Very, very well drafted Zen deck, looking quite strong. Blue Untamed, even more blues entering the deck at this point. Solid blues. If it has a weakness, I will say, very, very vulnerable blues to new. I think if new goes ahead and does its thing, gets established, gets a chi, and is able to go ahead and use your cards against you, I think you're in quite a bit of trouble. For Etienne's side, have to close games quickly against new. You really do not want to give them the time to do what they are looking to do.
And that's very much on the back of those blue Untamed, really, because you can have blue target generators, but new has no way to buff them.
Correct.
Unless you give them stuff like blue
Correct.
Untamed as well.
My biggest turn in this format was as a new, and it was mostly playing my opponent's cards. My Zen opponent's cards. I think I attacked for something like 26 or something laughable and won the game on the spot. And it was just Tiger, do this, do this.
The last pick over there, I believe, was just a pick to pieces. And the pick before that, Yellow Harmony of the Hunt. And the one before that was just some other Illusionist card, I think. So very, very solid draft for Etienne.
I'm satisfied. If I'm Etienne, I 7-0 day one of the Pro Tour. I came in day two and kind of nailed it. I found my seat perfectly. I found a great Zen deck, and I'm so excited to sit down, shuffle up, and play, and try and make my march to this top 8. And if you pull out a 3-0 in this draft, you're not locked, but man, do you feel kind of a weight lifted off your shoulders. You have to get one more win, basically, at that point with a CC deck that went 4-0 on day one. Incredible position to be in.
I definitely think his deck has the makings to go 3-0 in this draft format. His Zen list looks almost picture perfect. I mean, the only upgrade I can think of is maybe something like a Red Chi Unleash or something. Aside from that, it is so incredibly solid. I am looking forward to these games.
Well, we are going to see those games in just a few minutes. Before we do that, I want y'all to learn a little bit more about a product I am very, very excited about. It's called First Strike Punkage. And for folks like you and me, maybe it's not offering the collection-filling slam dunks you're looking for, not the most powerful cards, but what it is going to allow you and I to do is teach the people we care about why we love Flesh and Blood so much. It's a simple way to play the game, but it's also one that really showcases the flavor and the excitement that comes with these heroes. The different types of playstyles you can have, how they embody their classes, their talents so well. All of that's reflected in First Strike. So why don't you go ahead and learn a little bit more about it, and then we'll be back with our round 8 here from Pro Tour Amsterdam. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back to round 8 here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhajwani. We just saw Etienne draft a beautiful, beautiful Zen deck. One of our undefeated players, of course. Why don't we take a look at how that pod broke down? Really interesting stuff, Pankaj. There were, in fact, 3 Zens in the draft, and it was the news that were isolated as 2 ofs. But you see the distance from Etienne and the other Zen drafters, 2 spaces on both sides. And I think that's why we saw him get rewarded basically in every pack. Feels like he's in the best position of these Zen drafters.
That pack 2 especially, we saw clear signals that there were no Zens, at least the 2 spaces to his left at the minimum. Just he was very rewarded for sending that super early signal, picking up that red Tiger Form incantation, pick up the Ninja Common immediately. The people to your left, unlikely to pick that up. So 1 of 3 Zens, very, very evenly spaced. And even the other heroes, to be honest. I mean, the 2 of new...
Right across from each other.
Right across from each other.
That means they're playing a mirror round 1, so it'll be interesting to see who makes their way out of that. There's so many talented, limited players in this game now, and I think they're just establishing themselves. And I would say that some of these names here may not be as household as others in this top 8 draft. You know, you don't have your Michael Hamiltons, your Michael Fengs, your Arthur Trehays in this draft. Maybe the biggest name in this, Chris Iaali, Francesco Giorgio. Those are kind of the standouts to me. But any of these other folks could be an absolute draft master in disguise waiting to take this one down.
And we see that a lot, to be honest. I mean, even Arthur Trehay, before PTLA, a lot of people didn't really know his name, showed the world what he could do on that Dromai list. And I wouldn't be surprised if any one of these 8 players also shows up and tells the world that there's a lot more good flesh and blood players than just the ones we know.
That's what these Pro Tours are all about. They're about making your name. They're about putting yourself on the map. This is how you become an Arthur Trehay, a Michael Feng, a Michael Hamilton, by winning events like this. That's where you build your notoriety. And Etienne has put himself in a beautiful spot to do so. Why don't we hone in on exactly why it means so much to be a flesh and blood champion? Of course, the prestige is there. But I like cash, Pankaj. I got bills to pay. I got money to spend. I'm looking for that 50K in my pocket, as well as gold foil legendaries, PTIs, and of course that Champions prize card.
Life-changing money on the line here for whoever makes the top 8, to be honest. But yeah, that first place, 50,000 USD. That's the sort of money that you would just write home about and be so incredibly excited for.
Look, you could change your life with it. Or you could go buy some more Flesh and Blood cards. I know what I would do. I'm going to leave it up to our Pro Tour champion to figure out exactly what they want to do. Of course, they're not the only ones who get to go ahead and go shopping at the bazaar, maybe. You get to go all the way down to 64th place before you put $1,000 into your pocket. You can do a lot with $1,000. Certainly finance your trip over to Osaka. Get ready to battle at Worlds as well. And you'll need those PTIs, which extend all the way down to 32nd place. But there is only one, Pankaj, only one Champions prize card. And these are such a special part of Pro Tour history. Of course, we know Michael Feng walked away with that Oldham. We know Arthur Trehay walked away with the Dromai. Michael Hamilton with an Icelander in his pocket. We have Matt Falks with the Briar in the pocket as well. There's so many notable Pro Tour champions across the history of our game that we're starting to put together, adding more and more all the time to the list. And another Pro Tour champion going to be crowned this weekend in Amsterdam.
And we definitely need to add a 4th column to that prize structure, the prize table. It just says clout. And it's just like the amount of clout in first place, like an infinity sign, and afterwards it's just like
extremely valuable prize. Also, giant check. I mean, I always wanted a giant check when I was a kid, and now I know I can just go buy a giant check at any point.
I did not know that. Wait,
where do you think they come from, Pankaj? Like we don't actually print the giant checks ourselves.
Well, that's news to me. Now I'm so disappointed. I can just go get one? Okay.
Do you think they just show up like as we're printing the cards off the assembly line? Also, the giant check comes next.
You could have a cold foil giant check. You don't do that?
Ooh. That's an interesting idea. We should look into that one. Maybe we could get the cold foil check going. No, you can just actually go ahead and order one. And so maybe at some point I'll crown myself the champion of something and just put it up on my wall. But it probably means more if you're able to take down the best flesh and blood players in the world to acquire it. And we're going to follow Etienne's journey as he attempts to do so. Going to be taking on our other undefeated player from day one, one of our other undefeated players on day one, in the form of Gabe Sher, the hometown hero coming to us from the Netherlands.
So Enigma versus Zen over here. Historically, Etienne probably going to be very happy to be facing Enigma as his first round opponent on the Zen list, which critically is able to come in with those really, really weird, awkward breakpoints. A lot of Tiger generation here, a lot of little Tiger buffs. Of course, there's Tiger taming Kakara, lets the Tiger come in for one, but also a number of untames that he has, Brian. Lots of these Tigers gonna actually be coming in for one, gonna make it very awkward for Gabe to keep those ward pieces around.
I think Etienne is very, very well set up to play this matchup. Ignore that handsome gentleman walking through on the left there. Very, very well set up to play this matchup because he's just got the breakpoints represented all over the place. There's so many +1s in this deck that are going to make those Tigers a nightmare for Gabe to deal with. You're really going to have a very, very hardy equipment set to go ahead and deal with the routine 4-4-1-4. Absolute nightmare for an Enigma. Let's see if Gabe is up to the task. Of course, 3-0'd the last draft, 4-0'd Classic Constructed. I saw these players and they were taking their photo last night after they had completed their perhaps soon-to-be historic 7-0 runs, and they found out they were both on new in the CC rounds, and they gave each other a little fist bump. Cool little moment to share.
And on Gabe Sher's side, also read his seat incredibly well. We saw the draft pod graphic just now. He is not near any other Enigmas, and to your point about finding those equipment pieces, that's the sort of spot you need to be in to be able to fill out the equipment suite, which, as you said, you will need to be able to defend your ward pieces against a list like Etienne's.
Just having a quick look through the deck, make sure everything is in order here. You see Etienne already laying out that full equipment suite, 4 slots occupied. Such a difference maker, Ponkage. You feel it when you're down to 3, God forbid 2 equipment.
And when you are the one to present 4, whereas the opponent presents 2 to 3, you actually just feel just a little bit of the motivation bump, just a little bit of the confidence that, nope, yeah, you have more equipment pieces, which makes a massive, massive difference.
So many factors to balance in this Part the Mistveil limited format. I think it's why it's already started to go down as an all-time classic draft format in Flesh and Blood, be it number of blues, cheese, equipment. There's so many parts, so many archetypes to work with.
And not to mention, of course, the fact that every hero is viable. It's not something we've been able to say with confidence in previous draft formats, but in this format, I mean, the stats don't lie, Brian. It shows us almost equal number of news, Zens, and Enigmas across all the pods. And these are not your average pods. These are the pods of Day 2 Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Yep. And look, I think, as I think of a format like Uprising Draft, right? Thought at first to be extremely phi-slanted. I think history was very kind to Uprising Draft. As you played more, you learned there was actual very, very good balance between those 3 heroes. But even to the end, some folks stuck to their guns. They said, oh, you just always force Phi, always force this hero. I always force this. I don't hear that about Part the Mistveil. I hear players saying, I prefer to play the format in this fashion. It's never, I think this is strictly better than anything else.
The rhetoric around Part the Mistveil has definitely been a lot more kinder than compared to like some previous draft formats. And I think, yeah, this format to me is an absolute slam dunk as well. So equipment has been somewhat revealed. Obviously, cloaked equipment is a thing in this format. Gabe Sher, only 3 pieces, missing that arms piece, but still has 3 phase down cloaked equipment.
Not the worst spot to be in. See who's going first here in this matchup. I think it's pretty critical who actually leads things off.
I think both players want to be the one going second. Enigma, you see a hero with a whole bunch of instants and board state, you think, oh, they definitely want to go first. Not necessarily, and especially in a matchup like this, it is a lot more about tempo than it may seem like at first, and so you kind of want to go second. Looks like Gabe Sher did manage to go second. Very strong start. Red Waxing Spectre to begin.
Yeah, maybe about the best start you could have over on the Enigma side, short of deploying some auras on your opponent's turn 1, but we did see Etienne just go ahead and pass on turn 1, keeping that action point available to deal with anything that Gabe might want to do on his turn, proving to be wisely so. Did not leave himself open to getting punished by that Waxing Spectre.
Only 3 Transcend cards in Etienne's list that we saw, and already finding 2 of them really, really early on. Probably isn't too happy about this.
Yeah, we know how critical it is to get off to a good start here in Part the Mistveil Limited. You do not want to lose tempo. It's always better to just stay on the front foot. And this does not look to be a hand that is particularly adept at doing so. However, I do think there are some combinations of these Transcend cards where if you put together these in a special way, I believe a second Water the Seeds in Arsenal, so potentially buffing a Tiger twice sounds pretty good. Getting your combo piece. I don't quite have the line figured out yet, and I think that's what Etienne is trying to piece together. But I think there might be an explosive line here for Etienne on his offensive turn.
Very possibly involving a double Transcend. You can start with the Water the Seeds and then play the Grains and Rising Sun both. Of course, Rising Sun first, and you might even be able to filter a little bit past that as well. 2 red auras, though, coming down on Gabe Sher's side. Etienne does need to clear this, but also taking 7. This is what you're forced to do when you're against Enigma. They develop a board state. You have to use their life as a resource. You have to go ahead and pressure that board state. Don't let them keep it around, because if they get to swing something like Waxing Spectre a second time, it's very difficult to come back from.
Yeah, there's good ward over on the part of Gabe Sher, but I think we have found quite a good line here. Water of the Seeds is going to allow a double Transcend turn. That means we're resource rich, we're option rich, we're combo card rich, we're going to have our Tigers. Everything is going to come together from this double Transcend spot.
Also note that would make this Water the Seeds go up to 4, which can be quite annoying when Gabe is trying to protect his board pieces.
I agree. You're going to see the benefit of the grain that tips the scale absolutely here.
Yep, just making sure you orders it correctly. Rising Sun first, which allows you to potentially sink the chi that is a grain that tips the scale when it comes back to your hand. You might be able to sink it down to the bottom when the Rising Sun resolves, should you choose to.
Such a satisfying play to make. Here is the draw. It looks like it is going to be another blue card. Just going to go ahead and put that one on the bottom. Keep the chi in this case. Second chi will now transcend. 2 chis back in hand.
And forces out an equipment piece, because Gabe Sher does not want to lose a Ward 3 piece to just 1 damage coming over the top from the Water to Seeds.
That's a win, though. You love getting those Kakors out of the way early on, and now this turn will continue with a Zen activation. Crouching Tiger going to be created, and we're going to go get our combo piece as well.
So we know he has Red Breed Anger and also Red Pouncing Chi as options. Let's see which one he chooses to pick here. He does have the other red Water the Seeds that you spoke about in the arsenal, so you might wonder if he just takes a Breed Anger.
Breed Anger looks very, very good here, actually. You have a lot of ways to go ahead and distribute buffs across these Tigers, and I think this is exactly what we were envisioning when we were talking about presenting one over and over, and the potential areas where Breed Anger can shine. Like I said, this card is a more narrow combo card, but when it does its thing, it's quite impressive.
It is usually very difficult to have 2 Tigers come in for 1 in the same combat chain, but that's where cards like Water the Seeds come in and really make that possible.
Yeah, and there you see, it is the Crouching Tiger coming in for 1 on the back of that Water the Seeds. Second Water the Seeds still available out of Arsenal. Breed, Anger, everything looking to be working for Etienne on this turn.
So some parts of Etienne's turn right now are face up for Gabe Sher. So there's the Breed Anger, and you know the hand is also 1 Tiger. It's just the unknown Arsenal card. But if you're a player like Gabe, you're here 7-0 Pro Tour Amsterdam, you can perhaps sniff out there's probably a 1 cost in his Arsenal, which is why the Breed Anger was searched up.
Seems pretty reasonable. I suppose you could talk yourself into that being the only combo option as a possibility. There's not certainty here, I would say, but I think your read is astute and reasonable to make.
So we see a Moon Chakra with a Stir the Pot. Still pitching a whole card to deal with a Tiger. So, you know, while it was somewhat efficient that you didn't need to overblock the Tiger somewhat, it was still, you still lost a whole card to stop the Tiger and protect your board state.
Yeah, and here comes that Breed Anger, and now that represents a break point once more. Critical to come over that Moon Chakra and demand either another card or one of these ward pieces.
When Gabe...
another piece of equipment.
Cashing equipment pretty early. This could be very, very risky. He's, you know, making the call that he wants to, use the equipment aggressively over here to save this board. But if he loses the board here, rest of the game, he's not going to have the equipment anymore.
Yeah, and I think going to get slightly punished for it potentially. Crouching Tiger coming in for 1 here. Takes that Spectral Shield. And then it's Gravekeeping. Okay, so I misread the card in Arsenal, but I think this is even better, frankly. 5 coming in here from Etienne, and that's going to go ahead and eat this entire board, get a little damage leaked, have dealt with 2 pieces of equipment, and very little hand left for Gabe Sher here to go ahead on the clapback. So you can say, oh, you only did 2 damage there. You didn't accomplish anything. You are absolutely wrong. You accomplished a load on that turn if you're Etienne. You have to feel very, very happy with that. However, a nice answer here from Gabe. Now, this is only vanilla damage, 4 vanilla damage at this point, but as Etienne's life total gets into those vulnerable ranges, you start to present perhaps lethal amounts of damage. When that happens, you take away options from Etienne. So I actually think this wounding blow is probably about the best case scenario you can have here.
It's more threatening than it looks for sure, but I do want to point out Gabe, I think, got quite punished on the previous turn, was not expecting Etienne to be able to go as wide as he did with all those weird breakpoints. Had he known something like that, he probably might not have cashed all the equipment in, just be happy that the ward got 3 life as it should. But now, though, Gabe with just a headpiece remaining, can't be feeling very, very good about that.
Yeah, Etienne with a deceptively strong turn there, able to go ahead and produce a lot of damage out of nowhere. We're going to crack that stride, and that means we have a use for this Tiger on this turn. 5-card hand available for Etienne once more.
And I believe he did draw that red pouncing chi. Now, one advantage you have of getting that in a graveyard as early as possible is now your Mask of the Wiz and Whiskers has a very, very strong target in the graveyard.
Rebuy. Tiger taming Kakara kicks things off, coming in for 2.
With no board state on Gabe Sher's side, he's less incentivized to really try and deal with all these. He can just use his life as a resource and rebuild a board.
It is doing so here. Plenty of life to work with at this stage. Going to fall down to 16 after this Tiger taming Kakara. Dense Blue Mist, reducing that by 1, falling down to 17.
So you have to wonder, does he have a plan for the remaining 2 resources? Is he going to play something like a Waxing Spectre, another board state piece, or maybe flip out a Truth Retold, if that is his headpiece?
This Dense Blue Mist, very critical here, and it's put Etienne back into the tank because the plan was clear before. Crouching Tiger coming in for 1 would have been quite nice, but now it being reduced, this turn looks a lot less effective. And I think for a moment he was debating just getting off this Crouching Tiger plan, maybe playing something like the fact-finding mission instead, saving the pouncing chi. But I think ultimately the utility of the Mask of the Wiz and Whiskers, being able to cash that in on this turn, rebuy the pouncing chi, and just saying, look, I paid for this Tiger, I'm going to use it, push them in the favor of making this kind of line.
Ooh.
And decent damage being offered here, but well defended by Gabe Sher.
That was a very effective use of the remaining 2 floating resources. Wash Away coming in after Dense Blue Mist had already been played, covering up the fact-finding mission completely.
Wow, really nice defensive turn from Gabe there. I think Gabe would have been in an absolute hole had those cards not combined so well.
Coming back over to Etienne's side. One downside, of course, of using 3 cards on defense. Gabe Sher's turn was just Arsenal. And pass over to Etienne. Etienne trying to decide how to sequence this turn.
One of the few yellows in the deck rearing its head on this particular turn cycle is the yellow Harmony of the Hunt. That looks like it might be kicking things off here.
And this can be one of the awkward spots you find yourself in Zen, is you find yourself holding a whole bunch of these 1-costs, and trying to play both 1-costs while also using the weapon gets really, really awkward. So Etienne took a moment there trying to figure out his line.
Flex Claws, Breakpoint once more, coming in for 4. Etienne's deck loaded with these awkward cards to defend. Dense Blue Mist did a lot of work on the last turn cycle. Equipment did a lot of work the turn before that. But now what is the answer for this Flex Claws? Looks like it's going to be Haze Shelter coming down at instant speed.
Being used defensively over here, you have to wonder, Etienne's probably happy about that. You love when Enigma plays ward on your turn to use it defensively. That means they weren't able to swing it. Effectively, that was 2 cards that Gabe used to block for, and you're usually very happy with that.
Harmony of the Hunt, gonna buff this next attack a little bit by creating a Tiger.
No resources to swing the Kakara over here, but he is holding on to an Untamed, and we spoke about this going into this game. Those Untamed gonna make those Tigers really, really awkward for Gabe to block.
This is a really interesting spot, because with that resource floating, I wonder if you're questioning whether Gabe has some other defensive options, if maybe you want to slow down this turn a little bit, think about an arsenal, but it is just going to be the Tiger taming Kakara here, and we do have the Crouching Tiger to round things out. Coming in for 1.
Little bit of an inefficient use of resources, which we spoke about, when you have all these 1-costs, your weapon costs 2, can be a bit awkward sometimes. Etienne passing with 2 resources floating over there, but still definitely very happy with his position in the game right now.
Life totals now in favor of Etienne's
And looks like Gabe Sher had a use for the last floating resource, flipped over, truth retold.
Okay.
Yep.
Rebuilding a bit here with the red Waxing Spectre one more time. Nice looking deck over on Gabe's side as well. Seems to have navigated his draft quite well.
Waxing Spectre coming in, and Etienne on a 3 blue hand over here. Not ideal. When your opponent sets up board state, you really want to be able to push as many breakpoints, as much damage as possible. You don't want to be committing cards to block. You don't want to be forced to do that. But his hand texture right now, just too many resource cards, not enough red, so forced to go ahead and put a card to block. Looking like Gabe Sher might be able to protect this Waxing Spectre.
Wounding Blow as the follow-up. Making nice use of Wounding Blow thus far in this matchup. It's going to bring Etienne down to 6 here. So life total starting to get into that single-digit range. Things getting a little precarious for both players. Critically, 2 equipment still face down over on the side of Etienne.
We know one of them is the kimono, so he will be looking to try and get to 1 life. He has transcended. There is chi in the deck. Starting with the Kakara here. The awkward breakpoint immediately. 2 damage. And all you have is Ward 1 on the headpiece and Ward 3.
It does have a 2 block here.
This 4 a lot less threatening because of the Ward 1 on the Truths Retold.
3 block would cover cleanly. I do believe I see one in Gabe's hand right now. And it is going to go ahead and eat up the ward on that Truths Retold. Follow up here.
It's a blue Pouncing Chi in his hand. If he sends it, it's just 1 damage, but it does take another card from Gabe. So he goes ahead and sends it.
Yeah, I think you have to here. I think if you just let Gabe keep that Waxing Spectre uncontested with a couple of cards in hand, you're now facing an arsenaled turn next go around. You need to demand that this card be pitched to go ahead and attack for the Waxing Spectre, and then at least you have the solace of facing a non-arsenal turn.
That was definitely the right call over there, because now Gabe Sher has no use for the 2 floating over there. But had Etienne not taken the last card out of Gabe's hand, that would have been another board state piece to follow up his Waxing Spectre attack. So very heads-up play.
Yeah, another
Etienne.
smart, subtle attack from Etienne. And I love everything I've seen of Etienne down in our feature match area thus far. I love the way he's drafted. I love the way he's navigated this game so far. And it could be another of these scenarios where a French player that I was not super familiar with going into the weekend starts to show some pretty impressive prowess down here in the feature match area.
4 damage coming in. This Waxing Spectre. Etienne at 6 life. Has drawn the Stir the Pot. Has a way to transcend. But again, just looking a little resource heavy. We spoke during his draft going into pack 3 that he was a little light on blues. He found those blues in pack 3, but now they're sort of clumping.
Yeah. The count may be floating a little bit higher than Etienne would have preferred. Thinking very carefully about this defense. And I think part of the equation here is that kimono that's sitting in the chest slot. You're thinking about future turns, future breakpoints. How can I manipulate life totals to go ahead and get that payoff? Because Pankaj, if you find that chi in a key moment, it's going to blow your hand up. It's going to offer damage that could potentially strip your opponent's entire hand in a critical scenario. Could just be the death knell. And I think that is very much what Etienne may be playing towards at this game state.
I think one other thing he's considering is the combo cards that he has left. He did recur the Pouncing Chi.
Yep.
But the red Breed Anger is in the yards.
Gone.
So once he finds a Pouncing Chi and he plays it, I wonder what use he'll have for the kimono, because he already has a Stir the Pot right now. Looking like he'll be able to transcend off it. Once the kimono comes online, what's that Chi finding? I think there's a yellow Breed Anger he did put back in.
Okay.
But it not incredibly amazing. So I think he's wondering whether... I think that's the other thing you have to try and figure out when you're playing Zen, part of the Mistveil draft. You don't have the infinite, combo cards available as you do in CC.
Look, it could just be the resources, frankly. Sometimes just turning a card into resources and unlocking your hand that way can be worth a lot. Kicking things off here, though, with a blue Harmony of the Hunt. And again, awkward. So awkward. And now that equipment slate is cleared. Gabe Sher not going to be able to rely on a bailout from one of those pieces. And that's where you see the early work that Etienne did to break that equipment suite, paying massive dividends.
It doesn't matter if this is 1 damage, if it's still going to take a full card from your opponent.
Yep. Absolutely. Follow up here of Stir the Pot, and that allows this Zen activation.
first shuffling the deck, resolve the starter pot, shuffle it, and I'm gonna hedge it's gonna be another shuffle on this turn, Brian, after he searches through that deck.
Quite likely, Pankaj.
So one Tiger in hand made from the blue Harmony of the Hunt. Gonna be a second one.
Yeah, still Flex
turn.
Claws available.
A red one as well, so that's pretty strong.
It is time to go ahead and activate Zen. That means second Crouching Tiger joins the hand. Time to find that red Pouncing Chi that we rebought here. It looks like there was a yellow Breed Anger, as we expected, so there is one meaningful search left.
And probably going to see that on the Kimono turn. So 2 Tigers in hand, a Pouncing Chi. Flex Claws doesn't quite fit the resource curve with the weapon over here.
Yeah, maybe an arsenaled card, potentially.
Arsenaling a Tiger is... Yeah, Arsenaling a Tiger is also perfectly
Also
reasonable.
an option, yep.
Okay, this time the Waxing Spectre coming in to stop the Kakara.
And there is another one breakpoint. Very awkward, and it will, in fact, clear here.
Not presenting lethal, though, this turn is Etienne. With the resources spent on the Kakara, that Flex Claws is going to Arsenal, like you pointed out. So this Pouncing Chi, last point of damage coming through for this turn.
Yep, Gabe's going to fall to 7. Last Tiger is presented.
Yep, you have to send it for mental damage. It's 0, but it could be more. It could be grains.
Could be Maul.
Could be Maul.
Still waiting to see that conclusion of a game where you throw in that 0 Tiger, don't worry about it. Bam, Maul.
And this is exactly what you want to see if you are a fan of Etienne over here. Gabe Sher not presenting any damage, just essentially just gaining 2 life, pretty much.
Yeah, full grip kept here, but a big turn coming next go around for Gabe. And at 7 life, cards in deck starting to get a little thin. I'm sweating a little bit if I'm Etienne. I don't think this game is anywhere near decided yet. There's still so much flesh and blood left to be played at this moment. And I think this is a critical turn to decide what's going to happen in this game. Kicking things off well with a Tiger form incantation, Crouching Tiger to hand. This hand looks very well set up to present, again, lots of Tigers, lots of awkward decisions.
Particularly something that's very interesting. Etienne holding on to some yellow aggressive cards, which he doesn't have too many in his deck. But exactly what you want to see when your opponent put down an Essence of Ancestry body over there.
Sidestep here.
You don't want to send red attacks after you blow that up, but he's saying, oh, I can send these yellows totally fine.
Yeah, and this is going to go ahead and hop in front of that Tiger Taming Kakara.
Yep.
Unlocking the effect.
So the Flex Claws in Arsenal, unlikely to show up on this turn cycle, but yellow's in hand.
Yeah, there is that yellow Untamed. You see a little bit of a wry smile on the part of Gabe Sher.
Interesting that Etienne chose to swing the Kakara over there. He could have just used those 2 resources to play the yellow Untamed and the yellow Flex Claws as well. Choosing instead to keep the Flex Claws in deck. Perhaps thinking about what you just brought up, Brian, deck's getting a little thin. You're sweating a little bit. You want to make sure you have enough threats left.
I think I like the decision, quite frankly. And this is a juicy Tiger. This one's going to come in for 5. Perhaps the largest Tiger I've seen thus far this weekend.
In limited, yes, I think.
That does demand a card.
That's 2 cards on defense from Gabe Sher.
3 cards left to play with. 1 in arsenal, 2 in hand. 2 pieces of equipment left for Etienne. I want to point that out because I think that's critical to manipulate life totals very, very effectively. Double Chi draw.
Oh.
Okay, this is a moment of vulnerability here for Etienne.
And these cards don't play particularly well together. And you draw 2 Chi. You can go to 1 very easily from this Waning Vengeance.
Yeah, but what are you going to do? Get your 3rd Chi?
What are you going to do with 3 Chi?
Not particularly useful at this stage.
And this hand, doesn't play super well. And again, the lack of combo cards. He can convert one of these Chis into the yellow Breed Anger. But then when he flips the Kimono, that Chi probably is going to be what you brought up, Brian. Just going to be a resource card because no more combo cards left in the deck.
This is a bit of a nightmare hand for Etienne at this critical juncture of this game. Does not defend well, does not attack well, does not utilize the kimono well. There's just not a lot of value present in this hand. And I think if Etienne's going to come back and win this game, he's got to figure out the perfect play on this particular turn cycle.
He's going to need to find a way to turn on that Rising Tide. Going to need to play a blue. We know his arsenal is the red Flex Claws, but if he wants to navigate out of this, he needs to find a blue. I don't know if that blue Pouncing Chi is still left in his deck or
I'm
whether
not
it was
sure
blocked.
either. Yeah, I don't recall Ponkage. It's definitely there. I saw it earlier in the game. I can't recall if it was committed to defense or if it was pitched.
But that would be the perfect card to turn on this Rising Tide because he needs to mount a good enough offense on this turn. Not only does he need to get rid of his Waning Vengeance, he needs to ensure that Gabe Sher cannot mount enough of an offense on the following turn.
Unfortunately, only one Kakoi face down. You would do anything to swap that kimono for a Kakoi at this point, because I think you just go ahead and give both those pieces up and keep a full grip. But even that doesn't accomplish all that much, quite frankly.
With no go again, so we're blocking 2 here, keeping the Rising Tide.
Yeah, going to give the droplet and seemingly fall to 1 here.
No combat trick possible here except a Grains that tips the scale, really. But Kakoi in the arms piece as well. Etienne was definitely safe with that block.
And do we anticipate no flip on this turn? Or do we need this Chi? Reaching for it. Okay, is going to flip.
Did flip it 3 Chi hand is the call. This would be a perfect time for a Cosmic Awakening. Unfortunately, not quite in Etienne's list, but has a plan for these resources.
Well, let's see what the approach is here. Kick things off with the Zen activation.
Does he have to breed
Yellow
anger?
breed, it's just
Breed
the
Anger,
yellow
that's
breed
it.
anger. That's the only combo card available here.
So not going to be able to turn on that Rising Tide in his hand. Really wonder what sequencing he's thinking of. Start
Kara kicks things off.
Has a Tiger in hand, Flex Claws in arsenal. And the Breed Anger, of course, going to have a minimum of 2 Tigers on this turn. Potentially 3 if the Flex Claws hit, but not enough buffs to go around this time. No Water the Seeds are untamed.
So it looks like we're going to be leveraging this Chi for the absolute barest amount of value. It will go ahead and finance this turn.
Drop in the ocean, just use no Transcend off of it. Gabe Sher just spending 1 entire card to block 1.
Very interesting. Did have a Battlefront Bastion available as well.
Possibly trying to keep that on offense is Gabe Sher over there with the
Seems
opponent
like
at
it.
1. Just send a big attack at them. And that's how you close
Here
out the
comes
game.
this Flex Clause. So this is still a decent turn. There is some follow-up here.
Gabe Sher just making sure he knows, like keeping track of the information that he does know. The card in Etienne's hand is unknown. The remaining Tiger is face up. Etienne very helpfully just representing he has 1 Tiger in hand.
Yes, second
leaving face
Tiger
up.
going to come in the form of that Flex Clause.
2 Tigers, no buff to speak of though, but you send them for mental damage, you gotta. Yeah, he doesn't.
And it is just going to be 3. Now this is lethal. Demands an additional card here. I think critically so.
That was masterfully sequenced by Etienne. Did just the right amount of damage he needs so that Gabe Sher cannot send back the Battlefront Bastion. And he kind of swung the tide there. We were talking about how that hand was so incredibly awkward. We weren't sure whether he would actually find the 3rd Chi in his deck, flipping up the kimono. He says he has to, did the math, saying, if I leave Gabe with just 1 card, it's unlikely he will take cards from me. And then when you are so low against the Zen, that's just not a good place to be in.
Look at cards in deck here, Ponkage, and we know they're not going to be super effective cards. All the good combo cards are taken at this point. There's 3 Chis coming around in just a few turn cycles that certainly if Gabe could play defensively for just a little bit longer, you know you're going to get that 1 damage. You play to the pitch deck. You just survive for 3 turns, attack for 1. The game is over. with the exception of that one equipment piece. So maybe you have to get to a threshold of 2 to be entirely safe, but that should be very achievable if you can just survive. I think the goals of this game have become very clear for Gabe Sher.
And you know what comes in for 2, Brian? A Spectral Shield 1 counter on it. If you're just able to just activate Enigma once, that shield for 2, you can't just use a K-Koi to stop it if you're Etienne. You have to give up cards to that.
And you see Gabe consulting the pitch stack now, trying to mentally reconstruct exactly what is left in that deck and how these turns are going to go. Is going to commit the Battlefront Bastion to defense at this point, stays alive, keeps 1 card, and we have to see what Etienne has on the offer back.
What an interesting blocking decision by Gabe Sher there. He had the option to Arsenal Battlefront Bastion and maybe just gamble that he had the space to be able to play it later on. Instead, choosing a block with Battlefront, resolve a blue Vengeful Apparition, saying just what you were pointing out, Brian, just let's be defensive for a little bit. Once you come around to that 3 chi, that's when I'll go in for the kind of killing blow.
Yeah, I think he's shifted to a very defensive mindset. I think correctly so, but Etienne has drawn a really, really nice looking hand here. Plenty of options on this turn and a couple of reds ready to go. Tiger Taming Kakara.
So Vengeful Apparition is live now. Unfortunately, Sigil of Solitude can be played at an instant after Vengeful Apparition goes away, but since it's a blue one, Gabe's saying I'm just going to use it as a normal blocking card.
That does defend fine here. Crouching Tiger comes in for 1. Gabe is forced to take this. I believe there's a no block left in hand for Gabe, and now falling to 2. Things looking precarious. Here's the follow-up. 1 more Harmony of the Hunt coming in for 3.
Makes a Tiger in hand. That'll very likely just go to Arsenal. Forced to use a Waxing Spectre defensively. You hate to be in that position if you are an Enigma.
And now I wonder, is actually Gabe in danger of being fatigued in this matchup?
That's at least 1 chi he's drawing back up.
Yeah, 4 cards drawn, only the 1 chi left.
And a Rising Sun as well. That's just 2 cards that block in that hand.
Shields are very down right now for Gabe. Here is the Tiger Form incantation to kick things off, and you see Gabe look into our souls. Look at him looking at the camera.
We spoke about how the rest of Etienne's deck doesn't seem very strong, not enough combo cards. Still has those reds that we saw him pick up really early in the draft. Those red Harmonies of the Hunt, red Tiger Form incantation. This Tiger is going to be coming in for 4, Brian.
Yeah, offering a break point on the Crouching Tiger. Flex Claws in hand as well, potentially coming in for 3.
Speaking of flexing, Etienne just flexing his skills in this draft format. He navigated out of that really precarious position so incredibly well just now, Brian.
Gabe falls to 1, and we know 2 no blocks in hand. It's just going to take any attack here. It is going to be the Flex Claws, and Gabe shows the hand, and Etienne gets the fist bump to move on to 8-0.
What a fantastic game to start off day 2 of Pro Tour Amsterdam. This is the level of gameplay that we have come to expect from our players, and this is exactly what we're seeing to start of the day.
Love to see the sportsmanship there on display. Both players having a laugh, having a handshake. Very well played on both sides, but ultimately only one player could advance to 8-0, and it is going to be Etienne. And I want to start building the story now, Ponkage. France shows up in LA in the form of Arthur Trehay, seemingly ordained to win that Pro Tour, had to rely on a bit of luck, found it in the most critical moment, pulled that Sigil of Solace that will never be forgotten, and crowned a Pro Tour champion from France. Are we starting to march in the same direction here after our first round here on day 2?
I can certainly believe so. It is definitely looking like it. And with that, let's go ahead and hear from our winner of that match. Let's move into the interview.
This was round 8, and my good friend Etienne just won his game. That was a very intense one. I saw you get very nervous at some points during the game, and then progressively, as it neared the end, you look way more confident. Is that how it felt in your head as well?
Indeed, my opponent have a lot of Spectre in his deck, and in this matchup, life point doesn't matter, it's the board it matters. So I was nervous. If one turn I don't clear his aura, he snowball and it's complicated. But my first turn was very huge, so he helps me. In fact, he have 2 Spectre on the board. I clean everything, and he left 1 card in hand, so I take back the tempo just for 7 HP, it's okay. And after we trade, and when he has the red essence, I have a yellow in my hand. Thanks to that, I have to clear his board. put some damage, and I keep a 1/4 red for the next turn and the next Spectre. Thanks to this, I keep the tempo and finally kill him at fatigue or.
Yeah, you were down to 1 and managed to get all the way to the end. That was very impressive. You told me that you were very nervous last night, couldn't sleep much. What's going on there?
It's my first Pro Tour, and I come here for a good weekend with my friends, and my objective is just made day 2. And now, for yesterday, I did it, and the 7-0, so
8-0 now.
8-0 now, and I can do something, so I'm thinking about that, and I only slept 2 or 3 hours this night.
Oh.
But coffee helped me.
Yeah, hopefully it will help you a bit more today. So next one is against Christopher Iaali. He's at 8-0 as well. He's one of the best American players. How do you feel about him? Do you know of him?
I heard yesterday about him, and it's a player, it's a very good player, but it's a player, it's a draft. I know he play a lot of illusionist stuff, so I think he played Enigma, he mastered Enigma, but then it's pretty favorable, so I can win, I can lose, but it's okay.
Let's see. Thank you so much for taking the time. We'll be right back with more coverage in Amsterdam.
Welcome back to the booth here in Amsterdam. You just heard from Etienne. First Pro Tour, Pankaj. 8-0 at your first Pro Tour. Can you imagine?
It's a dream story come true, to be honest. Really a Cinderella story. I think we've heard that before as well. Etienne showing us that, it's perhaps destined to just perform really well at this Pro Tour. I can't wait to see his run for the rest of today.
We're certainly going to follow him throughout this draft, but we do have more action from this round 8. Let's go ahead and head down to that feature match, and we'll see exactly what's going on across this pod. We want to find out who Etienne's going to have to take down to go ahead and move to a further unblemished record. We're going to kick things off with G-Tim Lee versus Kevin Zanker. It is going to be Zen versus Enigma one more time.
We will be watching this at 1.5 times speed. This is the backup match that we had pre-recorded to go ahead and show more action to all of you at home.
I'm for it, Pankaj. Show me all the flesh and blood you possibly can. Pump it directly into my veins. I will watch every match of Part the MSVL Limited you put in front of me. I will call them all. You're going to find me here Sunday evening when the Pro Tour is over, just casting.
Playing draft?
No, I'll just cast it. I'm fine.
Yep. So, equipment side, 4 pieces of equipment for a Zen player, once again, and only 3 for Kevin Zanker on the Enigma. Very similar to what we just saw between the other Zen Enigma game.
Yeah, it looks like just the exact same way. Oh, it looks like a bit of a false step there by Tim, as we are told he is preferred to call himself. And it is going to be Kevin Zanker starting things off here with the Vengeful Apparition.
Kevin Zanker almost wanted to play that Preserved Tradition after the Vengeful Apparition, but of course did not have a legal target in the graveyard. The graveyard is empty, so was not able to go ahead and do the Transcend. Instead, just pitched it for a Waxing Spectre. Still, very, very strong start for him.
Nimbalism leading things off here. Tiger Taming Kakara going to go ahead and try and do some work to clean up these early wards that Kevin Zanker has been able to establish down there in the arena.
2, though, kind of covered up very cleanly by the yellow Waxing Spectre. Yep, goes in and cashes that in.
Biting Breeze Yellow receiving the buff from this Nimbalism. Not a bad card to juice up a little bit.
Especially when you've already swung with the Tiger Taming Kakara. This Tiger that will be generated if this Biting Breeze hits is going to be coming in for 1. So Kevin Zanker deciding whether he can respect this on hit. And if this Vengeful Apparition goes away, I mean, that could let him go ahead and play an Aura instant speed. He might want this Aura to go away, but he probably doesn't want him to get a Tiger for 1 for free.
Yeah, interesting decision here from Kevin. Want to utilize that ward to its fullest, certainly. Reaching for the arsenal a bit. Already on Tim's very first attack. Kevin put into the tank a little bit here. And you can understand why. Stakes are so high at this juncture. Big Blue Sky coming down.
Not covering it up completely, though, so just using it as a block too, but critically Transcend is turned on, and he is holding on to a Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
Yep, this seems to be the priority in this case.
So both Vengeful Apparition and, Transcend being turned on here for Kevin Zanker.
Pouncing Chi, the follow-up here off this Crouching Tiger, coming in for 4. And Kevin Zanker already down to a fairly precarious 13 life in the very early turns of this game. Solitary Companion, though, able to utilize that trigger very, very well. Spectral Shield going to be joining it and will Transcend as well on the back of this Rising Sun, Setting Moon.
Critically, the Solitary Companion is coming down with a +1 counter thanks to that blue Vengeful Apparition. So we'll have go again once he swings with it and also has a Chi in his hand. Kevin Zanker used that life, took 7 points down to 13, but has a board state to show for it.
Solitary Companion kicking off the offense here, coming in with that counter on it, so it will have go again.
Question is, doesn't look like Kevin will be able to end this turn with one of those big chunky attacks like a Battlefront Bastion. That's what you want to do as Enigma. Set up a board state and send even something like a wounding blow or a big 3 for 7 or fact-finding mission. Not going to be the case for Kevin Zanker here. So Tim, pretty happy to just take these little pings.
Yeah, and has established a decent little board here. Haunting Spectre. Seeing a lot of the, I don't want to say bad auras, but a little bit worse auras. You certainly prefer to be on the instant side of things, but I do think well combined thus far from Kevin.
Haunting Spectre in particular, I am very, very partial to the Ward 4 auras. The
Ward
Sigil
4
of
is a big
Solitude.
deal, yeah.
4 is a very, very difficult number to block in this format.
The problem is when you run that number up against a Zen, it is so hard to get the maximum value out of that ward number. And I think to some extent you have the same problem against new. You have to make sure you're able to actually leverage the ward 4. So as much as I do like the raw numbers of it, you have to make sure you're set up to take advantage of it with the defensive options you have available in your deck.
Kevin Zanker, once again, pretty blue-heavy hand over there. It looks like he has gone for the Enigma list that does a lot of transcending. That's a third transcend card we've seen in his hand in 3 turns.
Emissary of Tides coming down.
And the Ward 4, just exactly covering it up. Very, very useful. Not going to get the exit the battlefield trigger because he does have another aura in the form of a Spectral Shield. But he's happy about it. Spectral Shield 2 go again for free to start the turn.
Always nice when you can keep one of those buffed Spectral Shields around. It makes your turn math very, very simple. Just kick things off with a little bit of free value. Tidal Surge, the follow-up here. We know this is well masked. It's going to get even bigger. Grain that tips the scale, as well as that buff going to come down.
Going to go all the way up to 8. And we just spoke about how, as Enigma, you want to build up a board state, swing with it, and come into a big chunky attack.
Well done. Well done here.
Exactly what he's doing. With the second Spectral Shield to boot as well. Kevin Zanker looking to be in a bit of a lead at the start of this game.
I agree. Well set up in this case. Tiger Form Incantation comes down. Backed up by a Wind Chakra. Tiger Taming Kakara is the play here.
So the
Looking
Tiger
for a big tiger on this next attack.
Yep, it is face up though, so it's Tim's turn is going to be 2 into 5 from the Tiger.
Not very impressive, honestly, Pankaj.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, he did also block the blue Wind Chakra. Sometimes you're forced to do that. Just recognize that you can't take the damage this turn. The offense you're mounting is not worth the damage you're going to take. You just need to hold on to your life total.
And look at this. Kevin happy to reset here. Just going to take some damage. So this match moving much more quickly than our last Zen versus Enigma match, I would say. Spectral Manifestation comes down. That's going to go ahead and create that buff Spectral Shield one more time. Kick turn off with 2 go again on the part of that Spectral Shield. And follow up Astral Etching. So this is now a big Spectral Shield, and we have shifted into Protect the Queen strategy for sure. Homage going to get a little bit of a life buff, and one more Spectral going to join on the back of that Enigma activated ability.
And you know what's really helpful for protecting the Queen? And second Spectral Shield and all 3 of the equipment pieces still being available for Kevin Zanker over here.
Things looking very good for Kevin right now.
Tim needs to figure out a way to bust through this board.
Red Tiger Form Incantation going to kick things off here. Crouching Tiger created effectively. Tiger Taming Kakara coming in.
Once again, yet another Transcend card in Kevin Zanker's hand. Looks like his list has six Transcends maybe, potentially.
2 into 4 awkward breakpoints thus far. Single-minded determination comes down with a little bit of defense. Spectral shield, small version gets cleared, and then fact-finding mission is the follow-up. What are the defensive options here? Looks like evasive leap and no block. So are these equipments going to be able to protect this big spectral shield? It would have to be 3 prevention effects available here.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, that hand doesn't do anything on offense.
And you see the hands go to Kevin's face, and I wonder if Tim found exactly the right card here in the form of this big damage output of fact-finding mission to break this extremely threatening spectral shield.
I have to point out, Kevin Zanker took a little bit of a greedy line, blocking the single-minded determination first, not knowing whether... he was holding the evasive leap, but if he held the single-minded determination, at least he would have a play on his turn, whereas this time he's just forced to use the evasive leap and lose the board state anyway and just arsenal the stir the pot.
Yeah, and fact-finding mission is going to hit. Tim takes a cheeky peek at that face-down arm slot. Still 4 equipment on the side of Tim as well, I will note, and all face down, so all cloaked equipment. I wonder if it's just a very defensive Kikoi suite.
Is that a Manifestations of Muragai in Kevin's hand?
Yep.
That is and now we know why he took so many cheat cards. You have to imagine that was a
lot
very
of
early
sense.
pick.
And has a cheat card in hand again. So,
yes. And a stir the pot in arsenal.
Yeah, if you were able to go ahead and find a way through this turn, you could be dealing with a massive Manifestations of Muragai, perhaps the card that is feared more than any other in this Part the Mistveil limited format.
Definitely a card that can decide games all on its own, but you do need to be able to transcend and play it. And when Tim sends a big 7 attack right at your face, that could be a really, really tough proposition.
Yeah, and we know no block cards in hand here. Do we have enough defense here to go ahead and convert this Manifestations of Muragai? This is what it's all about right now. Can this powerful, powerful aura be kept? 2 sigils potentially at the ready to block. What are those equipment pieces? I think that's the critical question here. How much defense do we have on offer? Still obscured.
So 1 Kikoi piece does let him put 2 blocks in front of this and use a Kikoi piece. He'll be able to double transcend, play the Muragai.
Gonna kick things off with the transcend now.
Showing a bit of a punish over here, using the path well traveled on the previous chain link. Tim, something that you see some players do is close the chain after every go again because of plays like this. So Tim getting slightly punished over there, but ultimately could have used path well traveled on the resolution step anyway. Correction, the link step to prevent the go again.
Yeah, now the hand looking very full for Kevin after that double transcend, and we are going to go ahead and commit these 2 blocks and a Kikoi. So we are going to survive at 1, cheese in hand, Manifestations of Muragai about to hit the arena. Is this going to be enough to get the job done?
And if you're Tim, you have to be worried about Uphold Tradition. That's an Uphold Tradition. This Manifestation is going to suddenly be coming in for 10.
Nightmare scenario here for Tim. Has to find a reasonable defense to not just leave yourself dead. I think probably very happy that those arms have been checked at this point. You know exactly what you're dealing with. That fact-finding mission may be paying some dividends on a critical turn here.
I don't believe we managed to catch a peek at it, right?
No, I did not
Tim
see
knows.
it.
Yep.
That will certainly affect this defensive decision. Either way, it's problematic.
These Enigma Zen games have been such nail biters. Not something you would expect when you hear about Enigma versus Zen. You expect Zen to just have a fairly easy time. But even in the previous game, with Etienne having such an amazing Zen list, still had his back against the wall for a little bit. Had to navigate his way expertly out of that situation. Over here, Tim in a similar predicament over here.
The threat of manifestation is so massive because not only do you have to be able to go ahead and find a way out of a very, very vulnerable defensive situation, you need offense on the next turn. If you do not kill this card, you will die. You cannot face down a manifestations for 2 turns. And it is the Uphold tradition. So Tim certainly knew about it. Fact-finding mission definitely paying dividends here. But regardless, a massive hit to Tim's hand, and now has to hope that he's able to have kept a hand that can push through and crack this manifestations. Can you beat the 4 cards drawn by Kevin here? If you're Kevin, you want defensive options. I think I see a no block. Uphold tradition, 3 defensive cards. Water the Seeds kicks things off.
So
and you have that ward on the Truths Retold as well.
So 2 ward on the field for Kevin Zanker, but critically for Tim, he doesn't need to get the manifestations off the board if he can get all the cards from Kevin's hand, because he does need to pay to swing with the manifestations.
Yeah, I misspoke. Actually, 2 ward out there in the arena. So the task is just massive here for Tim to try and go ahead and punch through.
Also want to point out that Tim managed to go down to exactly 1. I was wondering whether we might see a kimono come out to maybe try and mount some offense. Did not see that. Didn't manage to get his manifestations out.
Card in hand has been kept, and that means manifestations comes in for 10 once again, and that's going to get the fist bump. And you see why the absolute bomb of the MST format has been established. It is Manifestations of Moragai, a near impossible card to beat unless you're able to absolutely be on the front foot. And I think Tim was so close. So close. I mean, obviously, Kevin falling to 1 there, you know you're playing on a razor's edge. And if you're just able to find a little bit more damage on that critical turn, if Kevin doesn't have the Uphold Tradition to push to 10, you keep another card, and you can probably just narrowly get there, but it was not to be.
I think I want to point out that a lot of people see the manifestations and think that sort of single-handedly just wins you the game, and suddenly look that way, but he had to navigate his way to be able to resolve that card very, very well from Kevin Zanker's side. Not only in the gameplay front of it, because it is a very awkward card to cast. You need to pitch a chi to play it, and then you need another card to go ahead and attack with it, but also in the draft. That was 6 to 7 to 8 chis in his deck is what it looked like. We didn't look at the entire list, but that was a lot of chis, which is risky. You know, you might just draw too many of the chis in the same hand. So a lot of navigation to do in the draft and in the gameplay to resolve a card like that. But in the end, if you manage to succeed that, you get rewarded the way Kevin did.
It makes me wonder if that was an early pick, because it did seem like the deck was very well built to take advantage of that manifestations. Well, we have our 8-0 players after this round, Pankaj. There are 2 of them left. It is Etienne, who we saw expertly navigate that Zen game, expertly navigate his draft. And it's Chris Iaali, who we also saw expertly navigate a draft yesterday, now sitting at 8-0. Those players are ready for a showdown. Next round, we are going to bring you the last 2 undefeated players here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. You are not going to want to miss that. Do not go anywhere.
Back in the booth at Pro Tour Amsterdam, guys. I'm Romain, this is Kieran, and I have to tell you, I'm not supposed to be biased, but seeing Etienne conquering everybody at this Pro Tour Amsterdam has me very excited, and I'm very glad that we are able to showcase the skill of this guy. He's been instrumental in making sure that his local community can grow with him. He's playing in the east of France, and he's one of the greatest guys. It was very impressive to see him ascend to this level of skill, so it's very cool to watch.
It being his first Pro Tour as well, very, very impressive.
Yeah.
Is France going to go back-to-back at Pro Tours? That would be...
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, I'd be very excited about this one, especially, he went all the way to Germany, I think, to qualify for this Pro Tour. He travels everywhere to try to qualify for these big events, and as you said, it's his first Pro Tour, so very impressive. So we'll go to watch his round 9 very shortly, but first we wanted to talk to you about a very cool product that's been releasing recently. So the Kayo deck was out a couple of months ago, and it's been doing like this Savage Sash. There's a lot of these cards were very impressive and did wonders for the whole Brute class. But this is one of the newest product in the line for Flesh and Blood. Did you have a hand in designing these, by the way?
As part of the testing team for this, and it's been really cool to see the impact that cards like Savage Sash, of course, the centerpiece, and Run Rush Shot have had, just giving Kayo that new lease on life, so to say, so he could step up there and compete with some of the new heroes. And I've been wandering around the tables, seeing a fair few KOs floating around up the top there, so obviously had a big impact, and some really great stories of new players going to the local game store and just buying the Armory deck and getting to play in Armories and
picking the deck. And you can compete in an Armory with these decks. It's not necessarily the deck that you can bring to a Pro Tour, but it's good enough to win at Armories with these, with the level and with the power level of these cards. Let's take a look at the second one that was released, Bolton, at the beginning of July. Very excited about this one, obviously. And I know, so I've heard that there was an American player. He was very young and he came with his dad, and his dad was playing a side event in CC yesterday, and his dad just picked up the Bolton deck and he played in a side event at the Pro Tour, which was very cool. So that's definitely exactly what you want to see with these decks. Just pick up the deck, go to play your first events and see if you like it.
Yeah, it really speaks to how these have been really successful, being a good entry point into Flesh and Blood. Like you say, you actually just go to your store, pick up a classic constructor deck, and away you go. You're ready to play right off the bat. Also very cool to see that not only are these good for new players, but also the more experienced players who like to get access to some new tools. We got to see Iaali Bird, a noted Bolton player. She was rocking the Saving Grace and I believe all 4 pieces of the new equipment.
She was playing all of these cards, actually. And, even the Bracers of Billionaires Grace. So she was playing the Solar Plexus. Everything that you see, all the new cards were played in this deck. Didn't go her way yesterday, but I think she showed some of the power of these cards. The Saving Grace was used to very good, was very efficient when she played it, and Warpath as well.
For sure, and just before we move on to talk about the Iaali deck, I did have a look at the conversion stats. I think there were 5 Boltons came to the Pro Tour and 3 made day 2.
Made 2.
60% conversion.
Yeah. Pretty good for this deck. That wasn't supposed to be very highly represented, but still has good results.
And we got to take a look at the Iaali deck as well, coming out August 2nd.
Yeah,
which is,
next week
very
actually.
soon.
Yeah, and these Iaali players are getting really excited about the new cards. Look at this: the lineup: Target Totalizer, Flight Path, Sharpshooters, Hidden Agenda, and Stone Rain. Stone Rain seems very strong.
Yeah, I think just a lot of cool cards and definitely some support for some of the aim counter cards. We've seen cards, things like Barbed Undertow and a few others pop up here and there. Stone Rain, another excellent new tool for Iaali. And lineup as well, just another sort of different take on how some of these pumps can work with Iaali. So I'm really excited to see that the impact this Armory deck will have. I think it's again a really great. I feel Iaali has been a very popular hero amongst the community. Even when she wasn't that good back in the day, she had some very loyal supporters. And
the cult, actually.
Yeah, the cult of Iaali. And I can't wait to see the new generation of Iaali maybe starting off with this Armory deck starting from next week.
Yeah, that's something, because a lot of the Iaali players rather prefer to play the Death Dealer version, but there might be a way now to play with the Sun Skyward Greatbow. And I know lots of players who absolutely want to try to find the perfect build for this Sun Skyward Greatbow Turbo Azalea deck. So maybe these cards will help them.
I mean,
so
I
there you
know
go. Next week, guys, Azalea Armory deck.
my friend and fellow dev back home, Tom Penny, is a big fan of the Sandscale Great Bow, so shout out to him.
It is a very nice build, very hard to play too, but yeah, very nice build. So there you go. There you have it. Next week, Azalea Armory deck. I think we'll go to the feature match very shortly. We're ready to cast this one. Very excited to see what Etienne can do, if he can go all the way and maybe 3-0 this draft. We've seen his deck. It's a pretty strong deck, and he can definitely go 3-0. So let's hope he doesn't let Christopher Iaali stand in his way. He was saying during the interview that he approached this game as we know that Christopher is one of the best players in the world, obviously, but he approached this game as like any other game, like an armory, basically. It doesn't matter if Christopher is one of the strongest players in the world, and I think he was the runner-up at Worlds in 2023.
Maybe in 2022, but he is a world champion finalist, and Chris, we saw him play part of the Misfell draft to success. He went 3-0 in his draft pod yesterday. Obviously, fantastic player. But Etienne as well, just 8-0 at his first Pro Tour. That's the thing you dream of, I think, when you start playing something like Flesh and Blood. Is you start off going to your armory, maybe just playing on your kitchen table at home with some friends, and then you start playing a few qualifying tournaments here and there, maybe a Battle Hardened, a national championship, work your way up through the ranks, and then I think that's the dream. You go to the Pro Tour and you get the dream start, 8-0. Is he going to be able to convert that into a 9-0 and continue this undefeated streak?
That's exactly what he was saying. He was just planning to travel with his friends, play some games, maybe go into day 2 at the Pro Tour, but now he's very close to maybe locking a spot in the top 8 of this Pro Tour if he goes all the way. So I'm very happy for him, and it's really a testament to the way this organized player pathway has been designed. You try to make sure that these players can get involved in more and more competitive events. And maybe at the beginning of his Flesh and Blood career, Etienne didn't have too many competitive ambitions. But now that he's one of the best players in France, he actually went top 4 at French Nationals this year. He can definitely prove that he can make it all the way.
Okay, looks like we're about to kick things off, and just looking over at the equipment on Etienne's side, it's got the Strider Reprisal and the Mask of Wise and Whiskers, plus 2 cloaked equipment. Very nice setup for when you're starting things off with Zen.
Yeah, I think he said that during his first game in this draft, he got bailed out by the Strider Reprisal. He didn't have much to do with his hand at some point during the game, and having just one way to get the free Crouching Tiger was huge. Just a pick 2 pieces to start off for Christopher.
This is where we say, just one, no tricks, I promise.
Yeah, I'm just a new player. I'm nice. I'm not the kind of guy that comes packing lots of attack reaction. It looks like Etienne is very confident in blocking only with this Untamed, so block for 2.
Looks like he has some pretty strong cards in there with the Flex Claws and the red Pouncing Key. Maybe a red Untamed as well, so just wanting to hold on to those power cards.
Oh, he's considering blocking it with second one.
Okay.
I think it makes sense. Oh. No.
So is he going to get punished here?
He is.
Yep, so that's going to push that up to 5.
Mm-hmm.
One card that I will be looking for in this matchup, Roman, particularly on the news side, is Desires of Flesh. That card is very, very good, particularly against Zen, because they tend to run a lot of attack actions, and if they block or if they don't, if they block with a card, you banish it, gain that life. If you banish a card off the top, you're going to gain a life. But, well, actually, getting back to the game, this looks like a very powerful hand here. Picked up the blue card. Looks like a green that tips the scales.
Yeah, but does he have a blue to start the... No, he doesn't have it. So he cannot transcend out of the grain that tips the scale, because I think his hand is pretty strong already. So just Flex Claws to start off. Attack for 4, go again, and if it hits, it creates a Crouching Tiger. So obviously, Christopher doesn't want that, using the Evasive Lip.
And this will be interesting to see if he wants to get aggressive. Okay, so yeah, so just going for the more value line of the Tiger Taming Kakara. Most likely it's going to follow up with that Pouncing Key just to push a little bit of damage, allowing him to arsenal that red Untamed to set up a very strong next turn with a 5-card hand.
That's why he was mentioning during his first game. He always manages to use the Kakara in a very efficient way, has lots of one-cost attacks, and just able to attack with the Kakara and follow it up with a zero-cost attack like Moinki.
Yep. So it looks like the
Pansinki, sorry.
Kakara was able to push 2 damage,
Yep.
and Christopher blocking out that pouncing key at the end there.
One thing to look at is obviously the number of blue cards that is in Etienne's banish zone, and so far I think there's only a yellow and tamed, so not much to play with for Christopher if he gets a way to activate his zero power at any point during this game.
Yep, and we see Christopher pitching a pass over there, so that's a card to keep an eye on when it comes back. Very nice card for Nu, being able to banish just a targeted card, and then ideally play it off your hero ability.
Etienne deciding to let the Mistblade hit. This is always something to consider because you never want to give +1 and go again to any of the blue cards following up. But now it's only a Mind's Desire with a hiss.
Very efficient from Chris here, able to hold on to that Slither for a following turn, perhaps put that in Arsenal, and banishing a flex clause off the top.
So Etienne must have a very strong hand. He took everything to the face and decided to keep his whole hand. Looks like at least a fight-finding mission. So, okay, how many of the hand to start of the turn? 3, go again. And if you pitch the blue, creates a Crouching Tiger. Very strong card, obviously. And the red one is perfect. Exactly what you want to see. I think he has several of these in his deck. It's he was very happy about his draft, and he was pretty confident that he could go all the way.
Yeah,
But
how many?
of course, Nu is probably one of the worst matchup, probably the worst matchup out of these 2 other heroes in Part de Mise Limited.
Yeah, how many the hunt? Just lining up really nicely, being able to sequence that into the Tiger Tame and Kakara as well. And also that Untamed. So he's got a lot of ways to pump up his Tigers here. So yeah, looking at the life totals here, 16 to 10. So as you mentioned, Etienne getting very aggressive on this turn.
Yeah. Oh.
And I think we're starting to see why. So the Untamed coming in for 4. He's going to be able to follow that up with the Tiger as well. So it's going to have a buff from the Tiger Tame, Kakara, and the Untamed. So at
He'll
least
be able to end this turn with a fact-finding mission, which is coming in very big. Is that a blue or red one? But it will be big. This is definitely a very strong turn.
Fact-finding mission, just one of those cards that is sort of sneaky good in this format. It, on the face of it, it's just a 2/6 that blocks for 2, but sometimes the big numbers are just what you need. And also being able to spot out even a cloaked equipment with that on-hit effect, very, very nice, particularly things like trying to find out the chest or
the kimono. Yeah, if you want to look out for the kimono or something, it's definitely very strong. There you have it. Always unexpected when a Zen finishes their turn with a big 6 power attack. And this one has a non-hit effect, as you said, so
it looks like if we count it up, that's a 3, 5, 9, 11, 17 damage.
Yeah, that's what we were saying. Definitely a very big turn for Etienne, which is why he took 6 to the face on the last one. And Christopher considering blocking it out, but he wouldn't have much to attack with if he did. It looks like
potentially going to see maybe a 1
fraction, maybe
potentially a 1-card block from Christopher here if he wants to get a little bit aggressive. Maybe just weighing up how important he considers that hint of information of his cloaked equipment here. Also, if he has the hand to be able to push back, but actually,
wow. Okay, going very low against Zen is always a scary proposition, so it looks like he has a plan.
So now a pretty important choice about what card you want to look at. I mean, it's not going to be the Arsenal here because he knows that's a Slither with the go again. So it's going to be the arms.
This is the Waves of Aquamarine, right?
Okay, that's a pretty nice one to have information about, knowing that if you are able to play around that pump, perhaps with a Keikoi or overblocking by 1. So one thing to note, so Christopher, we know he has the Slither in hand, in Arsenal. kept his entire hand here, so probably going to expect to see some fireworks on this turn.
This is it. Etienne has a pretty strong hand as well, so how much is he willing to defend this one? You can definitely die if you're not careful with these attacks.
Yep, we've seen some crazy new
It's
in-games.
happened to me from time to time, so it's always a consideration. Do you want to defend anything, or are you saying to your opponent, okay, just kill me, or I will kill you, you're down to 4, and I can definitely kill you, I'm Zen, that's what I do best? Or are you more careful, which Etienne probably should be?
Yeah, I think it's particularly scary when your opponent basically just took most of the damage to the face to keep their entire hand here.
And also, any of these hits with the Art of Desire body means, well, in these matchup when you're playing against them, there's also a strong chance that you can get the banish a red card and gain 1 life.
Okay, so he does miss, but hits the blue Untamed, which could be pretty handy later on in the turn.
Okay, so there was a judge call, but we'll be right back to the table right now just to see what happens with the...
Yeah, we'll just give them a second. Looks like there may have been a judge call, something to do with an attack reaction there. So we'll let the players and the judges sort that one out amongst themselves. But at the moment, looks like a pretty tight game. We'll see if Christopher's able to follow that up there. I mean, one thing I did note there is if the damage and the on-hit was resolved without playing the Slither for the go again, that may be an issue that the judges are trying to work out.
It was, yeah, actually.
Okay, we're going to just head straight back to the game. Oh, and unfortunately for Christopher there...
Yeah, no reaction there, so that was only 2 damage.
Yeah, so it looks like he maybe just got a little bit hasty moving to damage and didn't stop in the reactions to play that go again, so he'll be a little bit disappointed with himself on that. It has been a long weekend of Flesh and Blood. Christopher is one of the top players. I'm sure he's going to just try to keep his composure and do what he can to stay in this game.
Mistakes can happen sometimes.
But obviously, down to 4 life, not the position he wanted to be in, with the opponent still on 8 on this turn.
And Etienne following it up with the harmony of the hand for 1, just the blue one, but still it creates a tiger and he gets to transcend out of it.
Very, very strong here. He did just put the red pouncing key back on the bottom of his deck as well. Does have access to that if he wants to.
And that Rising Sun Setting Moon, probably one of the most beautiful arts in this set, which is a set that is full of beautiful arts as well. But this card is amazing. So, I don't remember if we've ever seen him play something like a Key Unleashed, which is probably one of the strongest cards that you can fetch with his N0 power, but it looks like a Pouncing Key there.
Yep, so Pouncing Key lines up really nicely with the resources here, being able to come with the Tiger Taming Kakara into the Pouncing Key, still have a Tiger plus 1 card left in hand. With your opponent on 3 here as well, you really just want to get them to the point where you're stripping multiple cards.
And as you said, an attack with the Kakara. Oh, perfect. The Battlefront Bastion manages to block 2 and prevent the next one. So this Tiger attack will not do any damage. This one won't either, but that's just a way to clear the hand and finishing it off with the Pouncing Key for go again.
Yep, so that first Tiger just soaking up the damage prevention from the Battlefront Bastion there. And Christopher forced to block with the hiss here, dropped down to 2 life. So Etienne's going to be pretty happy with how that turn went. Opponent down to 2 cards in hand, 1 in Arsenal. You know that Arsenal card is the Slither still.
Still the Slither, yeah.
Still the Stride of Reprisal up as well, if you need that to sort of unbreak your hand with Tigers. So Christopher, basically up against the ropes here, is going to have to try and make something happen.
This might be the moment where he decides to block with the Stride, because we are reaching the end of the game, and obviously you don't want to keep one of your pieces of equipment until it's too late. And that might be one of the considerations for Christopher as well, because we know that he has the waves of Aquamarine, but is there any way to profit from it and to use the effect as well as be able to, once it's uncloaked, block with it? if you don't find a way to activate it, you can't use the block actually. So you need to be able to use it as soon as possible. Now that it's been revealed that Etienne knows what's behind it, what's cloaked.
Yeah, if Etienne's able to,
it.
if Etienne's able to use that target in some way from the stride, I think he's going to be pretty happy pushing this in. His goal on this upcoming turn is just to strip Christopher's entire hand.
Yeah.
Maybe chip away one or two of the equipments, and basically just get him down to the point where he's able to. Chris is really limited in what he's able to do on the swing back. You know, with one or two cards, not really that much you can do as new, particularly with your opponent at 7 life.
Once again, only attack following up the Mist Blade attack with the red Bonds of Attraction, not being able to use the go again effect on these blue cards from the Mist Blade much this game.
It looks like Etienne's considering a no blocks here. Honestly, if you're able to effectively use all the cards in your hand with the go again, I think you're very happy taking all the damage here.
Not even blocking with the stride. So yeah, there you go. Chris decides to use the Wave of Aquamarine. Is that waves or wave?
Wave, I believe, but
It's only one wave of Aquamarine.
a good heads-up play here as well, because this actually allows you to get the defensive value from Waves of Aquamarine, which is very, very important on this turn.
That's waves.
Yep. So notably as well, it doesn't have Blade Break, so if Etienne needs to close the chain for whatever reason, maybe able to get multiple points of value out of that here. So just going to kick things
Tiger
off.
from Incantation.
Yeah, and that's looking like a very nice hand there.
Yeah, there's a Gravekeeping as well. So this is a big Tiger for 3.
So Tiger for 3 going to come down. Looks like there may be a Breed Anger in hand as well.
Yeah.
So Etienne may be looking to get very aggressive here. Perhaps the Tiger Taming Kakara, the Breed Anger, into then another Tiger, into the Gravekeeping. Just all these little points of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point in the game, Christopher can't allow any of these Tigers to hit. So being able to create as many of them and buffing them with the Kakara or with the Tiger from Incantation is big. This big Breed Anger is only the yellow one though, so a bit easier to block it out.
Yes, Chris, we're going to go ahead and look at the Banish Zone.
Not much to play with apparently, only a blue Untamed. And if you try to read the body language on Etienne's side, he looks very confident in this one, which you have to when you're in this position. You're on the offense, you're playing Zen.
I think rightfully so.
Yeah.
And just having those additional, that little additional piece of information as well, that you know your opponent's arsenal, still that sliver from multiple turns back, means that if you get your opponent down to a 1 or 2 card hand, you feel very safe playing into them. So the Kakara going to come in for 2 here, and we're going to see that followed up by the Tiger for 1 into a Gravekeeping, and if that's red, that's coming in for 5.
So, a Tiger for 1. This is lethal, so you need to give something, Christopher. The Stilettos have been used to block already, so it has to be, if he doesn't want to use a card from hand, it needs to be one of his equipment that is cloaked right now.
Yeah, perhaps a piece of Kikori equipment to flip up to prevent this.
There you go.
So we are going to see the hit
Crest.
in here.
And as you said, following it up with the Gravekeeping for 5. And that's GG, yeah.
Yep.
Didn't have a way to block with. You mentioned was that the first passover that we saw, or did he have two of these in his deck? That might be it, but yeah, it came back to haunt him there.
Yep, so caught out with the no block in the end. So congratulations to Etienne, proceeding through to 9-0. And we're actually going to pass things on and get the interview, see how he's feeling after rounding out the 9 wins.
Very happy about the results of this one. So yeah, I think Erika is ready to interview him.
Hello everybody and welcome back. I'm here with a winner's interview with Etienne, who is currently our only undefeated player going into Pro Tour Amsterdam on day 2, just beating the other undefeated up to this point, Christopher Iaali, in a neck-breaking Zen versus New matchup. How are you feeling being the only undefeated now going into this or continuing this tournament?
I don't really expected that, but I'm so very happy, and I hope I will continue like that.
Absolutely. You drafted both Zen yesterday and today. Is that your most comfortable hero drafting, or are you also comfortable drafting more heroes?
My philosophy is no Enigma, so new or Zen. I know new because I play in CC. But in the French National Championship and yesterday I draft Zen, and it works good. So today I hard pick Zen because I'm feel comfortable and my deck is okay, so it's good.
Do you feel that it is okay enough to 3-0 today as well?
We will see. We will see.
Only time will tell. We'll catch you back right after this little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I definitely think his deck can go 3-0.
Yep, so Etienne staying very humble there, but congratulations. We'll see if he can round that out, get the clean 10-0. That would be pretty amazing. We're actually going to go to a short break, but we're going to bring up the Rosetta trailer, and it's such a cool set. I've worked on this set. I absolutely love it. I know in the office we've got multiple people with multiple different favorite heroes. The trailer is a work of art, so don't go anywhere. We're going to roll that up for you right now.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future, why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden, and I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Racing to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
ancients, life givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
Back in Amsterdam in the booth, I'm Romain, this is Erika, and this is the last one of this draft. Can Etienne Barioulet go 3-0? 10-0 for this guy. It will be such an amazing story. I definitely am very excited to watch this one. How about you?
I'm equally excited. I watched his previous games live happening, and I tried to avoid this game so we could watch it together live, and it's going to be super exciting to see.
You interviewed him. What did you feel? He looks like he's very confident.
Yeah, but also a little bit baffled. He didn't expect to be here at this situation here today.
It's really cool for him. Once again, I'm very excited about this guy. He's very shy usually, but now he's starting to
bloom up a little.
A little bit, and prove that he can compete with the best.
Such an exciting day.
Christophe Iaali, very, very exciting. Yeah. So before we jump to the game, let's talk a little bit about one of the next of these competitive seasons that we're going to have. This is, of course, the skirmish season happening at the end of this summer, 24th of August to 8th of September 8th. Blaze Firemine on the line. The Coldfall version, very cool card, very strong hero as well. Have you played it or against it?
No, I haven't seen it in my local meta yet. It's quite hard to get attached on. So far, so good. But with the skirmish season coming around, I probably expect to see a lot more coming around in my local armories after that.
Yeah, it's been slightly nerfed before the start of the season, fortunately, because it was very strong. This card, I mean, this hero with the Ether Wildfire was very strong and probably a bit overpowered. So now it's more on par with the other strong decks in the format, but still a very, very good deck. And of course, it's a wizard, so you never know what's going to happen, fall your way when this happens. Let's take a look at the pricing for this series of events, this skirmish season. So there you go, Blaze Firemine. Coldfall version. The one that people have right now is only the Rainbow Fall version. Right. This is the one that we distribute to people coming to check out the game at conventions. Yep. But this is the Coldfall, and this will probably be the only way to get it. Winning a skirmish for this season, skirmish season.
Very premium.
Very cool card. Also, if you get into top 4, you get the Challenge Tariq, which will probably be pretty useful with the next set with Rosetta.
One of my favorite cards.
I know that you are that kind of player. Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, Channel Monterey, Coldfall version, and these participation prizes are very cool as well. Lightning Form and Earth Form. If you go to any of these skirmish events, you'll get your hands on them.
And extended art is always super, super cool addition to your deck.
Yeah, they look amazing. And the Justin Nick
playmat. That's one you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Okay, let's go to the game. Etienne Barioulet, and I think he's playing versus Kevin Zanker. So we saw Kevin yesterday. He destroyed Ellie Bird, who was playing Bolton. He went Blood Rush Bellow into Blood Rush Bellow into one turn off because he didn't have a way to use the Blood Rush Bellow that he actually drew. So definitely a very strong player. And he is at 8-1 right now. So Etienne Barioulet, the only undefeated. And this is for the 10-0, the big 10-0 at Pro Tour Amsterdam.
So big game here for both Kevin and Etienne. France versus Germany. It's always fun to see in these global tournaments or these local tournaments where people from all over the world are traveling to compete in these big events and clashing against each other. It's always fun to see.
There's also definitely a chance that these guys have played against each other because Etienne lives in Strasbourg and Strasbourg is very close to it's very close to Germany, and I know that he travels to Germany a lot to qualify for these events. I'm pretty sure that he qualified for this Pro Tour by winning a ProQuest in Germany, actually.
Okay.
So there's a chance that they met each other. I know that Etienne won a ProQuest in Germany, playing actually versus Christian Hauck, who's a very, very good German TCG player. He's also playing other TCGs, but he's at the top tables at this Pro Tour as well.
Yeah, you can sometimes forget that so many European countries are so close to one another that during ProQuest season especially, people like to travel around a little bit to fight their chances in various ProQuest tournaments when you have something that might be more local to you than in your native country.
Yeah. So this first turn for Kevin was pretty good, right?
Pretty good start. Enigma chose to go first, or got to go first. We're not sure who got to choose, but Enigma getting to start and set up a pretty nifty board here on the starting turn versus a Zen, so we don't have to worry about pick the pieces or anything like that. I can just ultimately destroy our little sacred board here. So Kevin already getting good defensive value out of his first turn.
Attacking with the Kakara, so that's one of the patterns that he used a lot during the previous game as well. And I think he did the same for the first one, just being able to use the Kakara as efficiently as possible. And look at this, Kevin not even trying to protect his board, just happy to get the value, the defensive value out of these.
It must tell Etienne that Kevin is sitting on something really, really powerful in his hand, that he can repopulate his board yet again.
And this droplet coming in for 4 because the Harmony of the Hunt was the blue one.
Quite a spicy turn. You can sometimes get really, really good value out of these Mystic cards when you have a little bit of a blue hand heavy that we saw here from Etienne. So getting a little bit of better value there. No Transcendo, but there's more turns that we can get to Transcend on. Not as crucial in this format as we see in CC. We saw some games yesterday where one of our Zens didn't get to transcend the whole game, basically, and that was a bit of a shutdown.
Yeah.
But in this format, I mean, of course, the transcend is really, really good because you can tutor your Zen and get to pick out of your combo cards from your deck and get that precious tiger. But you can also always find value just playing out your cards directly from your hand and find the good value turns that way as well. But a full red hand here from Etienne, I see.
Oh, yeah.
It's not great. The mana curves on Zen are sometimes requiring at least a blue to go with it.
And he was mentioning that he had a lot of one-cost attacks, which is very useful when you want to just pitch one blue, attack with that first one-cost attack, or with the Kakara first, but anyway you want to navigate it. But in this situation, if you have only red cards in hand, it can come back to haunt you a little bit. And the Waxing Spectre there, it's a yellow one. Looks like that's just an attack for 3. Let's go again.
It's better than blue, a little bit worse than red, but it's still a 3. And we have the go again as well, so
it has the go again, yes.
Don't think we have any pitch floating though, so if it doesn't have a 0-cost attack in his arsenal, then this might be it. And Etienne thinking if he wants to keep his whole hand here.
No, he wants the tiger. So blocking with the Stride of Reprisal.
Very impressive, Etienne also having the full equipment suite. It can sometimes be really hard in draft to get that full equipment suite.
Yeah, how much do you value these equipment pieces? And you never know if you're gonna get the full suite at the end of your draft. So how highly do you want to value them?
Very highly. Personally, if I see some value cards in the armor suite that I really, really want, then I probably favor those in before any other, even the generics, and sometimes.
Oh yeah,
can
also
be
it
very
lets you stay
important.
open as long as you want. Yeah.
Exactly. So some of the prevent cards that we have
The
at our
Keikoi.
disposal, the Keikois, they are super powerful and they can bring out your deck. It's always that negotiation that if you want to bring out those before your class cards in the various slots, of course. Some of the class cards are some of your more premium armor slots in this deck.
So Untamed coming in for 4 and getting rid of the Waxing Spectre there. Looks like it's a pretty defensive hand maybe for Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin getting a lot of value both aggressively and defensively with his board, respecting that he's not going to take any extra unnecessary punches and also not going above and beyond to protect his board. He's going to just try to re-establish a new board, try to be offensive with that, get the block value out of it with the board on the return end and just rinse and repeat.
This is the card Etienne won with last game. Gravekeeping attacking for 5. Very nice turn, just making full use of this very red hand to still attack for 10 damage.
Yeah, pretty good turn here for Etienne. But Kevin still sitting at a healthy 19 here. Thinking if he should...
He's taking it. I think he has to. If I don't exactly remember what he has in his arsenal, but he's, with what we see from his hand...
Yeah, probably wants that D-react back into his arsenal, so probably
absolutely.
looking to play out his arsenal this turn. And there we see it. The first tenant of Chi.
First tenant of Chi win.
Yeah.
Into
Tidal Surge?
Tidal Surge, yeah. So that will be an attack for 5. Go again. Oh, 7 go again.
It's a +2.
Yeah.
The blue.
Tidal Surge is the big one. The big wave.
Yeah, I love the art on these cards. They're absolutely stunning. But the Mystic cards are a bit of a jail card in this game because when you're facing a new, those cards can really come back and haunt you in those matchups. But in this instance, there's no need to worry about that. And then you can get some really good aggressive value out of your blue card's hands.
But yeah, sometimes you never know if your opponent, when you're playing against you, if your opponent will be able to use them in a more efficient way than you. And we saw that yesterday.
Yeah, playing a 7 for 0 is quite good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. And now it looks like Etienne has a very blue hand after having a very red
First
hand.
a blue, then a red, now a blue. Sometimes that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
But he's also sitting on some Mystic cards in his hand. He's also sitting on some Mystic cards in his hand. I see a Rising Tide. Could be a first tenant there. They also block for quite well as well. Most of them block for 3. So it's a very think here on how he wants to utilize his hand. Yeah, that's the first tenant of Chi.
Yeah.
But can we utilize the go again is the question.
Tide.
It's not the most powerful hand we've seen today.
No, he's in better hands for sure, but that's why he's considering blocking, I guess. It doesn't want to take too much damage. 7 is big in this situation. 7 is huge.
Definitely. But Kevin does not have a board for the next turnaround either, for once.
Yeah, and this is always something that I find very hard to evaluate when I'm drafting in Enigma. How many of these Mystic cards do you want? Because the hero power and the hero itself is designed to be very efficient when you have these auras on the board and when you can use the ward and attack with these...
I think that's kind of an archetype that you want to go for if you want to prioritize the Mystic cards in order to get as many blues into your deck as possible to get the utilization or the extra power when you play multiple blues in a turn to get those extra damages in. And also with your Transcend cards is also really good mix as well where you can present that attack. It doesn't have the plus yet, but then you present a Transcend card on top of it.
Yeah.
You may be giving a +1 or like in this case the scales giving a +1.
Yeah, played with the Untamed, so able to transcend out of it and will be able to get a red card, hopefully, to transform this turn into something a little bit better. And
I completely missed that one. So it's also a great way to utilize the full blues that you have whenever you have a transcend opportunity available that you can then, as we see, go pick up one of your powerful combo cards with that Tiger to fuel it even further.
He doesn't have one of these back-breaking limited cards like the Key Unleashed, but being able to use this Pouncing Key in the right spots is always very, very efficient. Doesn't cost any resource, so it's
a very cost curve effective.
Very strong, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a big Tiger for 2. And a Pouncing Key coming in for 4.
Kevin already knows exactly what he wants to do. Very interesting game so far. Kevin has been able to utilize so many good auras so far. Let's see if we can establish some more board presence
I think
here.
that's a Waning Vengeance coming in.
That's a good one.
3.
Does not have go again yet, but we know there's a hand piece available. That might change that.
Will he uphold the tradition?
You've already pitched the path well traveled, so it's not that. Unless he had 2 in his hand, of course. But
Oh, this is a strong hand for Etienne. There you go. He has a fact-finding mission.
I was just going to say, was that a fact-finding mission we saw there? Yeah, we see the uphold tradition.
There you go.
Giving this waxing vengeance a +1. And now uphold tradition also giving you ward 1 as well. Such a powerful equipment.
It is amazing, yeah. Do you consider it one of the signals when you get past this one?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, you take it and go Enigma all the way.
Yeah, Spectral Manifestation, the Waning Vengeance Reds. Whenever I see those together with an uphold tradition, it's a very strong signal to me that Enigma is open.
And the Sigil of Solitude to end the turn with Ward 4. Very, very big.
Yeah, it has a bit of a downside. If you control another aura, you will destroy it, but still a 0 for 4. We love those.
Water the Seeds coming in for 3 with Go again. Once again, he'll be able to have a pretty big Tiger if he gets a way to attack with the Kakara again. And he's been very efficient in making sure that these Tigers don't come for nothing. They always come packing a punch, and you need to actually think about how you want to block these.
I really love Water the Seeds in Zen. It's whenever you have a double Tiger turn, for example, Water the Seeds can enable one of those Tigers to give it +1. Since Tiger Taming Kakara is also giving +1, then you can split your damage much wider.
Well, not really using the power of this Water the Seeds, but it's one way to hide what you want to do. Just attack with a big 6 power attack like Fact-Finding Mission.
It's such a strong card because you have so many cloaked equipments in this that starts with the turn face down that having your opponent forcing to reveal them to you can give you so much information on how you to play out your turn.
Yeah, absolutely. He made very good use on the last round because he was able to uncloak the arms equipment for Christopher. He knew that he was the +1.
Very heads-up player from Kevin, protecting his Waning Vengeance so it can come in for 4 go again.
Yeah.
He's really trying to protect his power card that he has at his disposal. Typically what you want to do as Enigma is you want to find that 1 or 2 power cards that you can build around and have a more defensive capabilities on the rest of your cards so that you can protect your wards to come in for, as we see, 4 go again. It's pretty good.
Kevin has only been able to transcend once in this game, though, so only pitching these transcend cards, not really using them to activate Enigma's hero power and getting these free spectral shields with +1. And another Sigil of Solitude, so this one is the blue one, so only ward 2, but still 5 ward on this board there.
But it's such a good finisher. Just end your turn with that to help even further to protect your board state, especially against a Zen that can pump out so much good damage.
Etienne
Is that a manifestation of Miraga in Kevin's hand?
Oh, yeah.
Now that's a powerhouse.
This
Deluxe.
is big. So this is one of the turns where you want to do everything in your power to make sure that you can pay with a chi for this one.
Yeah, is there a way?
But is there it doesn't look like he can do it with this. And, oh, maybe he can. But he needs to protect it as well if he wants to do it or not die on the spot. So, because he can use the moon chakra.
Exactly, and then transcend on top of it on Etienne's turn.
It's a grain that tips the scale, so he would have to buff an attack to do it.
Yeah, you can sequence that a little bit. So when after damage step,
After the damage step,
exactly, then you can play it out.
Don't get the +1,
Exactly.
but it's a bit tricky.
Because then you don't get the extra prevent on the chakra. So that's. But since we know that Sen is going to go a little bit wide.
Yeah, it looks like he has
if
a
he
very
keeps an attack on the stack,
then
we might see that.
Will he be able to do it? For sure, if you can get a manifestation of Miragai on the board in these limited matchups, you have a pretty strong chance to win the game. I think we've seen it earlier today. He was able to attack with a big manifestation of Miragai against his opponent.
It's such a good card, and I think Kevin is doing exactly right to just keep his whole hand to make sure that he can connect this manifestation with the best power available.
So is there another attack? Maybe a big attack for 6 in this arsenal? Does Etienne have a way to make sure that he can't keep his whole hand? Yeah. Let's go, Etienne. Oh. Not exactly what I had in mind, but still an attack.
There's another target.
Yeah.
But it goes into his hand, so we can keep it for Arsenal for next turn, but since there's no ways to give it
he doesn't have any
anymore.
power, actually. So
Unless he has the gloves that give something +1, but...
Yeah, I think Kevin wants to go for it, so he wants the big manifestation of Miragai on the board.
I don't blame him. I would too.
Yeah, look at his face.
It's quite happy to see.
Yeah.
But it wasn't much worse than that. Sending a tiger for 0.
Yeah.
It's going to close up the chain here.
Getting rid of the second one, but he still has one in the arsenal. So now, looks like he only wants to play,
vanilla
play for it with a blue. So it will still be an attack for 4 with Ward 2. Not the best manifestation of Miragai, but it's still a manifestation of Miragai.
Yeah, decides to maybe keep the Transcend card. Or if he wants to play it out,
well,
get a Spectral Shield and attack with that as well. So we attack for 6 this turn.
It is a grain that tips the scale too, so it will go for lethal. I mean, obviously, Etienne probably has at least Ward 1 on one of these pieces of equipment. I think he has the kimono on the chest, at least. Maybe he changed things around for this matchup, but I don't think so. So he probably wouldn't die on the spot, but it still would be a very nice trick there.
Yeah, so now begs the question, how much can I keep and what can I present? And what is the card remaining?
Yeah, it's the grains. And the Sky Hole Keikoi being used to prevent 1 damage, fall down to 1, but you know that now a Spectral Shield is coming. And this one will be free, because it's the first Spectral Shield attack.
It's going to come in for 2. It's going to require a card from Etienne.
Yeah. The good thing is, he has the kimono, so he knows that he's getting a chi. He's already transcended this game. So he will get the full value, but he needs to give away 1 card. A Companion of the Claw, apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't really fit the cost curve of his hand, so probably
Not
the best
really,
one to block. Fortunately, it blocks for 3, so it's pretty good.
Yeah.
And Etienne sitting with that tiger in Arsenal as well is going to be able to give some poke at these auras here.
Yeah, because Etienne's mission is get rid of this manifestation of Miragai at any cost.
Transcend card.
Yeah.
From the kimono. This is going to be a big turn. Yeah, how are we gonna
He has
sequence
the
this?
starter part in hand, but no blue. So,
So we can transcend, but we can pitch to Zen. We have another
Go and
pouncing
fetch the
key available
pouncing
as
key.
well.
Very nice. He had at least 2 red pouncing keys in his draft.
Yeah, so how can we
Renenga
kill
as
this
well.
mirror guy?
Yeah, this hand looks pretty strong. It will be hard to keep this manifestation of Mirror Guy on the board, actually.
Yeah, I'll be very impressed to see how Kevin sequences this. Or are we just gonna give up
Look
the mirror
at this.
guy? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Not even valuing one of the best cards in Limited. There you go. That's Kevin Zanker.
But he has an S-string in hand though.
Mhm.
Astral Etching. Giving you spectral shields. Some bonus attack depending on how
Yeah.
much or which color it is. It could be a little bit of a party trick if it's able to get another spectral shield going.
Renenga coming in for 4 with Go again. And creating another Tiger. And I think he has an incantation in hand, which means that he has at least 2 Tiger attacks. He has too many Tigers, actually. That's a lot of Tigers. He has 1 in his banished, 1 in the arsenal. We'll create another one. This one attacks for 0, obviously.
We're getting
But
the bonus
yeah,
effect
it
on the
powers
pouncing
up
key.
the pouncing key.
Exactly. So much damage is gonna come through here.
Yeah, this is a huge one. Is there? Yeah, he has the non-blood cards. Kevin only. The preserve tradition will probably mean that he won't be able to prevent all of this damage. Wow. We are very close to a 10-0 for Etienne Barioulet.
Imagine the nerve sitting at this table.
Wow.
Feeling the pressure.
When he was at the first game today, he was feeling very nervous, and I could see it looking at him. He was very shaky. He didn't feel very confident. And then towards the end of the game, he had exactly the attitude that you see right now. Like his arms were on the table, not even showing any emotion. And you knew that he was locked in and he was ready to go for the kill. And that's
such a good mental state to be.
Yeah, he
so
managed
focused.
to refocus and to come back into this first game.
We see a big blue sky here.
Yeah.
Together with a preserved tradition, so we're gonna transcend this turn.
So this preserved tradition doesn't block, but at least it can help prevent 1 damage by creating a spectral shield with Enigma 0 power.
Exactly. So the big blue sky being able to prevent 2 on base, but +1 for each blue attack.
+1, yeah. And this spectral shield will help as well.
So that's a pretty clean block there from Kevin. And we didn't have the pitch for
Oh
the
yeah, he didn't have the
tiger
pitch for
taming.
the incantation, so yeah.
So that's just going to go straight into the arsenal. Now we're staring down a spectral shield for 2 here.
Wow. This is very close. I thought he had a way to close this one out, but he lacked 1 resource. If he had a Kasaya there, he would definitely would have the resources. That's one of the good things actually about this limited format. You don't have these big equipment bombs, you know, like these cards that can totally warp the games, and you just there's nothing that your opponent can do about because they're equipment.
He's going to see an arsenal pass here. It's hard to make some magic happen with only 1 card in hand.
Very blue heavy hand once again, but this is probably the red incantation. Starting with the flex class.
It's a yellow one, so it's only 3, but 3 demands a card when you're on 2.
Kakara for 2. Oh, you must feel that it's so close to getting 10-0. Oh, nice Battlefront Bastion. Obviously, you'd prefer to use it offensively, but still, the
Such a
block
good
value
card,
on this
yeah.
card is huge.
Blocking 2 now, preventing 1 on the next attack.
Usually, it's pretty good when it's only, yeah, a normal tiger attacking, but this is a big, big tiger for 3, so you need to give an additional card. It looks like he has to give the Mystic card that he has in hand, because the other one is just
A she.
a chi.
Doesn't do much. Yeah, correcting that crouching tiger is going to get 4. But we have 1 preventing floating from the battle from Bastion.
He still has the Spectral Shield, 1 prevent left from the Battlefront Bastion, and 2 block in hand from what looks like a Tidal Surge.
Oh, okay. So he broke the chain with the tiger incantation because that's a non-attack, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't get the buff
Good
from
point.
Reverse Claw.
Good point, indeed. So just taking 1, falling down to 1. And wow, this is so close.
1-1. In one of the most exciting draft games we've ever seen.
Wow. This is very, very tense now. Of course, Kevin had the inner chi, so he can create another Spectral Shield with a +1 counter. And I think he'll be able to follow it up with... Oh.
A Haunting Spectre.
Yeah.
It's not going to be able to attack with it, but it blocks pretty good with the ward. So we're seeing another
incantation, lots of incantations this turn. Calling the Tigers to help him this game. Yeah, so you need to make sure that you play it before the Kakara now.
Sequencing is so important in Zen. You have no idea how important that is sometimes. It's hard to forget the little intricacies that you can run into sometimes.
Absolutely.
When things call for combat chain versus next attack versus,
And that's also the case in CC, in Constructed. I think people assume that Zen is a very easy deck to pilot. It's not the hardest, but it's by far not the easiest as well.
And it's hard to miss things. It's easy to miss things sometimes when you play these complicated games.
Yeah, for sure. Big Tiger for 4.
Another She in hand. We're going to give up the Haunting Spectre.
This one gives a Spectral Shield, yeah. Etienne making
double
sure
check that.
That's the way it works.
I'm just going to read the card a little.
Oh, no follow-up. So
now
that's a
this is
very
huge.
big board
now
there.
Kevin is going to clap back hard here.
Yeah, for sure.
With an army of Spectral Shields at his disposal and 3 cards in hand. And Etienne only at 1 life.
Another Spectral Shield. That's an army of Spectral Shields.
It's a wall. It's a shield bash wall.
Wow. 3 go again.
And this can
And
be the
1
end of it.
with no go again. So close.
Yeah, it wasn't an Astral Etching, never mind. I thought I saw an Astral Etching.
Is there
Still.
any way for Etienne to get rid of these boards and make sure that his opponent doesn't have... Oh!
That's a lot of Transcend
That's
cards.
a lot of Transcend cards, and only... Is that a Waxing Spectre or something? No.
Vengeful?
Yeah.
Possibly?
Maybe a Vengeful. Okay, so 2 of these Spectral Shields are gone. Etienne has to be relieved, and a Breed Anger, but once again, it's the yellow one, so not too difficult to block. Oh,
Yeah, this is Vengeful.
yeah.
At least it blocks for 3, but we're going to double Transcend
Does.
here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just
But that's too
making
many
sure the
Gs
sequencing
in
happens at the
hand.
same time.
He'll have 2. Will he be able to use 1 this turn and 1 on the next? But
Exactly.
it means that he will have 1 in hand.
Or he's going to be able to
yeah.
flip it.
Mm-hmm. The Rising Sun, Setting Moon, very helpful.
Double checking. Is this really what we want?
Mm-hmm.
The Rising Sun Settling Moon making you draw a card, and then you will put one card back to the bottom before transcending.
Is there any way that Etienne wins this one by fatiguing his opponent? Because it doesn't
Possibly.
look like Kevin has too many cards, and
And it's not good when you don't draw the transcend cards at this day, when you can't
they're
really
both
block.
drawing into their pitch stack. So
Yeah. The writing is on the wall here.
Mhm.
Kevin
Oh,
with
Kevin.
the power of spectral shields.
Yeah, it didn't want to the Frenchman to go to 10-0, and Kevin Zanker is the winner of this one. So he'll go to 9-1, and these guys are at top of the standings now. Unfortunate for Etienne, but it was a very nice game, very intense
Very
until
intense.
the very end. And
Very
that's
close.
sometimes that's how you lose. You
Yeah.
go to your pitch stack, and there's a lot of cards that don't even block.
You hopefully want to push out so much damage as possible during your first cycle in order to just overthrow your opponent, and I think that's always the strategy that you want to go for, and you don't typically really want to go second cycle because you want to just push out all your power cards in the first turn and just overthrow them. But as we saw here, Kevin just playing the Enigma's best game here with all the spectral shields and all of the auras that were able to block so much more damage than Etienne could really overthrow. So there you go. Enigma's
Enigma
day
is
today.
a very strong deck. Yeah, absolutely.
All
So,
right.
guys, we'll be right back very soon with more CC action. Now we are back to the constructed portion of this Pro Tour in Amsterdam. We will take a very short break, and then we'll be back with lots of action in this Pro Tour in Amsterdam. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
back to the booth here for round 11 at Pro Tour Amsterdam. Draft done and dusted. I'm a little sad to see it go, Pankaj. I was loving the draft rounds for sure. We saw some amazing matches of flesh and blood. But I feel like everyone's ready for CC. And why don't we set the stage for what we're going to be seeing in these coming rounds? We got to start with standings, right? We have to understand where we're at, who's doing well in this tournament. We watched Etienne's masterful draft. Unfortunately, didn't convert to a full 3-0, but at 9 points, 9 wins thus far, 9-1, sitting atop these standings. Also navigated very, very well in that draft by another one of our 7-0s. It is Gabe Sher picking up a 2-1. So 2 news sitting at the top of the standings right now, followed closely by the 3-0 performer of that featured draft. It is Kevin Zanker on Levia. Hold man sand back. He's trying to push his way into the booth right now. Cannot express how excited I am to see how Kevin navigates these next CC rounds.
No more undefeated players for us, leaving the draft rounds of day 2 of PT Amsterdam. But as you said, we have a whole bunch of X1s, 4 X1s, 2 news, 1 Levia, and that 1 Zen. Starting the day off, we only had, a single Zen in the top 13, it seemed like, but now that Zen has made it up to our top 4 as we move into the CC rounds. But we don't want to forget our X2s as well after a draft portion. Chris Iaali still sporting that Prism, 8 points for him so far, and right under him, Jaap on that Dash IO. We saw him masterfully execute that yesterday. Now he's going to be back into the CC rounds, once again going to show us a masterclass.
Plenty of folks we could focus on here, but I want to bring attention to the player presently in 9th place. It is Shoma Yamamura. Did very, very well in those draft rounds. Committed to the assassin class, drafting new twice, but abandoning new when it comes to the CC rounds, playing Uzuri. And Shoma will be our feature match this round. Going to be taking on Francesco Giorgio on Kayo. So Uzuri Kayo for our first round of CC here today, Pankaj.
It's going to be an absolute blast. We mentioned this earlier today, but a lot of people slept on the upgrades that Uzuri also got from MST. A lot of people were so focused on what Nu brought to the table and all those Mystic Assassin cards, but there's a whole bunch of vanilla Assassin cards that Uzuri got access to. Persuasive Prognosis, Bonds of Agony, Justin Nick, all available, all added to Uzuri's card pool as well. I cannot wait to see how Shoma has built this Uzuri deck and how he's going to potentially take down Francesco Giorgio, but of course, Kayo. Not an easy deck, typically, for Assassins to beat.
Absolutely not. I think it's going to be a really tight matchup. Let's highlight some of the other big names we have floating around this top 18. Of course, you have Michael Feng, Pro Tour champion. I don't want to forget Bartosz Ziemba's Pro Tour runner-up finish at Lille just a couple years ago. Of course, Xing Sang, World's runner-up. Pudding Tam, World's top 8 competitor. That same World's tournament. Sam Sutherland, former calling winner. Tariq Patel, one of the big names of this game. There's so many dangerous players lurking around this top 18. And now we're going to head back to the CC rounds where there's beautiful diversity still on display across these top tables.
This is one of the most exciting moments of the tournament. Right now, all these players on the screen, all still extremely live for the top 8. There's only 4 9 points on the screen, and then 14 others 8 points. And if we can move on to the next slide as well, there might be even more. But yeah, that is just an incredible spread of both heroes and players.
Yeah, let's take a look at who converted actually to our day 2 metagame. And you see, it is still those MST heroes leading the way. It is Zen and Nu distancing themselves from the field. But I think at those very, very top tables, things get much more dispersed. Like, yes, these are the majority of the heroes. They were the majority of the heroes when we started this tournament. It makes sense they convert very, very well here. I want to call out the conversion rate of Uzuri. There are 2 Uzuris in day 2. Those are the 2 Uzuris that showed up for this tournament. So getting rewarded for mastery of this hero, for not being drawn to the hot new thing and new and exploring this classic assassin. Very, very interesting to see. As far as heroes that didn't quite convert as well, a little bit down for the Illusionist. I would say Enigma and Prism didn't really come with their best. Azalea is a hero that I really think, despite all the love Azalea has gotten in this metagame, I feel like when you actually go dig into the data, she's just not winning as much as you would expect. And I'm not quite sure why, Pankaj, because all the matchups feel good.
Exactly. I mean, into Zen, you normally look to Azalea to be one of the premier disruptive decks to try and beat that aggressive strategy. And also, incidentally, just has a decent matchup into Enigma as well. And even new. A lot of news might say, oh, they actually may favor it because you disrupt Azalea out of the game and they don't get to do their, big, massive dominated arrows. But Azalea's numbers are just incredibly scary. And a lot of the times, if you just take one card away from her, she's going to just activate Death Dealer and draw a card right back and hit you with a massive, massive arrow. So yeah, I'm with you. I'm quite surprised why we haven't seen that hero have as much success as one would expect from the national season. But still, 12 Azaleas converting to day 2. We might see one of them do extremely, extremely well on day 2 of Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Why don't we go ahead and actually take a look at our conversion rates and see who was leading the charge. As we mentioned, it was Uzuri with a 100% conversion rate. Boltyn benefiting from the Armory deck. Boltyn at 60%. This is the second Pro Tour in a row with Boltyn having a very, very impressive conversion rate.
And he only just got his upgrades, as you spoke about. The previous Pro Tour, he had a good conversion rate. This Pro Tour, still that same conversion rate with those upgrades from the Armory deck, as you mentioned. Saving Grace, an incredible card for the Boltyn, as well as the entire equipment suite. We saw Ellie Bird yesterday on stream, sporting all 4 new equipment pieces from that Armory deck. It remains to be seen whether one of these Boltyns can, go have the Luminas go Boomina and actually convert to top 8.
Yeah, there are, after that, our MST heroes. And as we mentioned, good conversion rates from both these heroes. Slightly better for new, but either of these 2 heroes, a fine choice into this metagame. Also a fine choice, Riptide. 50% of the Riptides were able to go ahead and make their way to day 2, alongside 50% of the Enigmas and the Bravos. So not a bad choice either for that fatigue-style Bravo. Then we start to get to a little bit of a downturn in our conversion rate. Azalea, okay, 48% is not a conversion rate to scoff at, and it was about 50% of the field that advanced to this day 2. So 48%, just slightly below average, I would say. And then you get into Struggle Street as you move further and further down. Prism, again, okay. Kano, yeah, but Dash.io maybe not coming with the fire. But I will say we have that one Dash.io at the top of the standings in the hands of Jaap, and deck list looks different. It really doesn't look like a Dash.io list I've seen before. Very, very back to hard focus on the tomes, even blue backup protocol. So I think Jaap may have figured out something a little special there. Couple dashes lurking around our top tables as well, despite that lower conversion rate. And then we get to this 34%. And here's where things get a little bit painful, maybe with some exceptions, right? Victor, Reinhardt really not doing all that well, although I do see a Reinhardt lurking around the top tables in the hands of Chandler Toe. Levia not doing all that well either, but Kevin, of course, near the top of the standings with Levia, actually at the very top of the standings right now, so in a very, very strong position. And then even when you go to Kayo with only a 26% conversion rate, we have Francesco very much at the top tables, getting ready to play our feature match this round.
Definitely some surprising inclusions in this struggle street corner, as you put it, Brian. I mean, I want to bring us back to the Kano as well. A lot of players came up to this event saying, I'm kind of scared of Kano. A lot of the news, you'd hear them say they just cut their Kano tech because there's no point trying to tech into PT level Kanos. So the fact to see that Kanos aren't converting as well it is a little bit surprising, similar to Dash.io as well. Both the Dashers actually, we saw Dash.IE especially kind of have a surprising show up during national season. Not doing so well at this event, and the Victors as well. 34%, not what you want to see. And then the Brutes, all 3 Brutes, sub 40% win rate at Pro Tour Amsterdam. That's a bit of a worrying conversion rate, but as you said, we have some very, very good players at the top table still sporting those heroes.
And look, I don't want to dive too much into these conversion rates because they include the draft round as well. 3 rounds of draft are going to determine whether you make day 2 or not. So these are not definitive numbers. They're just designed to give us a general sense of the metagame, what's succeeding and what's not. I'll tell you what's been succeeding is our players who are already down in the feature match area. I cannot be more excited for a match of flesh and blood. I am getting to see Uzuri trying to march her way to a Pro Tour top 8, taking on the darling of the heavy hitters metagame in the form of Kayo. Let's head down to the match right now. And there you see on the left-hand side, it is Francesco Giorgio at 8-2 on Kayo. Of course, a winner of a limited calling during heavy hitters season on the back of heroes like Kayo. And then we have Shoma Yamamura, Uzuri Switchblade, the hero of choice. Shoma, one of the stalwarts of the Japanese scene, critical in gathering the support for that burgeoning player base over there. Long devotion to the assassin class and going back to the old school with Uzuri.
two heroes that we have yet to see on stream across this weekend, Brian. And I just want to take a moment to talk about the tech that both these heroes could potentially have, starting with the Kayo side. Now, of course, coming into this meta, everyone needs to be expecting new to some extent, and Kayo is no exception to that. One piece of tech that I have seen some Kayos run, and I'm wondering whether Francesco runs, is No Fear. Very, very strong card to dodge that hand disruption. You put it in Arsenal, you just play it, and you banish your entire hand, and you do not care about surgical extraction or prognosis. All those cards just look like bad blues at that point once you resolve that No Fear. If Francesco is running it, I could see it be very, very effective in this matchup as well. Uzuri, similar to Noon, wants to disrupt the hand, wants to disrupt the Arsenal. However, on the assassin side, the tricky little arm piece called Flick Knives, Brian, which can be really, really good to just nullify that entire, 5 to 6 damage prevention that No Fear provides.
I will tell you, I think Flick Knives is only getting to the start of its potential in Classic Constructed. This is a card that is so challenging to play around when you're facing down an assassin like Uzuri. You have almost disruption on demand when you want it, and it makes all of your subsequent on-hits so much harder to deal with. And of course, it just extends your reach. It makes it problematic. You can never fall to 1 life against an Uzuri.
Both these heroes sort of sporting mechanics in that same vein. Kayo, of course, with Reckless Swing, and Uzuri, of course, with the Flick Knives, as you pointed out. Both heroes need to be scared of dropping down to that sub-2 life totals.
And let's take a look at the Dagger Suite. Always the big point of concern for me when I first look at what an Uzuri is coming out with, and it is going to be Spider's Bite and Scale Peelers. Pankaj, you're a huge fan of Scale Peeler in this metagame.
Definitely. Scale Pillar is something you need against Zen because they really rely on their 7-block fridge to do their pivot. But if a Scale Peeler hits, it's suddenly the entire fridge just blocks 3. And into Kayo as well, another hero known to have a very, very effective fridge. That Scale Pillar is going to come in very, very handy. And Spider's Bite as well. Now, Uzuri doesn't have access to Mistblade, of course, but Spider's Bite plus Scale Peeler, the perfect dagger loadout for brutes.
Kicking things off with that Spider's Bite. Also in the leg slot for Uzuri, we see the Black Tech Whisperers. The Uzuris have waffled back and forth on exactly what will be the appropriate tool there. We've seen a bunch of Snapdragons in the past, but it's just going to be Black Tech this go around. I wonder if there's some more contracts in this Uzuri list. Really no idea what to expect. What does a metagame Uzuri list look like right now, Pankaj? Nobody knows the answer to that except for Shoma Yamamura.
So Shoma attacking Francesco on turn 0, it's something a lot of Flesh and Blood players avoid to not let your opponent filter, but Kayo can get value going second into you by discarding cards like the Mighty Windup that we see. So Shoma recognizing that, saying, I'm just going to hit you, maybe I catch you with a bunch of no blocks and maybe I get some damage in. Didn't quite get that, but critically didn't let Francesco get free value by letting him discard any of those windups.
Yeah, I like the decision. Going to kick things off here with the Bare Fangs from Francesco coming in for 8. A hand loaded with blues for Shoma here.
And I believe Arsenal a sink below, on that turn 0. And we see some of those blue stealth attacks that, people thought were, in a sense, meant for new, but showing up in Shoma's hand over here. Persuasive Prognosis and a Bonds of Agony, I believe.
Yeah, these are powerful, powerful options
and
for Uzuri.
There's a very cute thing you can do at Bonds of Agony as well. If you start with it on the combat chain, you can activate Uzuri, banish a card face down, but not swap it in with Uzuri's effect. And that is one of the 3 reactions to turn on your Bonds of Agony. A very, very neat little interaction that Uzuri players like Shoma definitely know and definitely will take advantage of.
I'm going to give you a second one, Pankaj. How about just attacking with a different stealth card and swapping in the Bonds? Also, that Uzuri ability counting for an attack reaction, whether the Bonds is already in play or not, it just checks on the chain link. So you go ahead and do that. You pop your Flick Knives, you pop your Black Tech Whispers, and then all of a sudden you have an activated Bonds out of nowhere. That is extremely, extremely problematic to deal with.
That's definitely an advantage that Uzuri somewhat has over Nu, that she has all these equipment pieces that cause her... Nu has access to it too, but she doesn't typically run it. But stuff like the Black Tech, even Mask of Perdition, which you don't see here, but Black Tech, Flick Knives, all these zero-cost attack reactions just let you hide what you're trying to do even better.
Shoma finds a clean block here, going to commit that Black Tech Whispers early on, does have the sink below out of Arsenal, passes on the sink though, and kicks things off with Persuasive Prognosis. And just put yourself in Francesco's seat for a second. This is so challenging to deal with. This card in and of itself, a bit of a nightmare. But what happens when it can be just anything? It can be literally anything. Are there attack reactions in hand? Are there 6 power attacks? How do you defend when you're in Francesco's seat?
You hope you have a Nofia, And then you just banish your hand in response.
Sounds like the best option right now.
Other than that, it is so incredibly difficult to deal with these assassin, little pesky one-power things. You can block it, but Uzuri, of course, does run Shred, unlike Nu, and I wonder if some players have almost forgotten of that card. We've been practicing against Nu a whole bunch. Might have forgotten a Shred is definitely a very real card that exists, that Uzuri does run.
How many games of practice do you think Francesco put in against Uzuri going into this Pro Tour?
I'd be surprised if it's more than 2, to be honest. A lot of Uzuri was not on many people's radar, and Shoma showing us that it definitely should have been.
It's a huge advantage that Shoma will have throughout these remaining rounds, just playing against players who don't have experience against this archetype. It is going to be a win here on the Clash for Francesco. These Clash of Mights so valuable for these KOs now, especially when it comes to the Zen matchup. I think just getting over those armor humps that are presented. And here you see an Uzuri reaction. It is going to be Surgical Extraction swapped in here, and that's going to break over the threshold and have that disruptive effect. Kick things off with a banish. Critically, blue, silver. That matters a lot, Ponkage. Those Black Tech Whisperers, they're a very real card here, and I think a couple pieces of silver can go a long way.
Speaking of blues, there's yet another juicy blue in Francesco's hand that Shoma can take out and then get a second piece of silver. And that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, and this is such a huge advantage, Ponkage, being able to get go again a second time from those Black Tech Whisperers. We talked about how those attack reactions can benefit with things like bonds, but just the go again, very important for Uzuri. Kind of an action point starved hero.
Second piece of block as well, and that cannot be understated when you buy back the Black Tech Whisperers.
Here's a big Command and Conquer coming in for 8 on the back of those Mites.
Does have 2 block on the balance. This is not the sort of turn you want to cash them in. You really want to cash them in on something like a Blood Rush turn. But CNC for 8 is the breakpoint's so juicy, but can you capitalize on the rest of the hand?
I think it all depends whether you want to play a 2-card hand or a 3-card hand. Like, those are the 2 options you have available to you. You can go 2 cards and the balance, or you can go 3 cards from hand. And both are viable for Uzuri. Can play both of those modes extremely well. It's just about what works here. And you're not going to face a lot of disruption from this KO. In general, you're pretty safe putting the balance out here. You're only worried about things like send packing, Command and Conquer, really. So I could see committing the balance here, but if your hand just doesn't line up, yeah, put 3 cards in front of it. That's fine.
Uzuri has somewhat of a similar problem as Nu, that once you force cards out of the Uzuri's hand or the Nu's hand, you can either read their disruption almost perfectly or know that they just don't really have disruption. I believe that's what we're going to see. Just going to be looking for a scrap coming out of Shoma. So no disruption, at least seemingly. It could be like a leave no witnesses in Arsenal potentially. But the disruption has... The ceiling of disruption has definitely reduced to a very manageable amount. And that is one of those things you have to do against these pesky assassins. While they love to disrupt you, they hate being disrupted on their side as well, because so much of disruption lies on hidden information, and to do that, you need cards in hand.
We are taking the go again here. Look, there's plenty of 1-power blues in the graveyard at this point. I don't think this is necessarily a tell, but it is a nice piece of deception that you're able to offer. It does cause Francesco to at least consider the possibility of another attack coming out of Arsenal. But I believe we've just passed here on Shoma's side, going to draw back up, and the turn passes back to Francesco. So slow and steady in the early turns. Until now, Blood Rush Bellow. Time to go ahead and juice this turn up a little bit.
And Francesco also went ahead and blocked with the Savage Sash as well. So well set up to cash that in should he want to after he sees what he draws from his Blood Rush. Starting off pitching a yellow to do this, not exactly where you want to be. But sometimes against these assassins, if you see the opening, you have to take it, because if you just park that in Arsenal, you don't know if you're going to be able to resolve it eventually. It might just get blown up.
Red card pitched here, though critically, Ponkage. No fear.
So Francesco is sporting those no fears, but Shoma will be very happy to see a red card pitch. But Francesco could be bailed out here. That was a random draw off the top with a wild ride. Could be a blue, and if we discard something else, like a non-blue.
Swing big here.
So did he draw a random blue off the top, or did he draw that swing big? There's a chance he gets bailed out a little bit. Critically, Balance of Justice is turned on Shoma's side. Let's see if he wants to cash it in here. Typically, if you see your opponent have a bit of a weaker Blood Rush turn, you might just hold it for the second or the third Blood Rush. You know those will be coming.
I think that's especially true when you're Uzuri. You just don't benefit from having those massive 5-6 card hands. They're not super essential for how you operate. So in many cases, you just kind of want to guarantee this value from the balance. But with Uzuri, I think the question is much more nuanced, and I could totally see Shoma passing on it in this case.
You also have to be wary of something like a send packing, coming at the end of this chain. You still don't know whether your opponent drew a blue off the top randomly. So you have to be worried about that, because that send packing would be coming in for 8. And that's something you have to think about always against these brutes, now that they have access to more disruption.
It is just going to be a claw to round out the turn. It was another red there drawn by Francesco, so a bit of a miss on his part, just coming in for 5. Balance of Justice was committed to the defense here, not yet committed to the card draw.
A bit of a lucky break from Shoma, but once again, it just shows you the sort of pressure you are under when you're against these disruptive decks. You cannot just park the Blood Rush in Arsenal and wait for the perfect blue to be able to pitch for it, because every time you Arsenal against an assassin, that Arsenal is just at risk of getting blown up. So Francesco went for the Blood Rush there, didn't draw the resources, having honestly a very, very weak Blood Rush turn. That was just 8 damage of a Wild Ride, 5 damage of a Claw. 13 damage Blood Rush, not what you want, especially when you kept all those cards.
And we are going to use the Balance of Justice here, and it brings a Leave No Witnesses to the table. So more information to make this blocking decision. Looks like wants to play with the 3 cards available already, turning that Leave No Witnesses sideways, committing it to the defense. Just going to leak a little bit of damage. 2 damage comes through, but a 3-card hand for the clapback in the hands of Shoma.
Leave No Witnesses, not ideal when your opponent went off and Arsenal had to pitch those reds for that claw, but that is the first Leave No Witnesses in Arsenal, in Graveyard, and there's a sneaky card called Codex of Frailty, which definitely wants you to have Arsenal Disruption available in that Graveyard. So that Leave No Witnesses there, just used for defense, but represents a lot more later down the game.
Kicking things off here with a Bonds of Agony, and we mentioned how easy it is for Uzuri to go ahead and turn this one on. I also want to point out, these stealth cards are so threatening, and when you activate Uzuri, they don't go away. They go to the bottom of your deck, and that means in second cycle, you remain so powerful. You can pitch deck effectively in a lot of instances, set up bonds with maybe some further attack reactions, so a lot of options available here for Uzuri.
Speaking of options, there's 2 relatively costless attack reactions just on the board right now. The black tech, when you already have the 2 silver, basically a free black tech activation. Uzuri on her hero ability, free attack reaction activation. So Francesco has to be thinking, is one of the 2 cards just the 3rd attack reaction that Shoma needs to turn this on?
Yeah, I would argue that Flick Knives kind of belongs in that category as well. Just going to be an Uzuri activation here, and it's going to bring a Death Touch alongside of it. So raising up above that blocking threshold, that means more disruption potentially coming in the form of Blood Rot Hawk. So no, we're going damage here for Shoma.
Not opting for the Inertia token, saying, you know what, you might be able to use 3 cards, so just take this Blood Rot, take an extra 2 damage. And
reasonable call.
Just that fork that Bonds of Agony presented, that was a piece of armor taken out from Francesco's side, and that armor is a very valuable resource when you're against these assassin decks.
This is what Assassin's all about, right? Making you make subtle misplays and gaining progressive value from them. Slowly but surely, whittling away your defenses, whittling away your offensive options, and just benefiting from good decision-making on the side of the assassin.
Speaking of whittling away your offensive options, though, Shoma not happy with the CNCs repeatedly coming for well above 6, and definitely not when you're holding onto what looks like a defense reaction in the form of that Fate Foreseen. Bit of an awkward hand for Shoma, but Francesco, I mean, props to him for just playing so patiently. He went for a bit of the risky Blood Rush line, didn't get paid off for it, but his life total is still very, very healthy over here.
This is what Kayo's so good at, right? Playing this kind of mid-range-ish game. We almost forget a little bit because he has fallen out of the meta, but this is a very, very impressive deck. A lot of varying game plans and explosiveness available to Kayo. And just going to block with a single card here, preserve a little bit of life, but Command and Conquer is going to hit. It's going to clear out that arsenal. Just a yellow isolate, not a huge deal here.
And we spoke so much about the disruption that Assassin presents, but Francesco, the first one in this game to have, well, I guess that was a surgical over there, but first one to blow up an Arsenal over here. Not something you would have expected when you came into an Uzuri versus Kayo matchup, but Francesco just showing the power of Kayo as well. However, critically, has gone off an Arsenal here, and Shoma has a Codex in his hand with that Leave No Witnesses in the graveyard that he put there earlier.
Yeah, pretty exciting opportunity here. If there is a problem, it is probably that Fate Foreseen also in hand. Could do something like double pitch into a Spider's Bite and then play the Codex. Not super efficient, but it does work. I also think there's a lot of merit in just going ahead and Arsenal the D-React and firing off the Command and Conquer.
not only will be pitching 2 reds for a dagger not something you really want to do, it is also quite telegraphed because Shoma did let his arsenal get blown up for this. And if you see your opponent let the arsenal get blown up and then pitch 2 reds for a dagger,
yeah,
a player like Francesco's caliber knows what's coming.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very clear, but what are you going to do? What is the upside of knowing what's going to happen? It's still going to happen to you.
True, and especially with a scale peeler coming in, there's going to be no efficient way for you to block that leave no witnesses.
Absolutely.
And you see Francesco already checking the graveyard, trying to see what's going to come at him from the Codex of Frailty, realizing still a bit of a bind with the scale peeler over here. He's going to need to give 2 cards to leave no witnesses after discarding to the Codex as well.
Yeah, and congrats. You know what's happening. What are you going to do about it? That is the question.
Well, okay, so you could flashback. But
I don't think that gets you anywhere. Like you could do that. It's a legal play you could make.
I think Shoma would be very happy if he sees a flashback go right here. Unless Francesco has a power turn in his hand, something like a Blood Rush.
Sure, there is a world where your hand is good enough where you just want to protect, but no, the scale peeler is going to hit, and Francesco certainly knows what is coming next. It is Codex of Frailty. It's going to get back the Leave No Witnesses. Ponder token made Frailty out there for Francesco. I think I haven't read the card, but I'm pretty sure that's
So actually, we know he's running No Fear, and there's a very cute thing you can do in response to Codex, where if you just No Fear your entire hand away, you don't need to discard.
Very true.
So if he had that No Fear, that could have been a very punishing Codex for Shoma over there, because you effectively just gave your opponent an arsenal, because you don't need to discard, and the No Fear will prevent the on-hit of lead no witnesses as well. So
and
No Fear...
We have seen one pitched as well, and Shoma's aware that that's going to be a potential option. But I wonder, like, how many No Fears do you think your opponents are bringing in against you? First of all, most of them only play 2 most of the time.
I think 2 is the limit.
I'm not sure that necessarily you want to jam your decks full of No Fears. Like, one option seems pretty reasonable to me. So I agree with going for the play here. Even if they are maxed at 2, it still feels like the odds are in your favor to execute.
Francesco taking a moment to decide what he wants in his arsenal from this Codex of Frailty. Already been such a tight mid-rangey game. It's been, 15 minutes into the game. Both players' life total still high, and we have seen a Blood Rush. We are seeing a Codex now. Power cards from both sides coming in, but both players just showing us how effective these decks are at this mid-range game plan.
Francesco is going to go ahead and take Bear Fangs as the choice. Discards a Wrecker Romp for that. Leave No Witnesses comes in. Going to go ahead and commit the Scabskins there.
Which was only blocking for 1 thanks to that Scale Peeler.
It was enough in that case.
But slowly the armor getting whittled down. That is a game state that Shoma needs to progress towards. Get the Kayo to not having armor so that these on-hits can start going through. He's progressed that very, very effectively. Just a flashback left and 1 piece of a block each on the Bonebreaker and the Scabskins. Not counting Savage Sash in that because that's, he wants
probably
to use
doing
that
something
offensively.
else. Yeah, if you have to block with the Savage Sash and trigger the Temper, something's gone a little bit wrong. It's not your ideal game state. So kicking things off with Agile Wind-Up here.
Might be being pitched.
Yep.
We know he has a Bear Fangs in Arsenal. I mean, when we speak about mid-rangey game plans, Bear Fangs from KO pretty much the best thing you can do.
It's going to be Wild Ride instead from hand, so he wants to go ahead and pass that Bear Fangs to a future turn.
Probably trying to dodge the -1 from the Frailty.
Makes sense.
He's not going to be using the Go again from his Wild Ride.
Yeah, you do want to get as much value as possible when you are playing KO. Looks like Isolate Codex of Frailty is the hand for Shoma. That Isolate going to combine nicely with that Uzuri hero ability.
Blue Isolate, just 1 power dominate, and yet it is so incredibly threatening.
And it's going to get the flashback here, and I think that's a massive win for Shoma, because I don't think there's actually a swap here. If I read the hand correctly, it was Codex of Frailty.
Oh!
Follow up just a nick here. Just offering a bit of damage.
Yep, so critically didn't get IP'd at least, so, at least the flashback just sort of denied a potential swap, potential disruption.
This is kind of the state that Shoma was playing to. I think even without the flashback, I think this turn actually goes the exact same way.
So he must be happy to have bought out the flashback right here. Now he can play what I like to call a post-flashback game where you just feel so much freer after opponent has committed a flashback. Of course, if you survive what looks to be a 5-card Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Yep, dangerous spot to be in.
Ooh, Wild Ride getting discarded to a Blood Rush. Francesco might not be happy about that. Something Kayo can struggle with is going wide enough on a Blood Rush turn because they only have that single claw. Cards like Wild Ride, cards like Pulping really help you for that. And we know his arsenal's a Bare Fangs, not a go-again attack. So question is whether he can actually convert his hand effectively without needing to roll Scabskins.
Yeah, it could be a Scabskin's turn if that was in fact critical to getting wide enough. Going to kick things off, of course, with Mandible Claw coming in for 5.
I believe it should be... I think he had a Might to start this turn since the previous turn was a Wild Ride, so...
There's one represented out there in the arena, so you should be correct, Pong.
It should be recreated from the Blood Rush as well.
Fate First Scene going to be committed to the defense here.
Oh, Scabskins roll time.
Scabskin time, all right. It's the first one I've presided over today. What is the roll? It's off the table. I have no idea. 3. We hit the 6. Okay, so this turn is completely unlocked in terms of action points. And that's bad news for Shoma.
And with that, are we going to see a Savage Sash break here, Brian? Because,
yeah, reaching for the Savage. This is the ceiling, Ponkish. This is as good as it gets for a Kayo. Absolutely pushing out the damage now. Bare Fangs coming through.
He didn't even have any more blues to fund the turn. There's a yellow pitch in there to play out as Bare Fangs, but still has 2 action points remaining, and the Savage Sash discounting everything. We're able to see some incredible damage come out from this KO, and the balance of justice already gone from Shoma's side.
Huge Scabskins roll there. Exactly when it was needed. Bare Fangs coming in, representing a truckload of damage, coming in for 10. And if you're Shoma, are you just giving up your hand here, trying to get away as low cost as possible? Command and Conquer committed to the defense, but you know you're not done yet. There's more offense coming from this KO. Falls to 24, and Clash of Might is the follow-up here.
So can the KO use the last action point? Do they have a 1 cost, specifically run Roughshod?
That's what you're looking for here. That's the, again, absolute ceiling of this turn.
Does he have it? Oftentimes, KO struggle to use all 3 action points, looking like an Arsenal here.
It's going to go to Arsenal. Small sigh of relief. However, for Shoma, I think the best possible card in Arsenal here. It is a Codex of Frailty, if I recall correctly. Also have Tunic up, Death Touch in the graveyard, so there's a very, very powerful option available. There is the Codex.
Let's see what the pick is here. Leave No Witness is probably, not ideal when your opponent still has the 1 block remaining. And you called it, Brian.
It's going to be the Death Touch. Yeah, and that clears the Spring Tunic. And coming in 4/6 is the Death Touch. Of course, that Arsenal will be refreshed by the Ponder. Francesco's next turn blunted a little bit by the Frailty.
Incredibly efficient play, that Codex of Frailty with that Tunic still up. And this, again, showcasing a difference between Uzuri and Nu. Nu, not quite able to run the Death Touch. A bit awkward when you don't have Uzuri's hero ability to just swap it in. Can only be played from Arsenal as a 2-block to boot as well. But Uzuri, with that hero ability, able to play cards like Death Touch and able to capitalize on them with Codex of Frailty as well. It's a very, very strong card that Nu doesn't quite have access to.
Both players having a look at the graveyard. Those cards remaining going to become important. On Francesco's side, 2 Blood Rush Bellows already used. A lot of equipment already used. Savage Sash down, counters on Apex Bonebreaker, and Scabskin Leathers. For Shoma, Black Tech Whisperers does have a counter, but we have a rebuy coming in the near future, we know.
This is definitely still an extremely close game. On Shoma's side as well, 2 Codexes gone as well. I would say Codex is almost like the Assassin's version of Blood Rush Bellow with how strong the card is.
Fair. Pulping the play here.
Not representing being able to use the action point from the pulping, even if it does get the go again, if Shoma did not ponder into a defense reaction. It's still 7 power, refreshing the Might. Kayo just doing the 2-card 8s back to back. Is holding onto an Inertia Trap. Very, very interesting piece of tech as well. And is live right now. This pulping is +1 damage from the Might token.
Okay.
Inertia token could just effectively take a card from Francesco on defense.
Like I said, Punkage, How would you go ahead? Look at the look on Francesco's face. How would you anticipate what Shoma is going to play? What does a stock Uzuri list look like? Nobody knows but Shoma, and these are the type of advantages that are going to be so critical as he continues these final rounds of Classic Constructed.
And it looks like he's 12 points behind right now, but as you point out, all the armor from Francesco's side, most of it already gone. Some power cards down as well, and Shoma right now coming into Spider's Bite, 3 cards remaining to present disruption to Francesco.
First big hand Uzuri's played in quite a few turns now. Death Touch once more.
This time representing a potential black tech into something else as well.
Yeah, and if you're in Francesco's seat, I'm asking myself, where are the attack reactions? Where's the
shred?
The shadiness coming from hand?
Mm-hmm.
And it feels like defending this Death Touch is going to be very challenging for Francesco.
Although, at this point, it is a bit difficult for Francesco to read whether Shoma wants to black tech into something else because he attacked the dominate attack. And that was a death touch in Arsenal. So he doesn't know whether Shoma wanted to block a little more or whether he was forced to only block with one card. A bit of a difficult read, but...
So much nuance to Flesh and Blood, Pankaj. Just the deeper down the rabbit hole you go, the more impressive these players become. The things they have to consider on a turn-to-turn basis, the gambits, the bluffs, they're present on every single turn of the game. There's so much information to analyze. And Francesco going to go ahead and commit some more defensive options here.
And that's the third Blood Rush Bellow, Brian.
Interesting. So we are out of Blood Rush Bellows, and we have the Shred. Finally, Shred comes down, and it will guarantee the hit of this Death Touch. That's going to give another Blood Rot Pox. So again, just committed to this idea of damage. Shoma really looking to go ahead and try and get this game over with as soon as possible.
Shoma recognizing that the downside of Assassin is the numbers aren't great. So wants to match that with Blood Rot, but as we say that, Cast Bone's coming in.
Yeah, this can make the numbers a little better, and it's a perfect Cast Bones. 6 hits on the Cast Bones. That means might and agility at the ready on this next turn.
And some solid red cards in that as well. CNC and Swing Big, both premium cards to follow up a Cast Bones. If he draws even one of them, CNC for 12 with Go again, is one of the dirtiest things you can do in this game.
This feels like a huge moment in this game. Francesco is set up for the future very well. Might at 6, agility token at the ready. A good hand drawn here could absolutely spell doom for Shoma. On Shoma's side, you have faded the third Blood Rush Bellow. If you can go ahead and get through this massive Cast Bones turn, maybe, just maybe, you're starting to push things in your favor.
Cast Bones, a very interesting pick for this KO list. We've seen a lot of KOs cut Cast Bones in favor of cards like No Fear for the Assassins and even Reckless Swing for the Enigmas. So to see Francesco still running this Cast Bones, very interesting, innovative deck building on his side as well.
What are the disruptive options here for Shoma? Can he find a way to pick apart Francesco's hand at a critical moment?
Another thing he has to consider is, can he empty his arsenal? Can he use all 5 cards? Because you know there's a potential for CNC for 12, which you may not be able to cover up. You know, there are some 2 blocks, like those Codex of Frailty and those Death Touches, and they're looking for scrap as well. So Shoma wants to empty his hand here so that the CNC just becomes 12 vanilla instead of 12 with on-hit destroy arsenal.
Looking for a scrap to kick things off. Very nice. Go again is found. That bodes well for being able to use all the cards here.
I believe that's a red pitch, though. It's not ideal.
I think you're right. I think you're looking at a red infect there.
Also holding on to another Codex. While that's a very strong card, it does mean you will, end with an arsenal, and against the CNC, that can be really awkward. But Francesco may not have drawn it, to be fair. Those were 6 cards revealed. He's only drawing 4 of the 6. Could just be swing, but could just be more vanilla damage.
Really interesting turn here, Pankaj. It feels like the critical turn in this game thus far. Forgo again the first offer. This is just vanilla damage. If you're in Francesco's seat, you have to wonder, do I just let this one go?
Especially when you have the agility as well. Almost certainly Francesco will be able to convert his hand offensively. But if you commit to blocks and you get disrupted after that, that would be a complete blowout. So wouldn't be surprised to see Francesco just say no blocks over here.
Thinking about a Flick Knives here. Potentially making the way for some of those future attacks to connect.
So it looks like Francesco has declared no blocks. We are under reactions over here. Shoma just doing some quick maths.
It is going to be Flick Knives throwing that Spider's Bite. This is such an interesting decision, Pankaj. This is so early in the game. You're going to play the rest of this game without that Spider's Bite. What kind of advantage are you garnering from this on-hit?
Shoma definitely gambling a little over here because with only a Scale Peeler left for the rest of the game and your opponent not even having any armor to speak of, just the one block on Apex Bronebreaker, that Scale Peeler is almost just doesn't have text for the rest of this game.
No blocks on this effect, and it's going to go ahead and get the Black Tech Whisperers here, and that is going to give go again, and Blood Rot Pox come through, and CNC as the Chain Ender. I think that was a near perfect Arsenal card, Pankaj.
With the Spider's Bite on hit as well. Now, I have to point out, Shoma actually left himself a little vulnerable to the Spider's Bite effect being used up on the Infect. Had Francesco blocked an attack on the Infect, he could have covered up the CNC with just 2 attacks cleanly. So Shoma did leave himself open a little bit with that Infect in the middle. Didn't get punished for it, though. Now Francesco needs to deal with the CNC with the Spider's Bite effect active.
Yeah, there were a lot of branching paths there, right? Because the defense there means maybe black textures don't get used. Maybe you come through the next turn and you take another counter gamble that Command and Conquer was not drawn. But I think this went about as well as Shoma could have anticipated.
Yep, and also critically ending without an arsenal. Did not play that Codex of Frailty, not having any arsenal that could potentially get disrupted by the opponent's CNC. Very impressive damage numbers, honestly, coming out from Shoma over here. Not something you expect from Assassin. That was 5 from Looking for a Scrap, 5 from Infect, once you count the Blood Rot as well, and then 6 from the CNC.
Not only impressive damage numbers, but impressive play for a region that just hasn't had Flesh and Blood in its native language for a very long time. Of course, Part the Mistveil, the first set printed in Japanese, the Japanese debut. And here we see an incredibly strong Japanese player already, Shoma Yamamura, showing exactly what that region is capable of.
Not even using an MST hero. Using some MST cards, but not using the MST hero, using an older assassin.
And the Command and Conquer is going to come through, and that brings Francesco down to 9 with a Blood Rot Pox on the table, and the Arsenal cleared. That Wild Ride pushed out of the Arsenal here.
6 mites pop at the start of the turn for Francesco. This is a swing big for 14 with go again.
Pretty big number.
Definitely quite large.
I can't believe the dice were ready for that. Just had 14 on demand.
Shout out to our production team for that one. I did not know dice go that high.
I can't even count that high. So 14 damage on offer here. Still cards at the ready. Action point at the ready. Francesco is at 9. Good correction of the life total there with a Blood Rot Pox out there in the arena.
Once again, Inertia Trap drawn by Shoma over here. Probably not going to be as effective. Even if it's just a Claw follow-up, you can still just pay to the Blood Rot if you know you're under Inertia. So almost wonder whether he wants to Arsenal that Inertia instead. But of course, 14 damage is a lot. Might just want to convert it for just 3 block.
Looks like defense reaction in hand in the form of Sink Below. Bunch of 3 blocks as you would expect from Uzuri, although there are those looking for a scrap out there, of course. 2 blocks as well, but Codex of Frailty, another 2 block. On the whole, Assassin cards defend very, very well.
Total of 13 block available in hand for Shoma over here. Still not enough to cover up the swing big, and there's still 1 more action point after that.
I want to point out, Pankaj, critically, next turn, we're going to be able to spend some silver and get those Black Tech Whisperers back. And I think that's a really big deal, just getting access to that prevention once more.
Inertia token formed on the side of Francesco. Let's see whether that'll even affect him.
Can I point something out about those tokens? And maybe it's just our camera angle. They look worn to me. They look like the tokens of somebody who has moved them out from under Uzuri about 1 million times.
Or, just keeps them in his wallet because he really loves those tokens. For
Also possible.
Just hands them out to people. Looks like his Inertia token giving Francesco some pause. He seems to be a little, seems to be almost like he might want to change his play just based on the expression.
Yeah, maybe it was just going to be Claw. It is just going to be Claw here.
So, does have 2 floating, so you can just pay for Blood Rot and dodge the effect of the Inertia. But then, of course, then you're pitching a red to pay for Blood Rot. Not ideal, but at least...
You still challenge the Arsenal effectively. I think this Inertia actually paying pretty big dividends here.
So, there is to some extent a bit of anti-synergy when you're a class with as much Arsenal Disruption as Assassin. We see a Leave No Witnesses in his hand.
Yep.
If you already gave them the inertia, the Leave No Witnesses doesn't really have an on-hit, so there's a bit of anti-synergy, but you definitely are happy just to keep the KO on smaller hands.
Yeah, critically is going to be able to lead with Bonds on this next turn, though, I believe, is Shoma, and does have access to 3 somewhat tricky reactions, and it's a huge cost. You'd give up your last dagger, you'd give up a Black Tech Whispers that hasn't defended yet. So I don't know that that's necessarily going to be the line, but you just get a lot more threat if you go ahead and lead with Bonds, and maybe you can force Francesco into some suboptimal decision, which is what Assassin is all about. We saw it with the Flesh Bag, and that's not to say Francesco does anything wrong. He's put in impossible positions time and time again where he really has to guess. That's what Uzuri's so good at, making you guess over and over.
And that's the big thing over here. If he represents Bonds of Agony, Francesco might just be forced to block 5, and then he doesn't even need to use those reactions, doesn't need to give up the last dagger or the black dagger. Looking not to be able to play here, just going for the efficient 0 for 4 over here is Shoma.
Makes sense. You can always go ahead and make this play next turn, assuming you survive. But look, no Arsenal on the hands of Francesco, no Blood Rush Bellow available. I think it's very, very reasonable to think you are going to be able to defend your way through this next turn.
Also want to point out, Francesco paid for the Blood Rod with a blue Mighty Wind-Up, so was able to instead discard the Wind-Up to dodge the inertia effect if he wanted to create 2 Might tokens, because he hadn't discarded that turn. Instead opting to save 2 life rather than go for the offensive 2 life, just showing us how he's respecting keeping his life total high against a deck like Uzuri, because aside from Flick Knives when you're at the low life totals, Uzuri's hero ability itself when you're at low life totals is very, very tricky to play around.
To say nothing of attack reactions as well, all the shreds that could still be left in the deck. We've seen yellow shred. Are there blue shreds as well? Does have a point left on that Apex Bronebreaker to go ahead and do a little bit more defending. That's going to get a Might as well for this next turn.
And that's a scary moment when you see them block with Apex and CNC. So you're like, oh, so you're going to have another CNC for 7? Looking not quite, just starting with a claw over here.
Yeah, assuming wind-up discard here potentially, but then what's the follow-up? It would have to be something like a Run Roughshod to go ahead and actually convert on this turn.
Or a Cast Bones.
Yeah, Cast Bones good as well. Shoma thinking about the blocks here. Leave no witnesses in hand. We know Bonds in Arsenal.
Such an incredibly tight game between these 2 players on 2 heroes that weren't really the talk of the town coming into this meta. Uzuri versus Kayo, both at 8-2 for the first round of CC on day 2 of Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Looking to go to 9-2. Getting ever closer to that Pro Tour top 8 that every player dreams about. This is why we play Flesh and Blood Pankaj. This is what it is all about. It is, in fact, the wind-up.
What is the follow-up?
2 more mites created here.
So Shoma taking 1 damage, and it's the Cast Bones.
Had them both. Had the perfect follow-ups here. Wind up into Cast Bones, and it is, once again, 6 hits. And with Shoma at 7, this could spell absolute doom.
Shoma needs to disrupt Francesco as much as possible on this following turn.
I just got to look at Shoma's hand.
Bonds of Agony Shakedown?
Just a nick.
Oh.
Bonds of Agony in Arsenal. Black Tech Whisperers not committed to defense. There is Shakedown as well. Pankaj, there's a lot of options here. There's also, it looks like, an Isolate. So Isolate, Shakedown looks very clean here. It could only be stopped by something like a No Fear. But we're going to kick things off with Bonds.
He could go too wide here. If this Bonds gets just a nicked and then Black Teched, he could go Isolate Shakedown after that as well. And that, if both those effects hit,
pretty good.
Yep, that's 2 cards out of Francesco's hand. He's in quite a bit of a pickle over here.
I'll go one further. You could turn on that Bonds as well.
Yeah.
You go ahead and throw that last dagger.
Yep.
Let yourself play a daggerless game.
Black Tech, Flick Knives, and just a nick for 3 reactions into Isolate Shakedown. And if you can deny those 8 Might tokens from the Cast Bones, that could be Shoma's way to... Well, it's not like he's out of the game, but that could be an incredible play for Shoma to be on the front foot.
And Francesco is at 9. I think Francesco is actually vulnerable on this turn. Like, poor blocks here could just spell absolute doom.
Looks like declared no blocks.
No blocks. Just a nick comes down. Black Tech Whisperers and Flick Knives. This is going to be juiced to the moon. And it's going to get the handshake. And Shoma Yamamura has taken down Francesco. Giorgio had to take a gamble there in that last spot. And I'm going to be honest with you, Pankaj. I don't think it mattered. I don't think it mattered how he blocked, because even with that follow-up, he was in so much danger. And I understand the need to take a bit of a risk there. But Shoma Yamamura is showing mastery of a hero that nobody else believed in coming into this tournament.
That was 10 damage out of nowhere. Bonds of Agony started at 1, and then suddenly it was Flick Knives for 1 more, just a nick Black Tech. Now the Bonds of Agony is coming for 9, plus the 1 damage from a Flick Knives. 10 damage out of nowhere, starting from a 1 power attack.
You see the benefit of Uzuri with these new cards. There's so many lines open to you. And I believe, like, sometimes you see that 100% conversion, and you're like, oh, it's, small sample size. I believe there's something special here. Like, watching this deck play, this is doing things that other decks in the format cannot do in very, very special ways. And we're going to learn a lot as we come down these last few rounds. And Shoma's going to have to show us that this deck can succeed against things like Nu, against things like Zen. And look, if you have the disruptive package, I think you can do a very good Nu impression on Uzuri into Zen. I believe in that matchup. What does that Assassin Mirror look like?
Uzuri versus Nu. I want to say, a lot of times when I think of Nu's matchups into a different hero, I think about how effective Siren's Call is. Uzuri, not really known for running too many blues, doesn't really need to because of the hero ability. You might have these 2 costs, but you can just swap them in with isolates and stuff. So might have some number of blues, but doesn't really need them for the turns to function.
Doesn't need to play big hands.
Doesn't need to play big hands. Has defense reactions too. The inertia traps that we saw really, really effective in that matchup. I want to say I'm leaning towards a 50-50. I don't think there's a clear favorite in between those 2 assassins. And to your point about the disruption into Zen, does lack Siren's Call compared to Nu, but has Shakedown.
Yep. We're going to see. We're going to see as we play these last rounds. How about we hear from the man himself? We are ready with an interview for Shoma. Let's go ahead and check that one out, and we'll be back with more action in just a few.
Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Classic. I'm here with Shoma, who just won a very exciting game on Uzuri against Kayo. And I just wanted to ask you, what do you like about Uzuri? What made you want to play her in the Pro Tour?
Oh yeah, I'm always using Uzuri in Japan, and the Uzuri can beat to our famous leaders, Harvard, Kayo, Victor, and Nu, and Dan. But I cannot beat Kano. So I hope I don't match up with Kano. So Nu has started with, but I decided using Uzuri because I can beat Uzuri. I can beat Nu with Uzuri. That's why I use Uzuri.
Yeah, well, we've had 2 Uzuris into the Pro Tour. Both of them made day 2, and I know Brian was very happy that you played Uzuri. Now, I understand that you run a Flesh and Blood store in Japan as well. What made you want to do that? What do you enjoy about Flesh and Blood?
I had met Flesh and Blood 1 year ago. So I felt this game was so great, and I wanted to start a shop of Flesh and Blood. That's why I started a shop.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good luck in your upcoming rounds. And also, don't go anywhere. We got more Flesh and Blood action coming up from Pro Tour Amsterdam very shortly.
Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. We have more action for you, Pankaj, and it is with one of the superstars of our game for this next matchup. It is, of course, Michael Feng going to be taking on Jaap on that Dash.io list, and it's going to be Zen versus Dash.io. Pankaj, we've speculated a lot about this matchup. Is this deck that Jaap has brought to the table designed to go ahead and punish these Zens? We're going to watch a match and find out.
I think it has some serious legs. We spoke a lot about how people need to have a plan for Zen, and a lot of people's plans were to disrupt the Zen. That's what the News and the Victors want to do. But Dash.io is saying, I'm going to outrace you with boom grenades off the top, and potentially even blow up your equipment with T-bones and maybe even magnetic shockwaves before you've gotten a chance to transcend, before you've drawn that Art of War to go ahead and cash in the Tiger from Strider Reprisal. I'm just so incredibly hyped to see this, frankly, explosive matchup.
Absolutely. I do not expect that this will be a particularly long, drawn-out affair. You assume that these players will be able to close the game very quickly, one way or another.
So we are watching this as a backup match of round 11, and we are watching at 1.5 times speed, so bear with us as we all try and catch up to the action, because we expect a fast matchup already, and already at 1.5 times speed.
Yeah, we call this hyperspeed. Hyperspeed, flesh and blood.
Turbo boosting. I'll be curious to see Michael Feng's equipment loadout. We saw across national season some Zen sort of tech against T-Bone by running some of the AB pieces, like your Tide Flippers, into this matchup instead of Strider Reprisal, just having one more piece that's insulated from the T-Bone, so you don't need to so you don't get punished by T-Bones on different turns, because, you know, if you T-Bone once, you already take one blade break. Next time you T-Bone, you take another blade break. You force a dash to have T-Bones on the same turn, which doesn't necessarily always happen. So curious to see whether Michael Feng is going to go for the tech, or just say, if you have the T-Bones, sure, it'll mess me up a little bit. But I'm not going to give you free value by switching Tide Flippers instead of Strider Reprisal.
Yeah, on Jaap's side, I'm very curious if there's any defensive concessions whatsoever. Are you looking at things like Dissolving Shield? Anything to just kind of blunt the damage that Zen could do? Or are you just racing? Is it just absolutely figure out what my absolute ceiling is? Toma Fayendel, look to spike whenever I can.
I would expect to see the quote-unquote defensiveness in the form of the equipment, like the adaptive plating and the balance of justice. However, I say defensive in quote-unquote for balance of justice because I expect Jaap would draw that card and just hold it for offense rather than block.
That is the secret mode of balance of justice. Just going ahead and turboing up these aggro mirrors. Stonewall Gauntlet, a card that could pay some big dividends potentially in this matchup.
So instead of adaptive plating, Jaap actually going for the Stonewall Gauntlet, as you're pointing out, going to be very effective on those Bonds of Ancestry turns. Now, of course, Bonds got down to just a 3-off, down to effectively a Majestic, but still, when you see the Descendant on a turn like an Art of War, just cash in a Stonewall Gauntlet, you get 3 to 4 points of value off your arm piece without needing to give up an item that adaptive plating would force you to do.
Yeah, and Michael Feng coming with the full aggressive loadout, and I have to say, I agree. This is the way I like to approach this matchup as well. Just don't worry about what the dash is going to do to you. Your ceiling is so high. Play towards that. If they happen to gin you early, so be it. That'll happen from time to time. But you can still win those games. It doesn't lock you out by any means.
And of course, aside from just the full blade break loadout, also double needle. We first saw this from Evan Herndon at US Nationals, winning US Nationals off those double needles. Michael Feng sporting the same thing. And as we say that, Jaap, Techlocore off the top on turn 0.
Yeah, great turn 0. Also a great turn 0. Immediately punishes the decision by Michael Feng to go ahead and run that 4 blade break suite. Does find just a blue T-bone, but it's not about the damage, it's about that effect. And it is going to go ahead and demand a piece of equipment already.
And that's what you run into. We spoke about the Tide Flippers. It just insulates you from random T-bones being one-offs on different turn cycles. If you had the Tide Flippers, you can put it here, and unless Jaap has a second T-bone, you didn't lose any piece of equipment. But over here, just a single T-bone now. Takes 1 blade break. If Jaap only finds 1 T-bone the following turn, still takes another blade break. It was a risk Michael Feng took, and it's kind of not paying off for him right now. Going to need to give up, looks like that Shuko on this turn 0, while Jaap is also setting up items.
Yeah, big win here. First win of the match for Jaap. How about second Techlocore? That's, I guess there's been like 3 wins, honestly. Double Techlocore, they both count as wins, and then that T-bone. So an explosive start here from Jaap on turn 0. has to be thrilled with the way this game is going so far.
There's also a Toma Fandal in Arsenal, Brian.
Okay,
so that's,
fourth win.
Yep, more and more explosiveness. Sparker Genius in hand as well. Sometimes when you have Toma Fandal in Arsenal as Dash.io, sometimes you want to just wait for a crank item off the top to cash it in. But in a matchup as fast as this, I wouldn't be surprised to see Jaap just cash in the accelerator to go ahead and play the Toma Findal, especially when you have 2 Teklo cores as well. You'll be able to gain all the life from the Toma Findal as well, because you won't need to pitch anything.
I want to highlight Jaap as, again, hometown hero from the Netherlands. You love to see somebody doing well in their home Pro Tour. Gabe, Sher, of course, also still in the mix right now. Very, very good record. And both needles accounted for on this turn. They are gone. Command and Conquer coming down, though. Going to challenge that Toma Findal that's sitting in the arsenal.
And that's the punish that you might get into when you try and blow up the needles. When they send Disruption at you afterwards. Now, Zen, unlike Dash.io, can run these generic disruptive pieces. Dash.io can't really because it messes up the boost. Michael Feng saying, okay, blow up my needles, but now can you block the CNC? And if you block the CNC, can you use your Teklo cores effectively?
Yeah, and I think the answer is yes. Just a fine block with the equipment suite here. So be pretty happy with that. Teklo core going to go ahead, do its thing. Spark of Genius going to go grab assuredly a crank item.
Probably Teklo Pounder, actually, with the 4 resources of the Teklo core.
Sure,
yep.
I like that. And just play towards a future turn. Great call, Pankaj.
And on Michael Feng's side, I believe I saw an Art of War go to his arsenal over there, but no more needles for him and no points of damage leaked on both sides of it. If I had to give someone an advantage here, Brian, I'd say Jaap, even though Michael Feng does have the first 5-card hand here. But no weapons there. The Shuko also already gone. Looking a little rough for him, I have to say.
There's another tome in Jaap's hand, I believe.
Ooh. Now that can be tricky, to be honest. That you'd kind of need to find a crank item off the top to get the 2-second action point for the accelerator, or a high octane.
Yeah, there are some potential explosive combinations here for Jaap's hand, but the first big offensive salvo going to come here from Michael Feng. And I want to point out, with that Art of War in Arsenal, maybe a bit of a blessing to take that off turn here. By setting up that Teklo Pounder, you denied access to at least strides. And I could see very much, at first, Zen's played in a fashion where it was all about jam in traverse, jam in strides, play this massive 7-card hand. I don't think that's really true anymore. I think it is more about sustained output and using a stride here, a traverse there. Just keep your output up over and over and over. Particularly after the Bonds ban, things shifted a little bit more in that direction.
Speaking of equipment, I do want to point out the Balance of Justice that is live on Jaap's side now, because Michael Feng has drawn 2 cards. Now, headpieces like Balance of Justice and Crown of Providence are uniquely very strong in Dash.io because they know what they're going to draw. Jaap knows exactly what's at the top of his deck, knows exactly how that'll fit into his hand, if it fits into his hand. Also, potentially lets him dig further for that crank item that he wants to turn on those Tomes of Fender.
Yeah, and he did take the card. It was a blue, so now has resources available. And if there is a crank card on top of the deck, this is going to be a massive, massive turn from Jaap.
Now has resources available indeed on top of the 4 from the Teklo core as well. 7 resources available for Jaap. We'll be able to use all of it. I mean, with 2 Tomes of Fendal available to him, you have to wonder whether he's going to be able to use all that. So, let's see. Did he find the crank item on the top?
He sure did, and it's a red boom grenade. Basically the perfect rip off the top. And now action point at the ready for that Arsenal Tome of Findel. Here it comes. Massive life gain on top, Pankaj.
This was Balance of Justice draw. Pitchless Tome of Fendal because of the Teklo core. Gaining 7 life is Jaap off the Tome of Fendal. I'm not sure if I've ever seen 7 life gained off this card.
Saw a T-bone drawn there as well. There's another tome in hand. Achilles accelerator potentially at the ready. Are you just going for it here, Pankaj? Are you saying I'm going to rip as much damage as I can?
I think if he was going to use it, he would have used it before the one from Arsenal, so you could gain more life from the Arsenal one. Either way, you need to wait to get an extra action point. So maybe he's saying, I'm going to deal a bunch of damage this turn, but also set up for a future turn.
Sure. I think that sounds very reasonable. 0 to 60 going to kick things off here. It's coming in just for 4. It is a blue 0 to 60, but it's going to be buffed up by that Teklo Pounder. It's a break point. Double boom grenade out there. You have to hit with these boom grenades for sure.
And Zen hates blocking. Also T-bone in hand as well for Jaap. Now, you might be tempted to block because of the boom grenades, But when you see your opponent dash with 5 more cards in hand, you're probably just like, I don't think I can stop it.
It's a losing battle, Pankaj. You have to just accept your fate somewhere along the line. Is going to get in a cheeky defense with this Tiger Stripe. But 1 damage does still leak. 0 to 60 has done its work, and the boom grenades have done their thing. Spark of Genius in hand for Jaap.
Very, very strong card in Dash.io, particularly because of the number of crank items they run. Normally consumes an action point, but if you just search for a crank item, you just get your action point right back.
I wonder if you want to get something like a blue backup protocol here to rebuy that T-Bone. If you go ahead and just T-Bone out basically everything here, because there is another T-Bone in hand, is that the angle you want to take on this particular turn? And we're reaching for the Tome of Fyendel, so we are going to go ahead and use this one. 2 more cards coming to hand.
Potentially a slight missequence from Jaap here. Then if he used that one from hand first, he would have healed even more. From the one
I could
that came
see
from
the
Arsenal.
information being very valuable, though. What you draw off that tome might dictate a lot of your choices. And now we are going to Spark of Genius. Surely this has to get a boom grenade. Okay. So boom grenade just going to go ahead and juice up this turn even further.
I mean, was Michael going to do block a Dash.io's 5-card hand? Yeah, I was just saying, I'm just going to cash this in for 3 damage, draw a card right back, and just get my action point back too from the crank.
This is that old school Thomas Dowling Dash.io, just absolutely shoot for the moon.
And one other thing to point out about the Tomes of Fyendel as well, with both of them gone, the chance of you bricking on a boost has just gone down that much lower. Just one more tomb left.
It's funny I mentioned Thomas Dowling, who sort of put Dash.io on the scene back at that very, very exciting calling.
In Melbourne, I believe.
Down in Melbourne, yep. Do you remember who ultimately ended that run in the finals?
Ben Dodd on Uzuri.
On Uzuri. We just saw an Uzuri win last round.
Yep. Brian giving me a little pop quiz out here on stream. I'm glad I managed to get that one. No more questions, please, though, of that nature.
This is how I test my co-casters throughout the day. I require perfect knowledge of every calling that has ever happened, and Pankaj stepped up.
Yellow zipper hit coming in. Did manage to blow up that yellow boom grenade. All 3 red boom grenades now critically gone. 2 in the yard already, went off, and then there was 1 banished to a boost, I believe. So hence why Jaap found the yellow boom grenade from the Spark of Genius.
Throttle the next play here. I hear Tom Dowling in the chat right now, watching Dash.io do its thing, like a proud papa.
Also want to point out, some people might be concerned that if Jaap finds a Tomb of Fyendel on top, he won't, his boosts will be bricked. But Teklo Foundry Heart's still available, and Dash.io knows what's on top. So if you see a Tomb of Fyendel off top, you just Foundry Heart it away. So Jaap is actually completely insulated
this turn
from
is
bricking a boost.
Going to continue for sure, and it is T-Bone coming down now, demanding some more equipment. 12 Petal Kasaya is the block. 1 more leaked.
Yeah, just trying to hold on to Traverse and Stride. Blue T-Bone in the pitch zone for Jaap. Decided not to cash that in.
Time for Teklo Foundry Heart. 2 cards burned. 2 more resources available. Backup Protocol Red comes down. It is cranked, and it is going to buy back the T-Bone. And that means we're now pressuring one of these critical pieces of equipment. Either Traverse or Strides will be committed on this turn.
Jaap showing us why Dash.io is pretty much the only aggro deck that exists right now that can outraise Zen. Not only are you outputting insane amounts of damage of red boom grenades off the top, you're also just taking away Zen's explosiveness by just making them use these equipment pieces for close to no value.
One more aggro deck that I think can outrace Zen. Dash.IE. Like, these are the 2 ways to really do it, and a lot of it is on the back of those T-Bones. So a massive turn from Jaap Ijlst, and now sitting with an advantage, 30 life to 16. A lot of that critical equipment has been burned by Michael Feng. Does still have the Traverse at the ready. Hasn't transcended yet, so that's something that's going to have to be crossed at some point.
You see a levels, and I was almost expecting Michael Feng to respond to it and transcend, so the Traverse is online, but unfortunately doesn't have it, just holding on to
not found it yet.
And a CNC in his hand. So if Jaap finds another T-Bone or even a backup protocol, that Traverse would just be a blade break too.
Levels is going to hit here, and Command and Conquer coming down to challenge the Arsenal. I see a Heist. I see a Max Velocity in hand, and it looks like these cards are going to be committed to doing some defense here.
Max velocity without the tackle cores anymore. Going to be a tough ask to resolve that, especially under CNC.
Yep, still a clean 3-block alongside Pulse Wave Harpoon. Covers up that CNC, and now we're going to play a 3-card hand here for Jaap. Teklo Pounder still at the ready, and that's just going to let this Zipper hit do its thing very effectively. Coming in for a juicy 7 with Feng only at 16. These numbers looking pretty good, and we know Zens do not want to block. Traverse not ready yet either, crucially.
Critically, we also have yet to see a high octane from Jaap. You look at the deck size and you think, ooh, is he running out of gas? We haven't seen a high octane banished to any of the boosts or the Foundry Heart, and he has 5 counters.
Yeah,
Symbiosis
that's
shot.
what makes that high octane so terrifying.
Plenty of damage left in Jaap's side of the field. Can Michael Feng transcend? The last thing he wants is for him to give up the Traverse without having transcended. And we know his arsenal is actually just a Tiger from the Stride of Reprisal, so looks like a potential 5-card hand under this, just vanilla Zipper hit for 7, but one of those cards being a Tiger, it's not really a real 5-card hand.
You've got to be sweating just there possibly being another T-Bone somewhere. It's so scary. Thankfully, you've cleared the cards in hand. It's a card in Arsenal. If it was a T-Bone, it would have been played last turn for sure. So it's not happening yet, but you have to transcend soon. You have to get value out of this Traverse. Otherwise, you're going to give up so much value. And we do have a double transcend finally happening.
So a bit of a break for Michael Feng. Something he can... Oh, no, this is a Preserve. Okay, yeah, if it was a Rising Sun, he could have actually tutored the Chi right back with a Traverse. But okay, Preserve, not quite, but still. Transcend coming for Michael Feng. Traverse is going to be online for future turns.
Preserve looking to buy back Command and Conquer here. Drop in the ocean, just going to do a little bit of blunting of this Zipper hit.
Coming in for 6. Have to imagine Jaap is also going to cash in one of those counters in a Symbiosis shot. Yep, coming in for 2. So 8 damage presented off of 2 cards is Jaap.
Not bad at all. Symbiosis shot, sneaky good weapon. So powerful.
So Michael Feng's side, both players know there's 2 Chi in his hand. Ancestral Harmony coming down.
Does reveal a Wind Chakra. So a miss on that Ancestral Harmony.
However, it does have the Descendant, and both players know there's a second Chi in his hand. So Bonds of Ancestry going to come out. Going to check what combo card will be available for him. I see a Tiger Swipe, Spinning Wheel Kick, 100 wins, possibly a...
I think there's a Mauling Chi as well. So there's a lot of options here for Michael.
I was going to say possibly a 0 cost to go with the cost curve of the weapon, and I remembered both his needles got blown up, so there's no weapon over
here. They have been gone for quite a while now. There is a Tiger Swipe, but not going to do the thing we needed to do here.
Yep.
Zen is going to be activated here. Of course, going to get Bonds. Bonds going to do its thing with the Mauling Key.
Yep. So will he be able to use the extra 1 resource that he has on this turn? Ancestral Harmony, even though it whiffs, still doing its job pretty much. A 0 for 3 blue on a block 3 that enables you to transcend. Can't really ask for much more than that.
It's rare that it has bad days. Ancestral Harmony always feels so strong in this list.
Yep, of course, unsurprisingly, just tanking all this damage, saying, I do not care. I'll take this Mauling Chi Onlet. That is just 7 vanilla damage.
Yeah, and Jaap's life total is falling precariously low, down to 11, but has a very large hand here. Michael Feng mercifully is able to use that Traverse for value on this turn should he need to, and I expect he will need to. I don't think you play that turn that way if you're Jaap with anything other but explosive options. Kicking things off with a Zipper hit here. Going to get rid of the first high octane that we've seen thus far.
Does have another Spark of Genius in his hand as well. And, we speak about Michael Feng getting value of the Traverse. I'm not sure if this hand is something he would want to use Traverse for, but he might just be forced to. Jaap kept a full 5-card hand as Dash.io. Last Teklo Pounder charge also being expended on this turn. Blue Zipper hit coming in for 5.
Yeah, and the Traverse is committed here. Finally goes and finds a Chi.
As Jaap, you're happy. You're happy to see a card come down along with this Traverse. This isn't a 6-card hand for Michael Feng. Right now, just 5. Possibly going to be even less.
Okay, Dissolving Shield off the top. We wondered if there would be defensive options in Jaap's deck, and there are. But in this case, it doesn't really feel like a defensive option. This is just going ahead and granting an action point as well. So a little bit of insulation from Michael Feng's next turn, but also just going to extend the turn a bit here. Has Spark available as well, should he want to use it.
Spark going to be incredible when you have the extra action point as well. Potentially might not need to crank the item that he searches for. But of course, leaving the action point up as well could potentially insulate you from the Tomb of Fandal being on the top if you see it. So
it is backup protocol red here coming down.
Or even if you draw the Tomb of Fandal of the Sparker Genius, you can cash in that second action point. Looks like he did crank the backup protocol.
Boom grenade in hand. Tome in arsenal. Absolutely perfect. Goes up to 15. Draws 2 more cards. What are they? Are they going to keep the aggression rolling? It looks like another T-bone. A little too late for that one, but they did their work in this game for sure.
Gained another 4 life as well, and he has boosted once, and his backup protocols on the field, has the maximum velocity in the yard. Can he turn that on? If he gets to resolve a maximum velocity over here on this turn, that might just be the end for Michael Feng.
I see T-bone. That would be second boost. Is there a third boost in hand?
Do I see an outpace?
I believe it's an outpace. And I think it's a blue boom grenade as well. So resources do seem to be available here.
Foundry Heart as well. And this time all Tomes of Fandal gone from the deck.
Totally clean. You know you're getting 2 resources.
Now, of course, if Michael Feng has drawn his Passover, he could respond to the backup protocol with a Passover, which would be wild if we see that. But
Very true. That would fill out the old bingo card for sure.
Yeah, low probability on that one. Though that has happened to me before. You know, I try and Codex and they pass over my only Arsenal Disruption, and that's really, really annoying. So
having a careful think here is Jaap, of course. Stakes are so high at this moment. Has to know every card left in the deck, everything available.
You also have to be worried about boosting away those high octanes. You boosted 1 away. You have 6 charges on the Symbiosis shot. You really want to resolve at least 1 high octane if the game even goes further than this turn.
Fender Bender kicking things off here. Just a 1 for 4.
Particularly the second boost of this turn. Dash IO has been activated this turn, so Michael Feng doesn't need to worry about a cheeky boom grenade off the top. Most of the damage is just going to be face up. No attack reactions speak of in Dash IO.
Things looking good for a potential max velocity if we've read the hand correctly here, Pankaj.
Yet another card coming on from Michael Feng. That's down to just 3 cards. One of them being that Chi that he got off the Traverse.
Is that a T-bone? Is that a blue in hand? It is not. It's an outpace. Okay, so this is going to go ahead and get that next high octane out of the deck. But Feng falling down to just 3 here.
Might not need that high octane. Foundry Heart, if that's a blue T-bone in hand, Foundry Heart allows you to backup protocol back the maximum velocity and just send 10 right at Michael Feng's face when you know one of his 3 cards is a Chi.
Is there maybe another miss in the deck that we don't know about, Pankaj? That seems like a windmill slam, right?
If that's a blue, perhaps we've misread and maybe that's not a blue T-bone.
It's possible. It's possible. We could be working with rainbow T-bones. Maybe it's a yellow or something like that. It didn't look like a red, but we only got a quick look. Let's see exactly what it is. It is a red T-bone. Okay, that makes sense. And the last high octane out of the deck. So this does present lethal. It gets Command and Conquer from hand. Symbiosis shot continues the chain. 2 cards and an arsenal left for Michael Feng.
And now we know why Jaap took so long to decide that play. He had to boost away the last high octane. Remember, every boost in Dash IO is not a mystery. You know exactly what you're boosting away. Jaap had to seriously consider whether he can afford to get rid of the 3rd high octane. He made the call that he can. And I wonder whether Michael Feng's now deciding, does he need to pivot to a fatigue strategy?
But how can you do that, Pankaj? You don't have any Zephyr Needles. You have no way to attack with a weapon anymore. I feel like the fatigue strategy does not benefit you in this case.
True, and you without Shuko even, you can't even just, Tiger to at least get 1 damage, and there's no damage. That maybe he's working towards a draw strategy if both players are just out of damage in the deck. I'm not sure, but it looks like Michael Feng is deciding he needs to go for a more defensive posture for now, with the last high octane gone from Jaap's deck.
I think honestly just forced into a more defensive posture. What else? You could die. That's your other option.
So now question for Jaap. Backup protocol will just expire if it goes to his turn with it. Is he going to use it on Michael Feng's turn? instead.
Definitely going to use this Dissolving Shield. That's going to go ahead and prevent 2 of this damage. And then thinking on the backup protocol. What does this unlock for Jaap? It is going to be used here. What's the grab?
4 cards, unlikely to find max velocity. Might just get that red throttle, just the biggest number that you can get.
Pretty good card.
Zen has a lot of no blocks, has a lot of 2 blocks as well. Yeah, might just be able to just send enough raw damage. Symbiosis shots as well, not efficient to block, and just be cheeky, extra 2 damage pings while Michael Feng is at 3.
Another critical decision in this matchup. Been very impressed with Jaap's play thus far. Time and time again in Flesh and Blood, Pankaj, you see someone who you're not super familiar with make their way to the feature match area on a hero you're not super familiar with. And they show exactly why they're here. And a boom grenade found off the top, utilizing that last resource for Jaap.
Extremely efficient usage of resources for Jaap on Michael Feng's turn, no less. That was just 2 for backup protocol, 1 for an item off the top.
This makes any damage lethal at this point. Every single point has to be defended or Michael Feng will die.
It also means Jaap has Dash Arrow's ability available to him on this
0 to
turn.
60, and it's going to get the handshake, and Jaap has taken down Pro Tour champion Michael Feng on Dash IO.
What an incredible game. We saw the explosiveness that we were expecting from Jaap's list off the back of that extremely, extremely strong start. Teklo-Core off the top, T-boning away the Shuko, and then playing another Teklo-Core from hand. Arsling Toma Fendal, if that isn't the best start that you could hope for, I don't know what is. And then he just went ahead, capitalized on that 7 life gained off that T-bone. That was just such an amazing showcase of what Dash IO can do and how she is a menace to be reckoned with alongside Zen.
I think there is a lot to consider about this metagame in the aftermath of this event, regardless of how things shake up. We've seen some very, very impressive play from these kind of rogue-ish strategies. We're going to see more of that type of roguish play in the next round. We're coming back with Dash IE next go-around. You're going to see Sam Sutherland, the Dash IE master, trying to take that hero as he marches closer and closer towards a Pro Tour top 8. You are not going to want to miss it. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Pro Tour Amsterdam, everyone. We're going and about to start up with round 12. But before we do so, I feel like we should check in on the standings. So the end of round 11 standings, get a bit of an update, see how your favorite players are doing. So we'll see if we can pull those up in just a second for you. And then we see at the top of the board, is that Levia, I see?
Interesting. Lovely to see one of our brutes, not probably the brutes that we expect to see a lot. Like Kayo has been having its own reign of time before part of Mistveil came about and did some dents in the meta. So seeing Levia doing really, really well for herself is really interesting to see.
Yeah, and then if we move down a little bit, the other 10-point player at the moment is Bartosz on Zen. Probably no surprises there. Zen was considered to be one of the best decks coming into the tournament. Going down the list, we've got a couple players on new as well, Gabe, Sher, and Etienne. But I feel one of the big surprises, Dash.io. So Dash.io, a deck sort of that's set up well to deal with decks like Zen, I feel. Things like T-Bone, you have your boom grenades, which threaten a lot of damage. You can just try and race them as quickly as possible if you want. So
yeah, it can make it really awkward for Zen when he doesn't want to block and give us big pop-up turn, and they're presenting the T-Bones to basically just like bait out those early armor blocks that doesn't get that much value.
Yeah, so, and for sure, when you have a couple of boom grenades down, you start with like 0 to 16 to zip it into zip it. It makes life very difficult, I feel, for Zen.
Can race pretty well, I would imagine.
Really cool as well to see Shoma representing Japan playing
on
Uzuri. So only 2 Uzuris were registered for the Pro Tour. Both of them made day 2. So that's a 100% conversion rate, if my math checks out.
Sweet.
So really cool to see, some of the old heroes from Outsiders still keeping up. And okay, now we've got a couple of Team Blue Pitch members playing Nu and Zen respectively. And then Sam Sutherland. So actually the winner of the Calling Auckland one time on playing Dash. I actually spoke
Dash.
Yep, I spoke to him before the event and was just asking, what are you playing? And he said, I don't know if I was meant to bring Dash, but she's getting kind of close to Living Legends.
Yeah.
I really just want to play her at least sort of one more time. Don't want someone else to push her over. So it looks like it's worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, 9th place so far at the end of round 11. Still 3 more rounds to go, but we're still closing in on how everything is going to shake up here. So Sam definitely putting up a name for himself in this tournament and maybe being the one that pushes Dash over the line here.
Yep, and spoiler alert, we may see him come up in a feature match very shortly. And then going down, we have Tariq Patel, who's both a US and Canadian national champion.
Exactly.
And yeah, so just looking down, so we have a few more news Zens. We have Christopher Iaali still repping it on Prism. We got some Kayos, another Prism in there, and Vesper. So sort of roughly what we'd expect outside of a couple of surprises here and there.
Exactly.
All right, so that's enough of that. I know everyone's keen for us to just get straight into the action, so I believe the game is about ready to go. So we'll move into that very, very shortly.
And as we mentioned, we have Sutherland here on Dash Inventor Extraordinaire.
Yep, and Pudding Tam from Team Blue Pitch playing Zen, Tamer of Purpose. Both these players pretty comfortable playing the decks. I spoke to Pudding, he said, yeah, I'm playing Zen. I'm a ninja player. I feel it's the best ninja at the moment, one of the best decks in the format. So
can't blame him.
Yep, I am very curious, Erica, to see how Pudding presents his equipment. If he just goes for the standard, Shuko, 12-pedal, Traverse, and Stride of Reprisal, or if he looks to switch it up a bit to try counter the threat of some of those T-Bones that I expect Sam may look to bring in.
Yeah, we've seen some sense maybe picking in some Snapdragon Scalers instead of the Tiger Tamer Purpose. Could basically get some extra resistance against these T-Bones, Magnetic Shockwaves, all of these attacks that Dash can present that basically forces you to use your armor block. Can make life very, very frustrating as a Zen player if you have to block with your armor too early, so you can't really capitalize on the upsides that you get from your various values of your armor.
Yeah, I did see a few lists coming into the tournament that people were testing, running things like, I believe it's Prowling Paws, the Battle-worn boots that can make a Tiger as well.
Right.
Not sure if Pudding necessarily wanted to use up one of the precious sideboard slots on that card, but another option. And the other thing I'll be interested in here is what item Sam chooses to start with, because I feel there's sometimes you want to go with the Induction Chamber for the value, otherwise maybe Teklo Pounder if you're going for the full race. Any thoughts on what he might choose to go with here?
Depends on how he values his aggression here. I believe, as you're facing one of the most aggressive decks in the meta, you're probably looking to race as fast as possible. But starting with an Induction Chamber can help you alleviate some extra damage with your pistol whenever you have floating remaining. So it could be presenting extra 4 damage on a 2-pitch or 3-pitch. So it's up to see here what Sam Sutherland decides to do.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes the efficiency is the aggro in a way. So like you might sort of think Teklo Pounder, that's how I push the most damage, but maybe Sam has tested this and just figured, you know what, Induction Chamber actually nets me more damage, so... Okay, and actually going Talishar,
Wow.
Teklo Pounder, let's go.
I would not bet on that one. Interesting. Then I would definitely suggest that Teklo Pounder is the better starting item to go.
And we see putting over on his side is just, presented the standard equipment, the Traverse, Shuko, 12 Pedal, and Stride, and actually going for the 2 Zephyr Needles. So I think both players recognize that this is a race. We're going to try sort of beat each other into submission as quickly as possible, and it looks like Pudding's about to kick things off for us.
But the Talishar is some really interesting tech here. Of course, it's going to break after a certain amount of uses, but it's coming in for 4, only pitching 2. So it's a really good utilization of whenever you have that extra pitch floating. Instead of having your Teklo gun, then Talishar can be really effective, especially when these games doesn't go that long.
Yeah, and Pudding's going to kick things off, pitching a spinning wheel kick to come on with another spinning wheel kick red. So coming for 4 go again. And just looking over at Sam's equipment here, it looks like we got the Stonewall Gauntlet and the Balance of Justice, so it does have some pretty good defensive tools there.
Yeah, Balance of Justice being really, really good into Zen and the Brutes alike, as you can get that damage reduction from, not damage reduction, but the block value, and also whenever they do their big Art of War or Blood Rush turns, you can get an extra card on that turn to get some extra block value as well.
It's pretty nice. Like, you're going to draw some cards, I'm going to draw some cards.
Exactly.
We'll even this up a little bit. And so Sam's just going to go ahead and block out that spinning wheel kick with 2 cards, following up with the aspect of the target body here. Maybe potentially saying, oh, you put 2 cards in front of my 4 power, maybe I can look to get a little bit aggressive.
And maybe to actually get some ship damage in, because blocking these crouching tigers is very unfortunate, but it depends on how we can buff that one. Since it doesn't have the tiger taming Kakara, it doesn't have the ability to present the tiger taming Kakara in order to get the crouching tigers that +1.
So is Pudding going to commit that last card from hand? No, he's just going to give up on that tiger, put that into Arsenal and move on. Perhaps just looking to filter a little bit there. Looked at perhaps slightly light on resources.
Yeah, so you don't want to really push your Zephyr Needles on turn 0, because it's basically just a free block and destroy on an automation from Dash's point of view. Since most of your cards are blocking for 3, it's probably going to break your Zephyr Needles. So you don't want to do the breakage on your Zephyr Needles the first thing you do here.
So one of the key things, Erica, that I feel we're looking for in this game, is it going to do with how quickly Zen can transcend in order to get the chi into deck for that Traverse the Universe?
Exactly, and it's even more crucial in this matchup, as we mentioned already. The T-Bone's going to be able to force some equipment blocks out of Pudding's equipment. So looking to get that Transcend out as early as possible to try and get that value out of whenever you block with your Traverse is going to be very, very crucial here.
Yeah, and Sam really just sort of taking his time here, figuring out what's the best line. It's one of these matchups where it feels every single point of damage can matter. Like, you don't want to be into the end game, you miss 1 damage, and that means your opponent keeps 2 more cards. But you know what? Kicking things off with a throttle for 8 with 1 resource left over, pretty good.
Yeah, I think these aggro mirrors, not mirrors, but like whenever you play the aggro matchup, it's very, very like down to the wire oftentimes when both players are at 1, and it's like, okay, where in the terms of this game did I miss that 1 damage, or when did I miss sequence something somewhere where I could have gained that extra value or that extra damage or that extra block somewhere in order to capitalize as much as possible, because that's always what you're gonna have to do whenever you look at your hand, to try and find the best possible lines, or like eke out the most possible value that you can possibly get.
So Pudding just going to go and take 8 damage there. Seems like he likes his hand. Sam going to follow up with the Spark of Genius, which is very nice here.
Yeah, Sen's defensive power is not amazing. He has a lot of cards in his disposal that doesn't really block from us, like the Traverses, the Art of Wars, etc. And he also wants to make sure that whenever he has to block, because Dash is probably not going to present much that is going to force him into a blocking situation, except for when he requires those equipment blocks out of those T-bones, magnetic shockwaves, etc.
I'll be interested to see if Sam chooses to get very aggressive and crack the Achilles Accelerator here. Having used his action point on that Spark of Genius, he's going to draw a card because he's boosted this turn. So we'll see if he wants to keep going. Does have a resource spare, will draw another card. Not sure he wants to sort of lose that efficiency of having a card in hand and a spare card to put in Arsenal.
Depends on what he draws into here, if it's something that he can capitalize on. And we see the Achilles there.
So Achilles used, so 1 resource available, can use that Teklo Foundry Heart as well to perhaps pick up some additional resources.
Oh, and the Syrian to 60 is really good here.
Okay, yeah, coming in with the red 0 to 60, that Team Covenant promo looks very, very nice.
Nice. Yeah, Team Covenant has been getting some really, really exciting promos of each and every set. So nice to see those out and about.
So the Teklo Foundry Heart activated there, banishing a yellow and blue 0 to 60, and just going to finish things off with a Talishar. And just like that, putting down to 24 life, and you have to expect he's got some fireworks on this turn, taking all of that damage. Didn't even look interested in blocking, throwing up the bread of the Fab Gods. I think we might be looking at something.
Fab Gods.
I wonder if he's looking like something like an Ardivore or Ancestral Harmony.
It's the Ancestral Harmony. Drum roll, please.
Oh,
that's a good one.
When you're good, you're good. And another Ancestral Harmony in hand. Is he going to go for the second one?
Now that begs the question. It's easy to transcend from this point on, as Ancestral Harmony refills that requirement of having a blue card being played.
I like to see having a bit of fun with this, despite the fact it's such a high-tension game. Okay, the
it's
second
another one. We're going for it.
This is like me when I play games.
Oh,
that one.
Unfortunate. As we're only looking for combo cards in order to deal off, but Ancestral Harmony is still so good. Every single combo card that he's going to play on this turn is going to have +2 this turn. And we have the Homage here.
So able to gain life and, very importantly, transcend. As you mentioned earlier, Erica, that's a critical point in this game. Now the Traverse is online. Also for this turn, because he already has the Descendant, he's going to get the resource from the 12 Petal, has the Descendant available. I guess he might be looking to pick up something like a Bonds.
I would be very scared to sit on Sam's side of things right now. That early Transcend and the hit with the Ancestral Harmony, this turn is gonna hurt.
I like looking up to the sky. I like to do it when I play my own games. I sort of say, James White, send me your aid. Okay, so he's going to kick things off with this Descendant coming in for 3. And Sam on the other side looking very cool, calm and collected.
Yeah, trying to value if his hand has a better output on his aggressive side of things whenever it's his turn again. Or maybe if this is the turn to try and block out a little bit, try to save some health. Pudding already being down to 25. I mean, Sam sitting on 40 is quite healthy at this point in time.
Perhaps internally saying, like, come on, man, did you have to hit the Descendant?
Yeah, and if it doesn't have the bonds in hand already, you can always use the Traverse to activate Zen in order to grab that Bonds of Ancestry.
Yep, perhaps also considering when to use that Stonewall Gauntlet.
Exactly. Now, the Stonewall Gauntlet is a bit interesting because it's going to block one less on each attack coming in on this combat chain. And since we have the plus activated from the Ancestral Harmonies, that Stonewall Gauntlet is going to be active.
Yep, and can be pretty good as well because he probably thinks Pudding's going to look to play the Bonds after this in order to get the combo from it, and then needing to play the card Banish from Bonds on the same chain link as well.
Exactly, so that's a typical line that we see whenever Stonewall Gauntlet is available, that you still need to play out your line after the Bonds in order to get that Banish card into play, and after that, you have the possibility to break the chain.
Looks like he's getting some really nice value here, so defending this for 1, also bringing Descendant down by 1. So sort of somewhat nullifying one of those Ancestral Harmonies, you could say.
A little bit.
Not fully, but a little bit.
Helps. But getting that -1 on the rest of the combat chain is really good here.
Yep, so
decides to go for the Tiger Body here for the Bonds activation.
Yeah, perhaps didn't have too many options. Did have access to the spinning wheel kicks as well.
Yeah.
Maybe just a little light on resources on this turn. Perhaps also wants to try and just get the maximum value, get that Shuko turned on as well.
And also getting the Descendant and Bonds available to him as well in the graveyard after this turn is over for the next Descendant and Bonds line. Also, feeding your graveyard is also very important in Zen in order to capitalize a lot more on what you can tutor for when you go for these Bonds of Ancestry lines.
It's true, just pretty much want to make sure you're considering every angle here.
As I said, these Aggromirs can be very, very delicate in terms of equalizing all the possible outs, finding the most effective lines.
Yes,
can be very intricate, especially when you have access to your whole deck.
Yeah.
With the Zen ability.
I feel it's like sometimes with cards, so you're choosing what card to pick up. This one can be maybe a little bit more difficult again at times. So the Stonewall Gauntlet here, already defending for 1, reducing, getting an additional 2 points of defensive value on the Descendant and the Bonds. Also going to pick up a point on that aspect of body.
I don't think you can ask for a better Stonewall Gauntlet.
pretty damn good. You're getting up to Husk value here. Well, not quite, but nearly.
Almost.
Yeah, roughly 74 points of value if my math checks out. Okay, so the aspect of the body coming through for 4. Going to get the Tiger off the combo here.
It's going to defend 1 from the Stonewall Gauntlet, so going to take 3 here. And now is the question if he's going to break the combat chain here. Yep, that's exactly what we're going for.
So do you feel, Sam on his side, because he has that Teklo core active, is he just looking to ideally take all this damage and come back with as big a turn as possible?
I would imagine that is it, because he hasn't decided to block anything yet, at least. But there hasn't been any on-hits presented to himself, at least yet.
Yep, no Art of War
active. It's damage versus damage at this point.
Yep. So here comes the Tiger Swipe action. I was going to say that is an on-hit, but with no Art of War, the Tigers aren't particularly threatening at this point.
No, not really. As we mentioned before, we don't have the Tiger Taming Kakara to buff our Tigers, to give them +1, and they don't have combo on them, so they won't get the buff from Ancestral Harmony either. So Sam probably thinking here, this is not probably worth my cards if they have the offensive capability with the Teklo core feeding the pitch to pay for everything that I want to do next turn. Then I'm good to go.
Yep, so Sam's been knocked down to 29 life. If he chooses to take this as well, going to head all the way down to 23.
It's a pretty good equalizer here, but Pudding is also sitting on 25, so 2 really big turns coming out from both players here.
In terms of the equipment advantage at this point, would you, given that Sam has used the Achilles and blocked with a Stonewall Gauntlet, is it fair to say Pudding has a pretty significant equipment advantage?
Yeah, there's so much blocking capacity on the Sense these days, with both the Traverse, the 12-pedal Kakara, and the Edge, the Tiger Shurko.
The Stride of Reprisal?
The Stride of Reprisal. Yep. Like, everything is so... There's so much blocking capacity. And also the offensive capabilities that you get from blocking with these gives you so much value. And it's also a question if he wants to use the ability on the 12 pedal to also get the Sense State token to mitigate some damage from his opponent as well.
Definitely something to look out for as this game goes on. And Sam actually choosing to put both the Teklo Foundry Heart and the Balance of Justice in front, not going to stop the on-hit. I wonder if that's an indication he feels this game is going to go so quickly that he just wants to make sure he gets that value out of the Teklo Foundry Heart.
Yeah, typically when we're approaching the 20-ish life totals, that's when we want to start capitalizing a little bit on our armor block so we don't get into a situation where we don't get the full value out of our block capacity that we have available to us.
Well, a blue 100 wins for 3 is pretty damn good in my book. And Pudding is just going to go ahead, arsenal that final card. So has a very narrow life lead of 1 point. Looks like Sam has managed to hold on to his entire hand at this point.
Very interesting that they were able to get down to almost the same life totals of the 2 rounds played.
Now, is this one of the critical turns in the game now with the Teklo core active, Teklo Pounders ticking down, and Pudding with all the equipment available? Is this going to be potentially a turning point?
Could be if he finds that Art of War, and I'm not sure if he has that available to him as of yet. That is typically your signal to this is when I want to pop off. You have the Transcendence card in your arsenal, you have that energy available for you for the Traverse, the Universe block, and also getting that Tiger up for your Art of War turn, then that is your signal to go.
So the throttle for 8 coming down, utilizing the 2 resources of the Teklo core, actually banishing the maximum velocity here. Not the end of the world, but I imagine Sam would be pretty happy if he's able to resolve at least one of those this game. One of the few ways you're probably able to keep up with the output of Zen.
That's the saddest part about playing Dash, because you see all of your power cards being banished away in order to give your other power cards some go against. Can be quite devastating sometimes.
Yep, sometimes they're just fuel for the fire. Got to keep things going.
Exactly. So this could be an interesting position here. Even if you don't have the Art of War available, like blocking with your equipment to get that extra oomph, if you have some ways to feed whatever it is that you have available to you in your hand, it could be that we're looking at an equipment block here in order to just try to have a pop-off turn to try and pressure the life totals as fast as possible. Because you sort of have a clock on your head when you're facing this aggro mirror that they are also going to present a ton of damage to you. So the sooner that you pop off and push them down to a lower life total, the better.
And it feels like the items are very important here as well. We have at least one more turn of the Teklo core and Teklo Pounder.
Yeah.
Just being able to start off your turn with 2 resources and +2 damage,
Yeah.
almost feels like an additional card in hand in a way.
Almost. It's such powerful. Can utilize all of your cards to go aggressive in the best way possible. This shuttle coming in for 8 is massive. Yeah, and here we see.
Okay, so actually pushing in the Bonds of Ancestry along with the Traverse and the 12 Petal.
Interesting. I'm wondering if he's going to choose to activate the 12 pedal here. With that Sun State, if he chooses not to go off here. Because he already committed a card, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and the Bonds of Ancestry as well, one of the very powerful cards. You would sometimes think as a Zen player, I mean, let's be honest, Pudding absolutely knows the stuff, so I'm sure there's a method to his madness here, but sometimes you would think Bonds of Ancestry is one of the premier cards to hold on to, particularly when you're defending with Traverse the Universe.
And you can get that Descendant if you don't have it available in your hand, so that tells me that maybe Zen or maybe Pudding is trying to try to have a more defensive turn and try to buy some more time to find his more powerful cards in order to find that big pop-off turn with the Art of Wars and all of those bells and whistles.
Yep, fantastic call there. So it looks like he actually is just going to choose to make this end state here. Against a deck like Dash as well, you know they want to go wide, so you're probably going to get quite a lot of value out of this.
Yeah, the Sun State token coming clutch. Both in the Sun Mirror is very interesting to activate this 12 pellet to get that Sun State token to mitigate some damage that your opponent can present to you.
Ooh, and the Pulse Wave Harpoon is very nice here. So 3 boost cards. Pudding's going to have to go ahead and reveal the hand, showing a 100 Winds, a Blue Biting Breeze, and an aspect of the Tiger Body. So it has to be less than or equal to X, so basically everything is live at this point.
So question is, which card do we think?
Yeah, a little check. Thinking maybe the 100 Winds.
I would imagine so.
Just has to go again, potentially, if there's 100 Winds or something in Arsenal.
Yeah, since we don't have the Tiger available, so Tiger Body does not have the combo active, so...
So at this point, I feel like you're pretty happy if you're Sam Sutherland with how this turn has gone. The Traverse is gone. I mean, yes, there is a Zen State down, which is going to mitigate another point of damage off this turn. I wonder if Pudding's looking to set something up with just a little bit of chip damage with those Zephyr Needles. Maybe thinks, look, if I can wait out the Teklo Pounder and Teklo Core, and then go for the big pop-off turn once I draw something like an Art of War.
I really admire that play, though, because it really, how can I maximize the utilizations of my card here? I know the defensive capacity now with the 12 pedal that I can utilize to get that chi back from blocking, and also being able to get that Zen State token out. It gives me so much defensive value that I can just buy some more time to, as you mentioned, get this Teklo Core and Teklo Pounder out of my way in order to buy it some time. And also, I don't have to risk losing my critical items to some T-bones or magnetic shockwaves later in or sooner in this game to just eke out some value here.
Pudding very happy just to lay down the aspect of Tiger Body there, and sets up a turn where he can just look to throw in those Zephyr Needles if he wants to. And critically, as you mentioned, having that Zen State line up into the Teklo Pounder and Teklo Core really, really heads up play. I feel that's not a play necessarily all Zen players would make in this spot, so really want to give some credit to Pudding for figuring that one out.
Definitely. So looking to play out this Tiger, just getting a new Arsenal slot here. I think it would be interesting for him to send the Zephyr Needles here, because it's basically saying, hey, do you want to break my Zephyr Needles? Give me some cards.
Yeah. So setting up that Blue Biting Breeze in Arsenal, perhaps just wants to ensure he can transcend if he picks up one of the transcend cards. He's only seen one so far in his deck.
Maybe so.
So the Teklo Core and the Teklo Core hits the bin, 2 resources available.
And the Sprocket Rocket.
Boosting away the Twin Drive here.
But that is the last buff we have from Teklo Pounder this game, so far. There's more in the deck, probably, but...
And that's looks like a blue Sprocket Rocket.
Not the most intimidating attack in the world, but...
Yeah, so it should actually be 3 here, maybe just shortcutting with this end state, yeah.
Yeah. So no item was boosted away, so it doesn't get the +1 from that.
The other thing that's worth pointing out as well is we've talked about the Teklo Core and the Teklo Pounder, but the Talishar as well, up to 2 Rust counters at this point.
Right. And if it doesn't have a weapon anymore, it's gonna diminish some of his power already 3 turns into the game.
And as well for Pudding, I mean, we've talked about the Art of War, but if he's able to put together a turn without that Art of War, shutting off the value from the Balance of Justice, that might be what he needs to pull ahead just enough in order to try close out this game.
That is also an interesting way to play around the Balance of Justice, not giving your opponent the extra card that they then can present on their turn.
So for Sam here, still, a whole 4 cards left in hand, 2 resources available. Pudding saying 3 damage, that's something I feel I can deal with.
Yeah, the Sun State is doing a lot of heavy lifting for him so far.
So we've seen 1 Pulse Wave Harpoon so far. That's, I feel, been very good for him. I feel Sam would love to be able to follow up with another one sort of later on in the chain in this turn.
Yeah, but he hasn't found a single T-Bone yet as well.
Yeah, possible he's just not playing that many copies, or otherwise he just hasn't drawn them yet.
Yeah, the luck of the draw. Haven't seen one getting banished either, so...
And it is to the point where if he were to play the T-Bone, it's not actually the end of the world for Pudding. Probably pretty happy to push in the boots at this point.
No, I think it's already a heads-up play from Pudding to utilize those equipment suites as early as possible in the best way possible now with the Sun State token and the blocking value.
Right, this looks like the player's just going to check in with the judges quickly on something. And while we're wasting time, I just want to reflect on this game. It actually feels very finely balanced at this stage. So 24 life to 20 on the side of Sam. Pudding still has that Zen State active for this turn. Also has the Stride of Reprisal available. 4 cards in hand, potentially the Transcend set up off the Blue Biting Breeze. So we know he's got that graveyard stocked up a little bit. He has played out a Descendant and a Bonds, defended with a Bonds.
Yeah.
Should have at least an aspect of the Tiger body and Spinning Wheel Kick in there.
Yep.
And 100 wins.
Yep.
So plenty of targets if he's able to put something together here. He hasn't seen that many Transcend cards yet, so we can probably expect to see some of those come up. Something like the Sacred Art would be massive as well. So it looks like the judge call there, Sam just wanted to clarify he's able to check his sideboard during the game.
Maybe actually double checking that he has access to the cards that he has.
Oh, and a Boom Grenade comes down
That's
here.
spicy.
I like Pudding just nodding his head saying, I respect that.
Now the Boom Grenade, a Stella card in Dash.io, but also apparently likes to see some of its plays in the OG Dash or the Dash Inventor Extraordinaire deck as well.
So choosing the great thing about the Boom Grenade as well is that you're able to crank. So Spark of Genius generally ends the turn if you're fetching a non-crank item like Teklo Core. That's why we saw Sam use his Achilles Accelerator previously. I will say though, the Boom Grenade, bit of a bold decision when the Zen State is still active.
Yeah, but it also forces your opponent to block because otherwise it's going to be 4 free, in quotations, damage coming your way.
Wonder if this indicates he might be looking to string together something like a, Zipper Hit, Throttle, Maximum Velocity, some of the cards that go above and beyond just 1 card plus Zen State.
Yes, I'm trying to find as much damage as he possibly can.
So comes in with a yellow Zipper Hit. I mean, Sam will be well aware as well that Zen plays a lot of cards that either defend for 2 or don't defend at all. So this may actually be somewhat difficult for Pudding to deal with based on the makeup of his hand. Alternatively, perhaps at this stage in the game with a bit of a life lead, do you feel that Sam might think, look, if I can just get you to block out with your hand, let myself reset with a card in Arsenal, pretty happy with how that's going?
I would be very happy if that's how this goes, but also at 20 life. So Pudding now doing some math, trying to calculate what is the possible damage output that I can take here from the 3 cards left remaining that I don't know what it is, but also have Tally Shot that can come in for 4 if we have the resources to push into that. So then there's 2 cards available at this disposal and the Zip Rate coming in for 4, plus the Boom Grenade coming in for 4, and how much the Sense State token is also gonna protect myself from. So basically calculating and see, can I survive a turn, and what is my out if I don't survive this turn? What cards can I give away in order to stay alive?
Seems like it might be tricky as well. Just trying to figure out, do I need to keep this entire hand, or if I just block the Zipper Hit, am I going to end up still getting hit by the Boom Grenade anyway and still having to push in multiple cards from hand?
And when I'm that low, can I also be able to, with the cards I have, push my opponent down as low as possible in order to be threatening enough to get some cards out of my opponent, so that they can push little on me next turn.
Okay, so Pudding just saying, no problem. Let me pick up my pen and...
I've done the math. I think I'm fine.
So Zen State actually going to go ahead and prevent some damage from the Zipper Hit and the Boom Grenade, which is pretty nice. Getting a lot of value out of that.
A lot of value. Again, this Zen State play has been super favorable for Pudding so far. A really good heads-up play here.
That has prevented a lot of damage at this point.
Probably around the 6-7 mark at this point in time. as it's also protected from a lot of damage last turn as well.
Blue Zip hit going to come in, boost away another Twin Drive. So that's 2 of the Twin Drives gone, making things like maximum velocity a little bit harder to push through.
And another Techlo core. Okay, so Pudding just thanking his lucky star that it wasn't more damage coming through here, seems like.
Yeah, so for Pudding now, a lot of pressure on him to actually like really ramp up damage. I think I might have spotted a Sacred Art in his hand.
Ooh.
Looks like that might be the card on the far right over there.
Exactly. Oh, the full art Marvel are so pretty.
So probably a pretty heads up play, holding on to that blue biting breeze in the end.
Yeah, he's gonna have to ask for a Tiger on hit, and it's gonna pair well.
Because putting this turn has to be massive. There's a Tekla core on the other side. Your opponent's on 24. They have a 12 life lead. You're down to 12. It's not really enough, I feel, to just offer like 15, 16 damage on this turn. I feel like this needs to be sort of 20, 22 plus.
Yes, definitely. And we're gonna play a little shuffle-a-roo here.
Yep, the Stir the Pot. With that amazing art. I love the giant cat on that. So no 12 petal available, so won't be picking up the free resource from this one.
And the Teklo Foundry Heart just blocking one for perfect. So we don't get a Tiger of the Biting Breeze on it.
So
Not given any free Tigers today.
yeah, so we have talked about the power of the needles, and I don't believe they've attacked a single time this game, so maybe this is the turn.
They're talking about it. Speaking of the devil.
I'll just move it a little bit forward, prove us right. There we go. Now the needles start chipping in.
The needle is such a interesting tech. We haven't seen needle being played in Ninja for quite a while, and then now with Sen.
Okay, so Sam actually choosing to block that first needle.
Yeah, trying to break some equipment. Oh, sorry, the weapons here. As if we block with more than the Zephyr needles are hitting for, then they will break at the end of the combat chain.
Okay, I feel like Pudding's probably going to be pretty happy with that. Effectively, like losing 1 point of defensive value, putting a 3-block card in front of the Zephyr Needle for 2. And that's kind of, in a way, what they're there for. Like, you either chip away, or sometimes on one of your big turns, you want to just bait out a little bit of defense, so some of your other cards can actually come in for the absolute maximum.
Definitely. And in this Sprocket Rocket, not doing so much on the offensive, so just blocking out of it. If he thinks that it doesn't need the resources out of this blue, then it's absolutely fine here. And another Descendant. Not sure if he has the bonds available.
Ooh,
But we're going to transcend and fetch it probably. So this is going to be a massive turn here from Pudding. We're activating the Zen. Question is, we're probably getting the bonds here. Should be one red left in the deck. Gonna have a dig through.
Yes, because you played one and blocked with one, so gonna pick up the
it's
final
the red
copy here.
Question is what it's gonna take for the bonds activation here. Still gonna double check.
I mean, aspect of Tiger Body or actually, Tiger Swipe's pretty good as well. Very threatening because of the Sacred Art buff here.
Exactly. So getting that buff on your Tigers this turn, thanks to the Sacred Jade.
We'll see how Pudding wants to sequence this, but does have the option as well to... Oh no, won't be able to get the Shuko actually onto the Tiger Swipe because he has played the Biting Breeze this turn. But it is going to threaten a lot of damage on this turn, so that bond's now coming in for 4.
And Sam is not blocking.
So Pudding actually playing very patient with the Stride of Reprisal Boots here as well. Knowing he had the Sacred Art, but thinking, I might need these on another turn to bail me out. Or perhaps to pair up with an Art of War.
Yeah, getting to banish that Tiger for an Art of War in order to draw 2 cards is so good.
So the Crouching Tiger coming in for 2 damage here.
Unpreventables, and thanks to the Tiger Stripe Shuko.
So at this point, if you're Sam, you're thinking, look, the one important card I've got to block here is the Tiger Swipe because of the Anthem that's active.
Exactly. But it doesn't have a good ways to block it, since he already blocked with all of his equipment at this point. So many Tigers.
Yep, this Tiger number 3 coming down.
Yeah, take one. Yeah, take one. But this Tiger Swipe now coming in for 4. It's going to require 2 cards in order to stop it. Does Sam think that's valuable enough to do? Does not.
Okay, actually just taking the full 4, that's representing at least 3 more damage on this turn now. That's effectively a Tiger Swipe for 7. And Pudding just saying, look, I'm out of Tigers. Sam saying, hey, I'm not blocking anything anymore.
So going down really low, down to 4. Getting really scary now. No equipment block available anymore on Sam's side of things.
So Sam actually managing to blow up the needle on that turn. So Traverse is gone. Shuko available and Stride of Reprisal still available. On Pudding's side, no Arsenals. He's going to be on 4 cards this turn. Sam probably sort of doing a bit of the math in his head and saying, Red Zephyr hit, very nice to lead things off. I have the Teklo Core available. I still have a Talishar Swing available. If I can come in for 5, still have 2 cards in hand, card and Arsenal, a resource available for the Teklo Foundry Heart. Really nice start to this turn.
Definitely. And the Zipperate coming in for 5. Still sitting at 12 life here on Pudding Tam. We still have 3 equipment block available to us.
And I imagine that part of Sam's calculations here is, as we keep mentioning, that... Oh, actually...
a Flick Flack!
Yep, hold that thought. Coming down with the red Flick Flack onto the Zipper Head here. Going to prevent 4 of that damage, and importantly, if Pudding has a combo card in hand, the next one he defends is going to have +2.
So much value here out of this early Flick Flack on this Chain Link. And yeah, Pudding showing that all gas, no brakes is maybe not always the best way to go about it.
Really liking the Flick Flack tech here. Does have 100 wind, which would cleanly block the 0 to 60. Just going to point out as well, another maximum velocity banish. So some of these really big heavy hitter cards that Sam might have been wanting to rely on to help close out the game. Just, it's into the furnace.
Maybe a little too late now, though, since maximum velocity requires so many cards that you can boost in order to get the maximum velocity able to play. So really hard when you're down at 4 already.
Just a little too late.
Yeah. It's really hard to get those setups turns when the games are just running on 4 or 5 turns.
It's that beautiful promo Flick Flack as well, coming down here. Quite a cool card as well. I imagine it might be it's nice tech if you're playing against decks like Nu. Nu is one of the decks that's here to target Zen. Able to exploit them if they're not playing any defense reactions. So perhaps another matchup that Pudding considers bringing those in for.
Yeah, and it's not the first time we see a Flick Flack on the Zen side of things either. We saw another Zen game yesterday where they also presented Flick Flacks. So maybe some new spicy tech here for all the Zens. They've all agreed that Flick Flack is the way.
Yep.
Or getting the extra block here on the 100 wins, now blocking for 3.
Yep, so it's going to be a clean block for 4 actually off the Flick Flack here. Oh, and the Pulse of Harpoon. Okay, so actually not going to be able to find any targets. Having to target
double Flick Flack in hand, though.
It looked like Flick Flack in a Passover, one of the Transcend cards there.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm just going to go full defense this turn. That's what Pudding is saying.
And I'm going to see the Talishar committed at this point. So Sam, knowing at this point that the last card in Pudding's hands is just a Transcend, doesn't defend. Even if he has a red available, able to pitch the Teklo Foundry Heart to come with the Talishar, does he feel that 4 damage is worth it here, or does he want to set up for a bigger turn next turn? And a critical decision point in this game, I feel.
Yeah, he has full information. He knows that Pudding is mostly going to be able to represent a Zephyr Needle for 2 on his turn.
Yep, or a good chance of perhaps setting up that Transcend card in Arsenal and just waiting. Bit of a scary proposition on Sam's side, just saying, I mean, I can see the arguments both ways, saying, if I get a good enough 5-card hand, there's still at least 1 maximum velocity, I believe, left in the deck. If I can set up a boost card in Arsenal here, maybe that's what I need to do to win.
Yeah, Pudding is not going to present a lot here, so Sam is having a think here on what his best out is at this point. Oh, it was Teklo Core. Okay.
Okay, so actually looking to go really big on his turn. So starting the turn with 4 spare resources pretty much guarantees you're going to be able to play your entire hand out.
Yeah, and also feed into your Talishar as well, so being able to go very wide here. Pudding now with only 1 card at his disposal.
So probably in a similar spot, just trying to figure out, do I commit my Zephyr Needle here, try and drop you down to 2, or do I hold on to this Transcend card? And if you can't threaten lethal over my 2 equipments, I have a Transcend card in Arsenal. Any Transcend card I draw will turn that on. Any blue card will turn that on. And maybe that's just enough for me to force, like, to start stripping your hand and deal last points of damage.
Yeah, the Sun ability, or Hero Power rather, is so powerful. Getting that Tiger, getting that random combo card that you can just fuel out your hand with and just basically fine-tune your hand into getting as much damage as possible. It's so powerful.
2 critical decisions from both players back to back here.
Yep.
I feel these are the type of players that separate the good players from the great, like knowing when, like things like creating that Zen set early in the game, which created a ton of value. Do I want the 5-card hand? Do I push a little bit of damage?
Really respectful decision points throughout this whole game. That's why these guys are the best.
Yep. So Pudding actually deciding, look, that Transcend card is just too valuable. We're going to put that into Arsenal and...
Please send me something good.
Throws up his eyes to the heaven, and that's actually not a bad hand. Looks like I spotted a Descendant, a Mauling Key, maybe even a Chase the Tail in there.
Do we have a blue, though?
See... Okay, so the T-Bone comes down finally, so he was running the T-Bones, just didn't see them early.
But here they are, coming in full swing here.
Probably not actually the card that Sam wanted to see. He just has an abundance of resources at this point, 4 spare resources available.
Probably want to see some chunkier cards that...
Yeah, I feel you kind of want the throttles, the harpoons, the zippets.
Twin drives, etc. Yeah.
Yeah, having boosted away 2 twin drives, 2 maximum velocities, might be hurting him a little bit at this point.
Yeah, definitely. Thinking you should defend with the Tiger Stripes here.
Very tempting. It's just such a clean block, 2-on-2.
Definitely. Yeah, we're not going to be able to keep one of our equipments anyway. So why not get the most value out of this one when we can?
And we've already seen 2 Pulse Wave Harpoons there. Dash, not a deck that has a ton of disruption available as well. So from Zen's side, I feel Pudding's going to be pretty happy with how this turn started off. Because the Nightmare is they sort of kick things off with a Twin Drive or a Red Throttle, and you go, oh no, that's half my life total.
Now, Pudding having a think here, taking back the Tiger Stripe. Not really sure if that is the way to go. But okay, we're committing. And there's a red T-Bone as well. Pudding's like, yep, we're going to have to commit here.
Yep, no problem. Very happy to take 2 damage. Probably looking at the saying, I mean, it's kind of hard for you to... I mean, not too hard for you to push, but you still need to deal at least 9 more damage to get a card out of my hand. I mean, it's a Talishar available. It knocks it down to about... Okay, so the Zipper hit yellow coming in for 4. Going to drop him down to 5. Sam really wants at least 1 more boost card here, right? So he can go boost card into Talishar.
Yeah. Now Pudding thinking...
Please don't be maximum velocity.
Please don't. That would be devastating.
And Pulse Wave Harpoon pretty good here, but I think at this stage, Pudding would likely be able to play through that anyway.
Probably. Pudding is like, can I stay alive and keep as many cards as possible to secure the win here?
I think we've all had these games where your opponent's on 4 and just like, I just want to hold onto my whole hand. I can deal so much damage.
Exactly. It's so tempting, especially when your cards do more damage than they block for. Oh, the 3rd maximum velocity sent away. Sam is like, yep.
Yeah, and that's the gesture. That's all 3 maximum velocities boosted, and just not a good hand. He went for a little bit of the gamble with that Teklo core and ended up being a little bit punished, drawing 3 0-cost boost cards.
Yeah, but Pudding now down to 4. This Talishar is coming in for lethal. He's going to have to give 1 card away at least, but still.
Yep, silver lining for Sam is he's going to be able to strip at least 1 card, but yeah, perhaps regretting slightly not coming with the Talishar the previous turn.
Could have been a very different proposition here for Pudding in that case.
Yeah,
here we are.
That's Rockets, you know, I think big sigh of relief when he saw that come down.
Yeah, and the extra resources we got from the Teklo core this round did not pay off, but as you said, if he just had those extra buffy cards with the throttles and the pulse wave harpoons and all of those, then those resources definitely would have come in handy, but unfortunately, it didn't go Sam's way this turn.
Yep, so I have seen this matchup play out a few times, and sometimes speaking to the Dash players, they're pretty confident about being able to just outrace, but I think some of that does come down to the cards we mentioned, Twin Drive, Maximum Velocity, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Getting the T-Bones, getting some value from that early. Just hasn't quite lined up for Sam this way, but full credit to Pudding for just putting on a defensive masterclass, I feel, biding his time until he feels he's able to just set up set up a momentum steal, and then close out the game.
Yeah, and since you run the flick flags in your deck, that's maybe part of your game plan as well, to just red route the storm, get as much value out of your equipment, get as much value out of your cards, the flick flags, all of the sensei token that we saw. Massive value output there that we saw.
Yeah, so it feels like Pudding has quite a significant advantage at this point. Is that sort of a fair statement?
I think so. So many cards that he has available, and your opponent's only at 4. It doesn't going to take much until Sam is going to be required to block the damage output that Pudding can present. The question is, what is the most effective line, and what is the best card that I can give up here in order to have the most effective line available to me?
Yeah, interesting to see. You did mention, does Pudding have like the blue card to be able to get that Transcend online? He is taking his time. Maybe his hand is just actually a little bit awkward here.
Could possibly be. Another, in quote, problem with the Send deck, that you need those blues in order to transcend.
See, it does have weaknesses.
Definitely.
So the Talishar are going to go up to 3 Rust counters and be destroyed at the end of this turn. But I think Pudding just showing his respect for the stash deck as well, not rushing through the decision, understanding that the Teklo core is still available.
Yeah.
If I misplay or my hand isn't good enough, I don't quite count out my resources. Even if I leave my opponent on 1 with 2 or 3 cards, that can be a lot of damage off the back of a Teklo core.
Definitely. Now Pudding checking through his both graveyard and banish, making sure that he has the cards available to him if he can transcend next turn.
So the Mauling Key being put in front here.
Maybe that is something he's not able to play because he doesn't have the resources for it, maybe?
Yeah, quite possible. So does have the Tiger.
Yeah.
See if we can spot out what's in his hand here.
Oh, it's the blue 100 wins. We're going to be able to transcend this turn.
Now we'll see if maybe a little awkward if that's the only blue in hand. So going to go ahead and pass over. Probably doesn't matter too much, but you choose the weapon because why not?
Yeah, because then you can get that target card back into your graveyard. Oh, sorry, banish the card from your opposing. Here's Kayo. I'm mixing up cards now.
And then the Crouching Tiger going to come in for a grand total
of 0.
Of 0 damage.
Because we have this chase the tail.
Okay, now I'm starting to see why this was a slightly tricky turn for him to navigate, just because it looks like the 100 wins was the only blue card in hand.
Yeah.
Just really figuring out, do I block with the Mauling Key? Do I block with the Descending Gust Wave?
Begs the question, what combo card?
I'm thinking it almost has to be something 0 cost, like an Aspect of Tiger or a 100 wins.
Yeah, I was also thinking Tiger of Aspect Body, but does he have one available?
Oh, Tiger Swipe. Okay, so there is still a Tiger Swipe remaining, which is fantastic here, just being able to push that break point.
Indeed. Sam, with such a low life total at this point in time, it's gonna go down to 1.
Okay, so he does actually have to defend out with the final Twin Drive as well. So critically at this point, Pudding still has the Needle available.
Yep.
So even best case for Sam is probably something like a Red Throttle here. Being able to push 6 damage, maybe strip multiple cards, even 3 cards if he gets really lucky from Pudding's hand.
Yeah, the Teklo core is gonna be very helpful. So you can send, hopefully, a big attack. A Zipper for 5 is good.
I mean, that's the next best thing, right?
It's gonna require a card at least.
So now we're seeing sort of the downside about the Talishar, so not going to be able to defend out, activate the Teklo Foundry Heart to come in with the Talishar, as it has hit the graveyard.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm expecting from Pudding's side, I can see the Enlightened Strike as well, that probably just looking, do you think, put 1 card in front of this and try close out the game?
Depends on what he has available to him for the rest of his hand. And how wide he can go. But an E-Strike for 7 is going to require 3 cards at least.
Maybe he's just trying to figure out here.
Oh, is that an Auto War?
It looked like it. It looks like there's the levels of Enlightenment in hand as well. Wondering if he's considering, if I defend with the levels of Enlightenment go down to 1,
yeah.
If I come in with Needle and Enlightened Strike, that in theory strips your entire hand.
Yeah.
And then do I just rely on my next 4 card hand killing you?
Indeed. Sometimes Zen can have some very clunky hands. If you draw a lot of Zen or Transcend cards or Inner Shees for that matter, there's not that much power
so
to present.
perhaps there would be a calculated risk. He's deciding if he wants to go down that route or not. As we mentioned many times, once the needle goes and there's no Tiger Tame and Kakara as well, even getting those tigers isn't that great. No Shuko available at this point as well.
Exactly. So it's going to be very important to see how he can close out this game or what he finds his hands to be here. Going down to 1 versus 1 now, Kieran.
Yeah, so locking in that defense with the levels of enlightenment. Coming with the Zephyr Needle here for 2.
But speaking of clunky hands, Sam also has a lot of items in his deck that doesn't block for anything. Luckily, it seems that he has drawn all of his attacks here, so he's able to block out with all of his cards this turn. And yep, calculated up here. E-strike for 7, gonna require the whole hand, and here we go.
Yeah, deep breath from Putty. I know that
Please
feeling,
give
buddy.
me a good hand.
Because no weapons, no equipments at this point. You need to make something happen.
It's not often you see 2 heroes with no weapons at their disposal.
Yep, so that levels of enlightenment, definitely a good way to start things off if you need to go again. Looks like there's a Chase the Tail in hand.
Yeah, but no tigers available, so those Chase the Tail can be quite awkward.
The
And
one
no
nice thing,
Transcends available either.
the one nice thing about the Chase the Tail is at least it is a breakpoint at this, so you know it's going to be taking 2 cards at some stage.
Yep. An LSS stamped Biting Breeze.
The Biting Breeze coming in for 1, and that's going to force a card out of the hand.
Definitely. If you're down to 1.
Oh, it looks like there's an Enlightened Strike. Okay, I really like this line because it looks like what he's... I'm assuming this is for 7. What he's trying to do here is saying, I'll strip your entire hand and then I'll try to kill you off the 5-card hand.
And having a card in Arsenal is also going to give him a 5-card hand. And also, is that a double Auto War?
And at this stage as well, I mean, we haven't really focused because all the action's been going on, but Sam at very low on cards. Looks like he's down to his final card in deck at this point.
Oh no, that's huge. Yeah, playing Dash, you can get into a situation where you've boosted half your deck away in order to get your go again attacks.
Yep, and once you are sort of pushed onto the defensive, you kind of just don't have that many hand cycles available.
And all the cost remaining is probably all the blues that you pitched earlier. So not that much power as well left at your disposal.
So something that Pudding, I imagine, you would have considered going into these turn cycles, saying, look, I mean, if I can strip your hand 2 turns in a row, that's probably enough to kill you.
Yeah.
And with the Art of War available and the levels of enlightenment and arsenal, I mean, the fatigue might not matter. May just be able to finish him off on this turn.
We're gonna see.
Okay, so levels with no blues and pitch. A bold move from Pudding.
Yeah, I was gonna say he must have some trick up his sleeve here. The preserved tradition. He's gonna give his card back into his deck from graveyard. He's probably gonna transcend off of that, putting that transcend, or inner she rather, into his pitch zone. So he's able to activate something on these levels.
Feels like there's a lot of good options here, even like the spinning wheel kick being a breakpoint with go again. I mean, the mauling key as well.
But that's what's so good with levels of enlightenment. You can just at instant speed, before the activation of the actual card, you can do some shenanigans like we see here. Get some transcends up and online, because there is a blue on the stack.
Yeah, so just to explain this to our viewers, what Erica was pointing out there as well. So because it's on attack, basically when you play the levels of enlightenment, the Art of War has been pitched to it, so you now transcend it before it becomes an attack, activating your Zen hero ability by pitching the chi. Now you get that 1 blue card and banish, so you're good to go. Be a little bit sad if you forgot that and end the turn with an attack for 3.
Definitely. I was thinking if he was gonna play the Auto War on top of this one, but to give it go again, but this is also a good way to do it. Spinning wheel kick. And that's the game.
Gets the fist pump, and what a game that was, going absolutely down to the wire there. And putting...
Not your typical aggro matchup as we're used to at all. Such an interesting decision throughout the whole game, basically.
Yeah, you see the massive sigh of relief on Pudding's face, but Pudding just really demonstrating why he is one of the best Ninja players in Flesh and Blood.
Yes.
And so we are... Yep, so we're actually going to have our backup game coming after this quite quickly. But before we go into that, I feel let's hear from the man himself. We'll go into the winner's interview with Pudding.
This was round 12, and the winner just joined us, Pudding Tam, the Ninja Master. That was an impressive win. I saw you were very relieved at the end of this one. You were playing against Sutherland, who's considered probably the best dash player in the world. Were you at all concerned about what could happen in this matchup?
Well, because he win the die roll, so he can go second, which I think this matchup, whoever goes second will have an advantage in this matchup. So I'm just hoping that he didn't draw the maximum velocity, and he didn't T-bone my equipment before I transcend, which I do transcend before he can T-bone me. So yeah, that was a very close game, and there's many times that I think I would lose at that point, but luckily I go through there.
Yeah, it went very close at the end. We are both at 1-1. I saw that he never used the balance of justice. So you managed to play around that, or was it just a lucky coincidence?
Because I didn't draw out of 4, so my only out of 4 is E-strike and put it into the bottom. So I could never draw 2 in this match. So which I didn't play around it. It just happened. Yeah.
So everybody knows you as one of the very best Ninja players in the world. How confident are you in the choice of deck for the rest of this event and maybe all the way to the top 8? How confident are you in Zen being maybe the best deck in the format?
Well, I think Zen is still broken after the ban, but the tougher matchup definitely is Vector and New, which have many new in the top 6, so I'm scared about that. And I think, yeah, Zen is pretty all around, I think, because when you high roll, you just run over every deck. So in my opinion, I think Zen is the best deck in format right now, and I hope Zen can go to the Living Legend, so LSS can bring the bond to Zen, the Katsu. Yes.
Bring bonds back.
Bring bond back to Katsu. Katsu is unplayable now.
Yeah, you'd rather play Katsu than Zen.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for taking the time. We'll be right back with more coverage at Pro Tour Amsterdam.
And Pudding, I feel your brother as the Katsu main myself, but we'll see what happens with that. We're actually just going to go straight into our game. We have our number 1 seed Levia playing against Zen. So I'm actually really excited for this matchup.
Speaking about how powerful Zen is, there's a lot of them up here on the top tables. Of course, having a really good conversion rate, but also the highest representation in this tournament.
We got Bartosz from Poland playing against Kevin Zanker from Germany in this one.
Yeah, Kevin, we saw in the draft rounds pulling up some huge games yesterday and today.
And Bartosz, a very well-known name on the Polish scene. I think he's been around for a long time, one of the best players over there. So we'll see as the somewhat rogue deck in a way. Levia, I think not a deck that a whole lot of people would have expected to come through. Apart from, Mansant, the head of the League of Levia, always believes in his leading lady.
Yeah, I saw some interesting ball breaker tech recently. I'm curious to see if Kevin is on that same ball break.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like he may just be presenting the double mountable claw, but goes to show a lot of alternate builds available.
Yeah, but it's also interesting to see how you can meld these older decks with the new cards that came available in the heavy hitter. So it's always interesting to see how the new tech is going to spice up things for our older heroes as well.
Okay, so just checking out the equipment here, pretty standard over on Bartosz's side, just the usual sort of Traverse, 12-pedal, Shuko, and Stride of Reprisal.
Yep.
It's going to kick things off with a 100 wins blue for 1.
Are we going to see a turn 0 transcend here? Yep. Homage of Ancestry, pretty good. Starting off with more life than you started with.
Yep, so that's pretty much a perfect start as a Zen player. I think you transcend on the very first turn of the game.
The dream.
The dream. Immediately have your Traverse active, live, to push in at any point in the game.
Yep. So step 1 accomplished. We have the Inner Chi available to us, so we can push the Traverse the Universe in order to fetch that Inner Chi back on a later turn.
Yep, the Mauling Key going to actually pick up 2 copies of Shadow Realm Horrorgon already and a Dread Screamer.
Not what you would love to see given up on your first turn here for Zanker.
No, just to add insult to injury, taking 1 damage from the Crouching Tiger.
Yeah.
So it's a very defensive setup over on Kevin's side. So he's got the Savage Sash, the Scowling Fleshbag, Apex Bonebreaker, and the Scabskin Leathers. Plenty of defensive value available there.
Yeah, and the Scowling Flashback can come in real clutch here whenever Bartosz decides to go off, as that block can defend himself from a whole card, as he gets to banish one of his cards whenever Kevin decides to block with it.
Okay, and we're going to play this game at turbo speed, it looks like.
Apparently.
So Swingbird coming in for 8, and Bartosz says, you know what, I've transcended. Traverse, try to reprisal. Both players chuckling.
Is there a chance we have an Archer War in Arsenal? I would bet. Yeah, Kevin. Holy hell, this is not the game that I would like to see.
So Kevin does have that Art of War in hand that he's going to be set up in Arsenal for next turn, but I think he sees like the writing on the wall that a really big turn is coming here.
Definitely.
It's going like, I pushed 4 damage, but actually pretty unhappy. 5 damage, but I'm pretty unhappy with how this all went.
So a 6-card hand here. Let's see.
So you're absolutely correct. Art of War banishing the Crouching Tiger, the classic sort of bread and butter Zen play.
Definitely. And now is the question. How are we going to sequence this hand? And what are we going to fetch with the Zen ability?
So yeah, a good old-fashioned 6 cards. There's
another
Art of War?
There's 2 Art Wars in his hands, Kieran. What is going on?
Sometimes when it's your day, it's just your day.
Kevin does not know it yet, but he's going to be in for one hell of a turn here, as Bartosz basically drew the God hand.
Yeah, but I mean, traversing first turn of the game and drawing multiple Art of Wars, it's pretty nice.
I mean, just 2 Art Wars on one turn is crazy. Having 3 Art Wars, man.
I actually managed to play a game earlier this week where I drew all 3 on turn 2, and I did in fact go on to win that game.
No way.
Completely outplayed my opponent, so... So one thing to keep an eye on here is the impact of the Scowling Fleshback. So obviously this is going to be a gigantic turn. Let's make no bones about it. There's 3 Art of Wars. You've transcended. Like, maybe Bartosz doesn't commit all 3 of them. Maybe he wants to hold on to one. But we'll see if the Scowling Fleshback is able to throw a bit of a spanner in the works on this turn.
I love this play. The spinning wheel kick going to come in for 5. It has an on hit that says if the spinning wheel kick has been presented before. Oh yeah, that's going to be on the next spinning wheel kick if he decides to play that one as well. I was going to say he's going to do some party tricks now. Yeah, and Kevin sees the second Art of War and be like, yeah,
Kevin
I can see where this is going.
Kevin with the head in the hand saying, really, the second one?
Because I think I saw a second spinning wheel kick in Bartosz's hand.
So it looks like Bartosz actually perhaps electing to hold on to the third one for a follow-up turn.
And we have the Descendant Gust Wave as well. There's so many possibilities with this hand.
This is such a good Art of War hand as well. Like, he's got the spinning wheel kick. It looked like there was an aspect of Tiger Body in there as well, making a Tiger, which is just fantastic with multiple anthems down.
And this is what I wanted to see, like the party trick that we can play the third Art of War onto the spinning wheel kick, basically forcing the on-hit. Getting that card back into his deck could be proving very powerful if it transcends in the future turn as well. If we're going to get there. At this point in time, it's looking a bit of a strong of a turn here.
Yep, so that aspect of Tiger Body coming in for 5, generating a Tiger that is also coming in for at least 2.
Deciding not to play the third Art of War, though. That's interesting. Probably going to need those resources to play out the rest of the cards, maybe.
Yeah, so I did wonder if perhaps he's looking to hold on to that one, saying this hand is just so incredible, 2 Art of Wars, that maybe I just play this a little bit safe, hold on to the third one, and then I can keep going on the next turn.
Definitely.
So the blue Descendant Gust Wave going to come in for 3. Right into the bonds of ancestry.
I think we saw frustration imagined from Kevin there, and I completely agree with you. This is like the dream turn.
Yep, so the bonds coming for 6 and just an absolute disaster for Kevin here, unfortunately, because Bartosz is just showing that Zen can do some pretty crazy things sometimes.
When things line up, they line up really, really well. The ceiling is sky high on this Zen deck right now, presenting what we can only describe as the most insane turn we've ever seen throughout this tournament so far.
Yeah, I think we're up to about, 13, 18? I'm losing count, but we're going to get it 30 plus damage easily.
Easily. Can we push 50?
Now, Eric, I will say I've walked around and watched a lot of games this weekend. I've casted a few. This is... I think I would say the best end turn I've seen so far this weekend.
But Kevin, interestingly enough, have not decided to use his Scowling Flashback yet.
So going to come in with, so that Bonds is going to connect, dropping Kevin down to 12. And Savage Sash is going to go ahead and defend this one.
And is Tiger going to come in for 2 here, thanks to the Art of Wars?
And we still have a Mauling Key for 7 coming down.
Yeah.
At the end of the chain.
Kevin already looking down on single-digit life total.
Yep, and that is a Mauling Key for 7, everyone. So potentially could use the boots, the arms, and 1 card from hand here.
Yep. No, only decides to block with 2 cards here. Interesting.
It's going to take 3 in total, 4 in total, so 3 damage plus the on-hit. I think
another Auto War in Arsenal. Oh.
That's rough. I do actually understand that block.
Yeah, definitely.
Just sort of thinking, look, I've taken so much damage on this turn that I just need to keep my entire hand, use the Art of War, and just have the absolute craziest turn possible.
Yeah, and the Shadow Realm Homer, we have seen already 2 of them.
So we're actually going to go ahead and hit all 3 targets on that one, so very, very nice there.
Let's see if we can clap back here, but, I mean, from Bartosz's perspective, he's sitting at such a massive life total that I don't think he really cares about this.
Yeah, so this one coming for 7 go again actually has the option to play something like the Dread Screamer or the Swing Big.
And there we have the Auto War. You can Auto War, I can Auto War.
Yeah, and Kevin probably just thinking like, did your turn have to be that big? I had such a good swing back as well. Yeah, but I think it's going to take quite a lot for Kevin to get Bartosz to commit any cards onto this hand.
But a Blood Rush turn, though. On top of the Auto War. It's pretty good.
Okay, so Kevin really trying to make this work here. So we have the Blood Rush Bellow, the Art of War. Still has the option to play out that Swing Big Banished. 2 cards in hand.
Depends on what he... Oh, is it another Auto War?
We're just seeing all the Art of Wars this game, aren't we?
Is it worth playing the Auto War? Yeah. Kevin thinks so. Let's see what we can do.
I do think at this point, because you're so far behind, you just have to commit and say, hopefully I draw like the perfect number of blues just to make everything line up on this hand.
Yeah, you have to play to your outs here and try to present as much damage as possible. And so far, Kevin is doing exactly that. 1 Blood Rush Bellow, double Auto War. Man.
So Kevin's
what a crazy turn of events here.
Oh, and the Savage Sash. Okay.
Let's go.
So unfortunately, like, Kevin's absolutely gigantic turn in may get overshadowed a little bit by the Zen, but really sort of demonstrating what Levia can do.
And decides to play the Dread Screamer out of the 3 banished card from the Shadow Realm Homer here. How much is going to come in for 10? It's a Dread Screamer for 10, Kieran.
Okay, and still has access to, what, 2 cards in hand? We see multiple Mandible Claws, a Swing Big perhaps.
But there's a lot of misses in his graveyard right now. 3 out of 4 cards.
I like those odds.
Depends on which side of the table you're on, but...
So Bartosz actually going to drop down to... Okay, so dropping
the Blood Rush Bellow is not going to buff this Command and Conquer, unfortunately, but still, it's a CNC for 8.
Yep, 2 Art of Wars active on this one.
Now the question is, do you want to give up your Auto War here?
I mean, just looking at the spot as well, you have to think if Kevin had been able to pick up maybe 1 more blue, this turn could have been even bigger.
Completely different, yep, for sure.
And as crazy as this sounds, despite starting to turn down 36 life to 4, he might be actually able to pull some
I did
cards.
not expect this to be the end state of things.
Is he going to pull some cards out of Bartosz's hand here? And the thing is as well, I mean, if you take 8 and go to 10, your opponent has the Scowling Flesh Bag, 2 pieces of equipment available.
Yeah.
That Flesh Bag just can completely ruin your day here.
Definitely.
I will say that the Zephyr Needles actually are probably going to put in a lot of work at this point.
Definitely. And also, Levia running a lot of 0 blocks in his hands. Or her hands. We're going to block the 8 here. We're going to protect that Auto War.
Yeah, so Bartosz giving up... Yeah, so actually giving up the Shuko, the Tiger Swipe, and the Chase the Tail.
And we're just going to clap up because Weakest Link, okay. Weakest Link still pretty good against Levia, but we've already seen 2 Auto Wars. But there's still those non-blocks available to us.
Yeah, just notably, Bartosz not actually committing at Zephyr Needle there either. So, does have the option to go for, like, the +1 with the Art of War onto the weakest link. So Kevin just tanking here a little bit. Can defend for up to 4 on the equipment. Was that a Blood Rush Bellow in hand as well?
Now Kevin knows how to draw hot hands.
Yeah.
Double Auto War, 1 Blood Rush already, a 2nd Blood Rush already.
Because you'd have to think, Erica, at this point, if your hand is like blue, Blood Rush Bellow, 6 power, +1 card, very tempting just to push in, like, you give up your Flesh Bag, even not for the value, maybe the Apex Bonebreaker, 1 card, defend yourself for 6, and just say, I'm going to have a pretty big Blood Rush Bellow turn.
Yeah, but when you're at 4...
It needs to be pretty damn big.
Yeah.
Okay, so just going to defend for 4 here. I mean, if the on-hit isn't relevant as well, probably just doesn't matter too much.
Probably not. Yeah, no 0 blocks in that hand, so lucky to get back that hand. Or Kevin happy to get back that hand.
So it does have the Might token created. So, I mean, he could just play Swing Big for 9 here, but I think you have to commit the Blood Rush Bellow when you're down to 2 life.
Exactly. Let's see what we can do here. The Mandible Claws are good. Coming in for 6 here. Ooh, and a Dread Screamer. It's a blue, but it does get the buff from the Blood Rush Bellow.
Yep, so managing to push 6 into 6 here.
Yeah, and that's a hit.
At this stage, so probably just not going to be enough damage.
But we don't have enough floating to come in with a 2nd claw, unfortunately.
Yep, and this feels to be the spot where Bartosz looks to close this out. Can attack with both Zephyr Needles if need be to strip multiple cards.
Yeah.
It's probably going to have to be the best Scowling Fleshbag of all time.
Indeed. Let's see here. Ooh, but the instant Art of War. It's going to close the game. Right on the spot.
Let's see, is he going to make him play it out? No, he said, look, I've already dealt with 2 Art of Wars.
No,
I'm not going to play through this. I'm not going to play through this 3rd one as well.
No, exactly. What an exciting turn of events. We really saw what Sen can do, not in terms of like only pushing damage, but we saw putting timescape where you can just like go more mid-rangey and try to block out and try to equalize using so much block equipment and do so much more with your equipment than we're used to seeing. And this game did be the absolute opposite.
Yeah, it was really cool just seeing the full range of the Zen possibilities, right? Playing this really tight aggro mirror that went down to the absolute wire, and then, as you said, just completely blowing up Levia out of nowhere onto that one.
Yeah, I feel for Kevin in that game. It's just how the game goes sometimes.
Yep, so it is, and congratulations to our winners from that round, so Bartosz and Pudding. And we're actually just going to go on a short break, and we look like we might try bring up that beautiful Rosetta trailer for all of you out there. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood action from Pro Tour Amsterdam very shortly.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
Back at Pro Tour Amsterdam, I'm Roman, this is Mr. Classic, and we're reaching the end of day 2 of this Pro Tour. It is gonna be very exciting. These last few rounds, these 2 last rounds will be crazy with intensity.
Yep, I can't wait. We're getting through to the very sort of the pointy end of the tournament now.
Oh, yeah.
Who's going to be able to secure those last couple of wins to push them across the finish line and make it through into those coveted top 8 positions. So I guess before we get into the game, should we jump on and have a quick look at the standings at the end of round 12?
Let's take a look at the standings, yeah. So look at this. Bartosz Ziemba at 11 points, locked for top 8. Obviously, very impressive with the last win that you just watched and commentated on.
Yeah, absolutely crazy game. Him just showing the Bartosz just showing the absolute power that Zen can pump out when everything lines up correctly. So huge congratulations to him. And then Kevin Zanker representing Levia, coming in at second place currently.
Gabe Sher is at number 3 in these rankings with new, and then Shoma Yamamura probably locked for top 8 as well. Yeah, with Uzuri at 10 points.
Yeah, so I think there's still a lot of top 8 positions. Top 8 positions open at this point. But Shoma currently looking pretty good. So I'm sitting at 10 wins and 2 losses. But you never know what can happen in the final 2 rounds. Very, very cool to see Uzuri, one of the older heroes at this point, still going really well. And we'll actually be featuring Shoma very shortly.
Yeah, so it absolutely needs to win this one if he wants to lock that top 8. At number 5, there's Xing Tsang with new and Pudding Tam with Zen. Tariq Patel, who will play against Shoma Yamamura, playing with new, is at number 7. And my friend Etienne Barioulet just lost 3 in a row and came back to win versus Uzuri, sorry. I just drew a blank there. But yeah, Etienne just won versus Uzuri Fatigue. He played like, I think he finished the game like very, very recently. And it was a very tight one. He was exhausted at the end of this one. And then we have a couple of dashes.
Yep,
and
so
still make it.
Yeah, so we have
win out.
Yep, so we have Jaap on Dash.io, and just want to give a quick shout out to Xing Tsang and Pudding Tam, the Blue Pitch boys. Potentially on their way to another top 8 if they can get a couple more wins to get across the line. Then we have Ijlst, one of the hometown heroes from the Netherlands, playing Dash.io. Very cool to see that. And then we have Sam Sutherland down from Australia ways, rocking the OG Dash, inventor extraordinaire. Moving on down from there, it looks like we have a few more Zens, Daniel Rukowski, Tom Tydix, Christopher Iaali bringing up another one of the 9 points on Prism.
Is there still a chance for these players at 9 points that are currently ranked below 12 to still make it to top 8?
Yeah, absolutely. So like these players on 9 points, there's a chance they may need to win the last 3 of the games. Maybe 2 and 1 will make it, maybe not. You never know what happens in the craziness at the end of a tournament. And then of course Michael Feng, a name we all know very well, also playing Zen in 14th place. Down we have
and the first Kayo is at 15th in these rankings. So Francesco Giorgio from the UK, very good limited player, and I see that he had some success with Kayo as well. So definitely one of the strong picks in this meta game still.
Yep, and then we have Ban R on Zen and Vesper on Prism. And Florian on Zen as well, rounding up our top 18.
That's still a lot of Zen. So Zen, despite the bans, still one of the strongest decks, definitely. And at least a couple of them will be in this top 8 for sure, right?
Well, we never know. I mean, there's probably Bartosz is locked, but we'll have to see how the rest of the round goes. Yeah, so Bartosz is the only locked player at this point, so we'll have to see how the final rounds shake out to see if the Zens will make it. There are some well-positioned, but enough of that talk. Let's get straight into the action that everyone's here to see. And
let's see this new into Uzuri matchup. So why would you pick a deck like Uzuri in this meta game, Mr. Classic? Tell us more about what this crazy idea is.
Well,
what's the plan?
I was talking to Shoma earlier today, and he just said he feels like he has a pretty good matchup into decks like Nu, Victor, and Zen. He said those are 3 of the decks that he was expecting to see a lot of at the tournament.
Absolutely, yeah.
Felt fairly confident playing into those. And Uzuri just has like one of the best disruption suites in the entire game. A lot of the ability to sort of bluff back and forth as well. Being able to send out send out your stealth cards. Also picked up some really good additions and things like Persuasive Prognosis in the latest set. So, yeah, I mean, I think Shoma's just proving that some of the old heroes can still get it done on the biggest stage of Flesh and Blood.
Absolutely. And look at this. It looks like Tariq picked up the Spider's Bite. So no double Mistblade. He wants to copy this is Uzuri's signature weapon, actually.
Yeah, so it looks like Tariq presenting the Spider's Bite and the Beckoning Mistblade. And just to let everyone know, we are going to run through this game at 1.5 speed. It is definitely a longer one. We want to catch up and have round 14 close as live as possible for the win-and-ins for you.
It still will be a long one. So this is... Oh, the spreading plate on top of that CNC. So you know that there's no disruption on top of it, but at least there is this double Blood Rot Pox.
Yeah, one of the few ways that you can push sort of like damage or pseudo damage outside of an Isolate is the Spreading Plague on turn 1. So this is really going to put a bit of pressure on Tariq's resources if he wants to try and preserve his life total here. Very nice running out there looking for a scrap here, banishing the Infect.
Yeah, he blocked with it, and now he can get the go again on looking for a strap, and that +1 as well, which doesn't hurt, obviously. In this game of back and forth, when these decks will probably have to trade a lot and to exchange lots of cards, it seems very difficult to imagine that a deck like Uzuri will have a better chance to win. There's always that difficulty of handling how you want to block these cards, and there's also the hero power from Nu can be devastating if it's activated at any point, so it must be very difficult to... I'm very surprised that he says that he's comfortable against this new matchup, for example.
Yeah, and Shoma actually choosing to completely block out this Command and Conquer with Enlightened Strike Black Tick and actually giving up the Crown of Providence very aggressively here.
Very early in the game, yeah.
So it looks like, I mean, this, I imagine, would be a matchup that is quite heavily tempo-based. So I feel like Shoma must like his hand, must like his arsenal here, and say, look, I'm a little bit of life ahead already because they...
oh, he has his own looking for scrap, so attacking for 5 go again.
Yep, 2 resources available. Might see something like a Codex of Frailty potentially here. Something like a Spider's Bite to leave no witness. A lot of available lines here.
Sing below from Tariq to block. So only 1 damage goes through, and yeah, that's probably what was expected. So that's looking for scrap into Command and Conquer. Pretty nice one, but fortunately, Tariq managed to get rid of his defense reaction before the CNC, so blocked it pretty efficiently. And comes back with only an E-Strike for 5, draws out of it to get the arsenal, and says, I'm done with this turn.
One of the things to watch out for in this game as well, we can see that Shoma's presented the Flick Knives in this game, and also the Black Tip Whisperers. Going to be looking to get a bit of value out of his contract cards to get the go again off the Whisperers. But also, the Flick Knives with Nerf Scalpel can be very good when you're playing into defense reactions as well. You think you're blocking for 4, suddenly you're blocking for 3, and that leave no witnesses is coming through, blowing up the arsenal. On the other side as well, the Undertow Stilettos and the Arousing Wave. Really nice sort of start and play equipments for Tariq that just kind of hover over, they loom over the game the entire time.
Pick 2 pieces.
So Stealth Guard coming through here, and are we going to see the first Uzuri activation of the game?
This might be one of the ways this matchup can turn around, because that's something that we haven't seen a lot from Assassin, this unpredictable disruption from Uzuri. Since Nu was released, these Uzuri decks have fallen out of favor, but they can still do so much damage with this disruption there. Oh, there you go. Oh, and that's the weakest link.
Yeah, so that's the cool thing about Uzuri, that their disruption is very hidden a lot of the time. I mean, even on Nu, so let's see if this weakest link actually connects and grabs anything.
It probably will. Look at this. Oh.
Okay, so he's going to play the Grain that tips the scale in response to the hit trigger to deny the card draw off that, but that's actually shutting off one of the Transcend cards that Tariq had access to.
Yeah, look at this. He definitely had a way to play it right now, so...
So Spider's Bite going to come chipping in for 1. Yeah, that's the cool thing about Uzuri is like a lot of the disruption is a lot more hidden even than decks like Nu. Nu sometimes you're relying on the element of attack reactions, but the actual on-hit is usually known. Whereas Uzuri, with things, you have such a wide array of disruption, like, potentially things like Shakedown, Command and Conquer, Weakest Link, Amnesia. Not to mention things, Surgical, Leave No Witnesses, the list just goes on and on and on.
We were bracing for a very long game. Look at this. Tariq is already down to 29. I guess at some point the game will probably slow down and it'll block a little bit more. But in these early stages of the game, Tariq was very happy to take some damage just to be able to come back with his very strong hand. I mean, it's Mind's Desire. Is it? No, it's not. I think that's just a nick. So there's no surprise there. But what's the other one?
It's like an Art of Desire Mind.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And, one of the hidden benefits of Weakest Link, just having full of information about what you're playing against. Also, one thing I want to point out is I feel like Uzuri is a deck that not a lot of players would have tested against in the context of this meta. So it can actually be a big advantage. If you're the Uzuri player and you've played this matchup 20, 30, 40 times, your opponent's played it maybe once, maybe never, thinking Uzuri is just not a big deck in the meta. There are only 2 riches for the Pro Tour. That's a nice little advantage that you can have where sort of the game plan and your opponent has to figure it out on the fly.
Oh, the Siren's Call. Doesn't hit. Not a single blue card in his hand, but still comes back.
So it looks like it's the Spreading Plague, Death Touch, and Leave No Witnesses. So a slightly awkward blocking hand if you're wanting to block this out for 6 here. I mean, ideally, you'd love to hang on to Leave No Witnesses, just be that 1 card 4. I mean, it is possible as well that Shoma just says, look, I'm happy to try bait out this Just a Nick. I don't care about the on-hit of this one that much. I'd rather get it out now than deal with it, put on something like a Bonds of Agony or Persuasive Prognosis.
Blocking with the Spreading Plague there, and the Just a Nick still is played. Yeah, I guess it's better to use it now to push some damage than make it be forgotten in the arsenal, maybe.
And those are actually 2 pretty nice hits there, the Fate Scene and the Codex of Frailty. So Tariq's going to be pretty happy with how that played out.
And now Shoma just comes back with the Leave No Witnesses, as you just mentioned, but no arsenal to target there, so there's a pretty good chance that Tariq will be very happy to take the damage.
Yeah, it does have access to the Sink Below in hand, but this may be one that...
you keep it in the arsenal for next turn. Oh, just blocking with the bonds.
I want to see another Spreading Plague come down here.
Oh, that's already 3 for Spreading Blades. 2 were played, and 1 was used to block.
Oh, and actually, on the swingback, that Leave No Witnesses banishes a Codex of Frailty on the other side, so maybe, Karma just evening things up a little bit here.
Yeah.
So going to play looking for a scrap off the Tunic here. Banishing a Bonds of Attraction.
And this is 5. Go again. Once again. And pays for the Bloodrot Pox. So no follow-up. Just 5. Pays 2. Pays 3.
Looks like Shoma has a pretty nice hand here. Has the E-Strike with Go Again potentially leading into the Weakest Link. Done a pretty good job of offering disruption on nearly every turn of the game.
You think these guys play their whole sideboard in this matchup, assuming that it will be a long one and might presumably will go to fatigue?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they played above 60, just under with the consideration that we both banished a lot of each other's cards. I feel like perhaps not the full stack, but we're probably about to find out over the course of the next little while.
And the Death Touch played from the arsenal. Remember, it can't be played from the hand. So either as a reaction with Uzuri 0 power or from the arsenal. And the Sing Below that was in the arsenal will be used in conjunction with these 2 blocks from the equipment. So perfect block for 6.
Yep, just a nice efficient turn from Shoma there, being able to set up the card in Arsenal, clear out that Death Touch.
Oh, and he does exactly what you mentioned earlier. So the flick knives used on the Nerf Scalpel to make sure that this Death Touch connects.
Yeah, so that's a really cool play that you have access to, and Shoma just looking to get a bit aggressive here. He's really all in on these Blood Rod
Pucks. Yeah, no, it doesn't want any other disruption, I guess. Just wants to push as much damage as possible.
So I like this as a heads-up play, just identifying that Tariq put in both equipments and a defense reaction, indicating that he wants to keep his whole hand. And he says, you can keep your whole hand, but you're going to have to pay the price.
Tariq attacking with the Spider's Bite now. And this is a Live No Witnesses, and there's at least one attack reaction in Tariq's hand.
It does have access to the Venomous Bite here. So we'll see if Shoma was able to set up something like a defense reaction Arsenal. That would be a very nice counter.
Is that a Frailty Trap? Looks like it. Which would be perfect in this situation, actually.
And Shoma just doing quite a good job here of walking down the life total. So, Tariq already down to 21, basically half his life total.
Tariq starts to get venomous there. With the Feng Strike and, Inertia Trap.
Oh, an Inertia Trap is so good here. Okay, so, I mean, maybe not as good. So he did have the blue to be able to pitch with it.
Yeah, very happy to pay for it if the alternative is losing that card anyway. And once again, this Live No Witness is attacking with no arsenal for Tariq, so...
Yeah, so a little bit of anti-synergy there between the Inertia Trap and Leave No Witnesses, but I think Shoma's going to be pretty happy with how that played out. Just saying, well, look, either way, I know you're going to be on a 4-card hand this turn. I don't want to give you these big 5-card hands to play with. And best case scenario for me is you end up with something like a red. It just gets shipped away from the inertia. And this Leave No Witnesses, I'm up 7 life. I just want to keep pushing damage this game. I have ways to close out the game with things like Dominate, off the Isolates and things like that. Tariq already playing out multiple defense reactions this game.
Also, any silver token created brings him closer to getting access to the Black Tech Whisperers again, and that one block can be a determining factor in some of these very, very long matchups.
Yeah, so it looks like he just banishes the levels of alignment here, but I think he's going to be pretty happy with that.
Surgical Extraction.
Oh, and that's a really efficient surgical here, being able to float the one resource, threatening, an attack reaction from hand, or even just the Arousing Wave, which is face up on board. I think that's the power of the Arousing Wave in these style of matchups. It's just ever present. And this could be how Tariq looks to try and wrest control of this game. If he gets 2 cards out of Shoma here and is able to play the attack reaction on top, dropping him down to 1 card in hand, then suddenly he has a shot at actually taking and maintaining tempo. So Shoma just having a quick look through the graveyard, wants to see how many attack reactions have been played.
Tariq also looking at his opponent's banished zone and doesn't look like he has too many cards to play with so far, so he hasn't even transcended yet, I think, so that's probably not in the near future anyway.
And actually looking at giving up the Codex of Frailty on this hand.
And yeah, and he lost one in the banished already, so already 2 Codexes are gone. And this is a hiss. So this will connect, go again. No, the Slither.
So may look to hold on to that Slither for a future turn.
Yeah, of course. Oh, and that's the 3rd Codex actually in Shoma's hand.
Yes,
and
so
the Prognosis. So which one do you pick there? Yeah, obviously you pick the Codex, one of the strongest cards in this game. And no Codex played this game for Shoma.
Yep, and looks like he had the Death Touch in Arsenal there, so maybe why he wasn't valuing the Codex that highly. Happy enough just to block out with it. And also, I mean, having multiple codexes, they don't get played that well together a lot of the time. So this is the point that I feel Tariq has been trying to play towards. So now he has a full grip. The Death Touch isn't offering disruption, it's just damage. Potentially has the option to even push 2 cards in if he wants to prevent that out, and get a little bit aggressive with 2 card plus Arsenal hand. He also has full information at this point. He knows that that last card in Shoma's hand is a Persuasive Prognosis. It's going to be hit into the Arsenal. He doesn't have to worry about that being a defense reaction. And yeah, so like now that he's able to keep this hand and not be disrupted, I think he's got to be saying to himself, this is the turn that I get to push damage or disrupt you. Try and maybe offer disruption card plus transcend with the Mask of Recurring Nightmares. Okay, so it's going to kick things off
back with the CNC.
Yep, so it does have the resource available for the Undertow Stilettos, Slither, but also has that Slither
in the arsenal, yeah, to give it go again.
And again, just a really annoying attack here, because he could go Slither, use the spare resource for the Arousing Wave, and push us up to 7 as well. Maybe a point where Shoma's pretty happy just defending for 6 and saying, if you want to commit the Arousing Wave at this point, I'm fine with it. But actually just saying no, like, okay.
Yeah, I'm losing the prognosis anyway. You know what's in my arsenal. Oh, the second CNC coming from the hand.
Okay, so pretty heads-up play from Shoma. They're just saying, okay, I don't value the Persuasive that highly.
I will lose it anyway, so might as well lose it now. And now he's taking the damage, so they're getting very close, 14 to 14.
And Tariq actually taking the 2 from the Blood Rot here.
This is probably the turning point. You mentioned that he wanted to go back on the offensive now, so that he had to take these two damage to get it, to keep an arsenal.
I think Shoma's probably pretty happy with how that turn ended up. I mean, the disruption was a little bit on the weaker side. It was just a Command and Conquer blind Persuasive into a blank Command and Conquer, really. Meanwhile, Shoma's able to drop. They're looking for a scrap, and Tariq dropping down all the way to 7. Shoma would love to find some sort of disruption here. Does not want to leave Tariq with, you know, a 3-4 card hand.
Yeah, because even though in this matchup New is more on the controller side, she can deal lots of damage with a full hand. So you can't really afford to let Tariq play the way he wants to. That's Spider's Bite now.
Spider's Bite committed after looking for a scrap. Does he have the disruption? Oh, and it is Isolate.
Isolate.
Absolutely critical moment in this game here. So that's the thing. Is this a bluff? What is this disruption that you play through going to blow up my entire hand? Really difficult
In any case,
decision.
you can only block with 1 card. So yeah, how many pieces of equipment are you giving up? Are you giving the Mask of Recurring Nightmares? Looks like it. And what else? Well, nothing. He's still considering maybe he's still adding a card will block.
Could be. Is he going to be able to call Shoma's bluff there, or Shoma, has he got it? Because, I mean, the thing is as well, you don't really want to defend for 5 if it's going to be a weakest link or Command and Conquer. But must be going through Tariq's mind, do I put 1 more card to protect against something like a Leave No Witnesses, for example? Also, note that the Black Tick Whisperers is available, but putting that's why I like putting the 2 block in front of this as well, to at least try to shut that off.
Yeah, Tariq really thorough there, looking at both graveyards to have as much information as possible before deciding on his blocks. Looks like he's committing maybe to just a nick. This one is very tense. Oh, giving away the tunic as well. So this is a block for 6. Usually, these attacks that Uzuri is playing with a hero power attacks for 6.
I think Tariq knows this could be a Pro Tour top 8 decision here. So Shoma is going to just hold on to that card, put it into Arsenal.
We'll never know. I mean, we'll never know until the next turn, but still. And the Bones of Agony there.
So this is really strong.
Perfect. Yeah.
So with access to the Arousing Wave and Undertow Stiletto, can absolutely get the Bonds of Agony online. And now it's back to Shoma being under pressure, trying to think, like, what else does he have on top of that?
You've seen a couple of Justin Nicks pass.
Because we're looking at about
There's
minimum.
always the threat of the Venomous.
Yeah, because we're looking at minimum 5 go again if Tariq chooses to commit the Rousing Wave and the Undertow Stilettos. But the range can be so wide. Is it going to be the Venomous Bite? Is it going to be the Justin Nick? Is it going to be a Hiss?
And this is the reason why these new decks are more played, I guess, than the Uzuris. There's so many ways to push damage during these unpredictable turns.
Yeah, no, Shoma as well doing a pretty good job of pushing the damage, pushing the disruption this game. Is he going to be able to survive out this turn?
Yeah, now
Put him back.
it's Tariq's turn to have fun with the reactions.
And this is scary for Shoma because he knows Tariq put in multiple pieces of equipment and a card from hand. Really sort of trying to sell that I've got it this turn.
Oh, only giving away the Surgical Extraction and the Fienlo Spring Tunic, so only a block for 4.
Okay, so just choosing to block for 4.
Plus the Just Connect, so that's perfect. That's an attack for 9.
Shoma going to go ahead and take that. So going to take 5 damage, drop down to 9.
Isolate, leave no witnesses, and a Yellow Shred in Shoma's hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a tricky hand.
Yeah, definitely a tricky hand.
You could probably look to take leave no witnesses here, but I mean, you're definitely going to be worried a little bit about the shred.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what Shoma has access to in Arsenal. It could be something like a Shakedown, perhaps an Already Dead, in which case shred will be very, very strong in this spot.
Oh, looks like he's choosing the Isolate, actually.
The Isolate, even taking the Isolate here does put pressure on the resources. And just bear in mind, the Bonds does have go again here, so Tariq's going to be able to threaten something after this as well. So actually is going to commit and choose to leave no witnesses in the end.
Yeah, probably the right call.
And getting to look through the entire deck is actually very relevant here.
Very important. Yeah, you get complete information about what might be coming next. When you don't exactly know what these decks are made for and how these decks are designed, it's very important to get a chance to look at these, even if we are nearing the end of this game. And now the Codex of Frailty is played. What can he get back? Maybe he has his own Leave No Witnesses.
Yeah, Leave No Witnesses would be pretty good.
Probably pretty good, yeah.
I mean, you're asking for 2 cards or the Flick Knives plus a card.
Oh, he has 2 resources left, so he can actually play the CNC.
Right,
Nice.
yeah, okay. Yep, CNC, a great choice. You're only down 3 life now. You're going to ponder, go up to a 5-card hand. You still have that Arousing Wave available as well.
And now Tariq gets to play again. His opponent hasn't done anything, still has access, as you said, to the Arousing Wave.
So it's quite a good play as well, overblocking that attack the previous turn. Because once you have these 6-power attacks for Uzuri, if they get trapped in Arsenal, it can actually take a little while to dig those out, particularly if you're facing down Disruption on the other end. So Shoma definitely in a bit of a precarious position here.
Now the tempo is back in Tariq's camp.
Tariq knows as well when he's looking through that deck, there are multiple defense reactions available. Doesn't want to get stuck in a spot where he overcommits, gets blown out by a Sink Below or a Fate for Scene.
Art of Desire. Mind.
Okay, so just going to leave
Just an attack for 1. Nothing else. Don't worry about it, Shoma.
Yeah, attack for 1, no tricks.
3 cards in hand. It's 3 cards in hand, and that's the only thing I'm going to do this turn, I promise.
Yeah, very scary, particularly when you have a full hand. You don't even bother leading with the weapons as well. Definitely representing something like Path Well Traveled as well, which would be quite strong here. Or multiple attack reactions, maybe a sidestep off a hiss. Shoma going to go ahead and block with the Enlightened Strike, and it was actually the Path Well Traveled.
Yeah, perfect timing on that Path Well Traveled. So we'll be able to activate his zero power, is there anything interesting, like, for example, a surgical extraction?
Yep, looks like this. So we see the surgical right on top there. So now Tariq has access to 4-card hand. Can actually start to put a lot of pressure on with this one.
Yeah.
The beckoning Mistblade's actually really threatening here as well.
Oh yeah, because any of these blue attacks would get go again on this one. So
bear in mind that
there you go.
Yeah, because bear in mind Shoma's been banishing 1-power attacks, looking for a scrap. So there's stuff like a blue infect in there as well.
And now he gets to play with his opponent's toys. So that's surgical extraction.
Tariq's hand a little bit awkward here with the Venomous Bite and Codex. Maybe considering, does he want to play the Venomous Bite just to push over 2 more damage?
And just keep the Codex in the arsenal for next turn. Yeah. I think he agrees with you. So pushing 2 damage on that one. Sing Below gets banished. And now back to Tariq. It's been a couple of turns since Shoma has played a single card. Been forced to block with his whole hand 2 turns in a row. It has to be very frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, massive credit to Tariq for identifying the pivot point in this game. Really, really important when you're playing something like the Assassin Mirror. Playing that, I mean, overblocking that on that previous turn just really unlocked this turn here. Really unlocked the disruption train for the endgame.
Science Call once again missing. No blue in this hand.
Pretty nice has access to the sink below here. So Tariq choosing to get rid of that Venomous Bite can be a little tricky to use those in conjunction with Codex of Frailty as well.
And the Leave No Witnesses to finish it off. So, well, fortunately, this Sing Below fits perfectly.
Yep, so 1 resource available for the Arousing Wave. Would not be surprised to see Tariq look to commit that one here if it's just the Sink Below. But also a bit of an opportunity for Shoma to try and grab back a little bit of tempo here. So if he's willing to give up his arsenal and trade it for the Arousing Wave and Leave No Witnesses, able to come in with the Command and Conquer. And actually threaten some cards out of Tariq's hand.
This is the card that he put in his arsenal when Tariq overblocked. Oh, there you go, as you mentioned, using the Arousing Wave to push this Leave No Witnesses. And it was actually a weakest link, so that was perfectly played by Tariq when he blocked with his mask and the tunic, blocking for 6. This prevented the use of this weakest link, and now he was sitting in the arsenal for a couple of turns, and it's gone.
Really good decision there. And Tariq's actually set up really well to deal with his Command and Conquer. So able to go, they're looking for a scrap into a Codex, into a Command and Conquer as well.
Wow, yeah, this fits perfectly. This, looking for a scrap, is already coming in for lethal, so it looks like Shoma will have to use lots of these cards just to avoid dying.
Yeah, it's a massive blowout if he gets a 2-card block here as well. I mean, the 2-card block would be devastating, because then you Codex, Shoma loses the card from hand. I mean, he blocks for 3, probably onto the Command and Conquer, drops down to 2 life, no arsenal. Tariq gets left with a 5-card hand.
So in any case, the only way he can block, he is probably considering this this Codex play that you just mentioned. So he blocks with only 1 card. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, perhaps
now he doesn't die on the spot if the Codex is coming.
Yeah, so now Shoma actually has the option to, get rid of a card, block out the Command and Conquer with 2 cards from hand, and then maybe hope, if Tariq bricks it a little bit, potentially even consider something like an Isolate here to try.
Well, it looks like he doesn't even have a Leave No Witnesses to come back with, which would have been probably the perfect play there, but this.
Yeah, so those all got banished to the.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Wow, a bit unfortunate. So what can he play with, actually? Is there a card that. A 0 cost that he can play from his arsenal? No, he can't play the Death Touch.
No, unlikely, but it does open up the possibility of picking up something like Isolate or Death Touch. Isolate to maybe set up for a future turn, if he feels he's going to be able to get a turn off from the disruption here.
Wow.
But yeah, Tariq really looking to put him into the death spiral here, because once this Command & Conquer comes down, strips the remaining 2 cards from Shoma's hand, he's going to have a 5-card hand with your opponent on 3 life. That is just so difficult to deal with when you're playing against a new player.
Yeah, look at this. Even at this speed, it takes a long time for Shoma to decide. And yeah, loses all his cards and still keeps the Death Touch in the arsenal. He won't be able to play it, at least for this turn. And if Tariq can come back with another round of disruption.
And a really good opportunity for Tariq to close out the game here. Between that Beckoning Mistblade, he has to pass over as well.
Yeah.
Going to be able to turn on Transcend and start throwing down the surgical extractions in Shoma's Vanish Zone. And it's so hard to commit a card to the Mistblade here as well.
Yeah, but you need to do it. It's too frightening. So the Passover is used to pitch.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Tariq probably just figuring he doesn't actually need
and the weakest link to end the combat chain. There's another defense reaction. Yeah, the second Fate Foreseen used to block. Bit of an overblock, but...
Yeah, maybe a little disappointing for Shoma here that he's only finding these defense reactions a little bit later in the game. But able to come back.
Managed to find a nice turn. Spider's Bite into Death Touch is not nothing.
No, it's a pretty good 2-card hand. I think one of the big differences in this game as well, Tariq just being able to get a lot of value out of his Codex of Frailties. On Shoma's side, I mean, did have 1 banish, but the other 2 to very good effect. Shoma being kind of forced to defend out, or had to defend with 2 and have the other 1 banished this game. One of the most powerful cards in the Assassin Toolkit.
Oh, and look at this. So Tariq was happy to let it hit because he knew he wanted to block with an attack action and the Sing below. So perfect there. And just an attack for 7 with the E-Strike.
Yeah, I think Tariq's feeling pretty comfortable here because he knows that as long as he keeps chipping Shoma down, it's going to be really hard for Shoma to keep more than a 2-card hand. At 5 life as well, you're not just really dead on the spot to something like an Isolate into a Command & Conquer or Weakest Link. Even if he does get hit by that, he still can stay alive. And we may see something like that sequence, because he chose to block with a Justinic and a Shakedown, which indicates to me that he's got to have some sort of disruption in hand here.
No way to play around this. You don't have any equipment left, so just the pick 2 pieces to block, and the looking for scrap is used with the Uzuri attack reaction. No disruption, but still 2 damage.
Yep, so forced to defend out with that Shakedown due to the higher defense value on a previous turn.
Yeah, now that your opponent is down to 1, it's the game of... Well, it's not a Kodachi lock, but it's basically the same thing. And the Haste is played on the Infect, and that's a win for Tariq Patel. So ends up 11-2.
11-2, so really well played game from Tariq there. I just want to congratulate both players. Like the Assassin Mirror, whatever Assassin you're choosing to play, is very high skill cap, I feel. And Tariq was actually on the back foot for a good portion of that game, but I thought it was really well done how he identified the spot where if I defend this for 6, I shut off all the disruption my opponent's going to offer, and now I know the way my deck operates, I'm going to get on the disruption chain for like 3, 4, 5 turns in a row. So really well played from him. Of course, huge shout out to Shoma as well. I love seeing Uzuri on stream. I know Brian loves it as well. So fantastic game.
But this was really important. Find your ways to pivot and to come back into the game, and that's what's impressive about some of these best players in the world. That's Tariq. He navigated this one perfectly. And as you said, probably didn't have that many reps into Uzuri fatigue matchup. So very impressive.
Yep, looks like he figured it out on the fly pretty well. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and hear from Tariq being interviewed by Brian and get his thoughts on how that game played out.
Brian Gottlieb here alongside Tariq Patel. And Tariq Patel, we don't want to jinx anything here. I think you just locked up a Pro Tour top 8. And for somebody who's accomplished basically everything else in the game, 2-time national champion, just been a terror of this scene, what does that win mean to you?
It means a lot. I was just having fun with the event coming into it. You know, they banned a bunch of Zen cards going in, so we had to switch a deck last minute. But honestly, I've had the most fun I've ever had playing Flesh and Blood, playing new. I think the play patterns are super fun. So we didn't have a lot of time between Canadian Nationals and this event, and I just kind of ended up on something I found really fun. And it's been an enjoyable experience, and I'm glad to get it on the back of new.
So you come into this round, and it's starting to maybe creep into your head a little bit. You might be playing for a Pro Tour top 8, and then you get paired, and you're paired against Uzuri. What was your preparation like against Uzuri going into this tournament?
Yeah, I had no idea what was in his deck. It was very minimal. Even back, I think when Lexi was the top deck, we saw a little bit of Uzuri. So I was trying to pull from that, trying to remember what cards they played. I think I ended up misboarding a little bit, leaving in Siren's Call. He had way less blues than I anticipated he may have. So he definitely had a bit of a deck edge there. And the play patterns play similar to New, so I actually thought it was a smart choice. I'm impressed that he thought of it. I didn't even consider it. So I had almost no reps going into it in this format, and it was stressful from the start.
So this theoretical top 8 you're about to play, anything you want to see there? Anything you're really hoping to not make the top 8? Or do you feel like with New, you just have kind of game against everything?
I think New's a very solid all-around deck. I don't think it has any terrible matchups besides Kano, and any like really superb great matchups. Maybe Zen is a good matchup, quote unquote, but we have pretty solid game plans into anything, so I'm happy with whatever I get.
Well, congratulations here to Tariq Patel. We will be back with more action here from Amsterdam in just a bit. Do not go anywhere.
It's up to us to preserve that which we hold dear, to defend the innocent and a future in which all can live free. Bravery is born of the light.
Welcome back to the booth for the final round here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bajwani, sorry. Pankaj, I usually do your name so well. And for a person who struggles with pronunciation, I really feel like I've come into my own pronouncing yours. How would you rate my pronunciation of your name typically?
10 out of 10.
Beautiful.
It's just your beautiful voice when it says my name. It just, I really enjoy it.
Well, at least I got one thing right this weekend. And there's a lot of players who got a lot of things right. We're getting so close to our top 8 here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. Why don't we go ahead and check in on our standings after round 13? We know for a fact Bartosz Ziemba, not back to back, but 2-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor now, of course, famously top 8'd in Lille, going to be in our top 8 once again on Zen. 2 more players who have famously top 8'd an event before and who did it together. It is Xing Sang and Pudding Tam from Team Blue Pitch, who have almost certainly locked up their spot in our Pro Tour top 8. Once again, very, very interestingly, on the controlling hero of the format for Xing in New, and once again in Pudding's hands in a Ninja. Of course, last time it was Icelander and Katsu, this time New and Zen.
Very, very on-brand heroes for both of these players, and also very on-brand for both of them to make top 8 at a premier event. These Team Blue Pitch players are just so incredible. They show up in not that big of a numbers, maybe 6 to 8 players from their team, but they always show up in these top 8s, top 16s, top 32s. Right under that, Tariq Patel also locked up in our top 8, also piloting New. So currently so far, 2 News and 2 Zens locked for our top 8 of Pro Tour Amsterdam.
And now the question becomes, what is going to join these heroes? I will tell you folks, there is an absolute scrum going on amongst these next few matches. And what that means is we're going to bring you a couple matches where we don't know exactly what they're going to do. There's some outcomes, some theoretical outcomes that we think are certain. For instance, should Kevin Zanker down in our feature match area be able to conquer David Jose Iglesias Lopez? We believe Kevin Zanker will absolutely make the top 8 on Levia. Is he up to the task? We're going to find out in just a few. Meanwhile, in our backup match, we'll be watching Shoma Yamamura on this seemingly unstoppable until the last round when he ran into Tariq Patel run on Uzuri. Going to be taking on Brodie Spurlock on Zen. Again, Shoma wins this match. We believe he's into the top 8. Brodie, not so certain. So 2 matches with kind of branching outcomes. We really just have to see what happens.
I definitely don't pretend to understand tiebreakers in this game, but I am just so incredibly hyped for these matches. Last round of Pro Tour Amsterdam. This is it, folks. This is how we know who's going to make our top 8, and I absolutely cannot wait.
You can feel the nerves amongst these players when you walk down there in the feature match area. Usually I get a fist bump, a head nod, a nice hello from these players. Locked in, just staring at the task in front of them, trying to find their way to flesh and blood history. And our players are ready down in the feature match area. Let's head down. There you see on the left-hand side, it is David Iglesias Lopez on Kayo. We're going to be doing all brood action for this final round of Swiss here, taking on Kevin Zanker on Levia.
Kevin Zanker came into today with a very, very impressive record. Unfortunately, suffered a couple of hard losses. He faced against Xing actually a round or 2 ago, and unfortunately lost that matchup. I mean, that is a very hard matchup for him, New versus Levia. However, what isn't a hard matchup for him is actually this one. Levia versus Kayo. It's 2 brutes, but Levia is the one sporting more power cards compared to the Kayo. Those Art of Wars on top of the Blood Rush Bellows. So it will be on David to see whether he can overcome the matchup differential over here. But so far, Kevin is the favorite going into this.
I would agree with that, Pankaj, but there's a reason we play these games. We've seen upset after upset down here in the feature match area this weekend, and any one of these players can certainly go ahead and get the W here. I am a bit concerned. I am pretty sure if Levia top 8s this event, Mansen is just going to refuse to cast the top 8. And that's going to be problematic, because I know all of y'all want to see it. But he's going to be standing over Kevin's shoulder the entire time. We may have to actually tie him to his producer's chair. That's my current theory on how we're going to be able to bring you guys a top 8 tomorrow.
Equipment being presented on both sides of here. Levia, of course, able to sport 2 claws because she has 2 arms versus Kayo's just 1 arm. But also on the armor side of it, Levia with that Carrion Husk over Kayo's Savage Sash. So
feels like a huge advantage in this matchup, getting that 6 block from your suite of armor. I think it's going to pay big dividends. as we move through this match.
The second claw as well cannot be discounted. That something that Kayo sometimes struggle with is going 3 wide on the Blood Rush Bellow turn, but because of the second claw that Levia has, that's not really an issue for her. So, Kevin Zanker on the equipment side, on the matchup side, weapons-wise, so far, is the favorite coming into this, but Kayo, we have seen some incredibly explosive stuff from that hero.
I think one of the big advantages Levia has in this matchup is your transformation is basically guaranteed as Levia. No real way for Kayo to go ahead and mess that up. You just go ahead and transform into whichever version of Levia you need in the late game, be it Blasphemafet, be it Redeemed, all available. Going to kick things off with a Scabskin roll. Of course, a low-cost Scabskin roll here. Probably happy to just go ahead and Arsenal.
So turn 0 on Kevin Zanker does want to try and fill up Graveyard a little bit, but also doesn't want to give too much filtering to the Kayo side.
Deadwood Rumbler, going to be the play here.
Very effective way to fill up Graveyard. That's 2 cards in a Graveyard immediately. However, only presenting 6. And I do believe I see a Mighty Windup on David's side, so could potentially cash that in for just 1 Might token, since it is the opponent's turn. But still, if you can get anything, when your opponent goes first, you will take it.
Oh, absolutely. Nice to find that advantage early on. We have our random discard.
I predict we're going to see a lot of these random die rolls for random discards this game, Brian.
Now has to answer this Deadwood Rumbler, just coming in for 6 here. Sure to have a clean block available.
Yep. Players just correcting that. Barraging should go to the graveyard because it is not a card with 6 or more power. So, second card in the graveyard for Kevin Zanker. However, critically, not a 6 power that Barraging beat down, but still okay. You do just need a certain volume for the first few turns of the game.
David really having to think on this first defense of the game. Trying to plan carefully what to set up on this next turn. As you anticipated, Pankaj, you assume going to look to cash in potentially a wind-up here. It does appear there is one in hand, a Mighty Wind-Up. There it is, discarded to go ahead and create that Might.
Bit of a risky play because that is his only blue in that hand. I think he was considering keeping the E-Strike just in case he doesn't draw resources since he's discarding the blue. So keep the E-Strike, you sort of insulate yourself. But he did find the blue now, so he was rewarded for a little more of aggressive line.
Yeah, it feels like you can't play this matchup scared. If you are, in fact, behind, as we are anticipating, Pankaj, you have to look to get aggressive. You have to take every chance you can to go ahead and get those little points of value. That Might token could be critical, possibly to bump up something like, say, a CNC. Get it over a breakpoint.
Not much in the way of go again for David.
Yeah, and that means Scabskin's right off the bat. All right, let's put it all on the line. Pro Tour top 8 hanging in the balance. So we'll roll a 3. Neutral result.
Right. So perhaps regretting blocking on the E-Strike on the turn 0, would have been able to go wide with that. Weakest link in David's hand. Very interesting inclusion over here. Of course, and Levia does sport some no blocks. We see that David, Deadwood Rumbler already in the graveyard want those no blocks. Instead, David going to come in with CNC for 7 right now. Very, very strong.
Weakest link, such an important card in this metagame. This is going to just do a little pitch stacking here. Does over pitch with the weakest link. Does get a CNC for 7.
I see a clash of agility in Kevin Zanker's side. Kind of a risky card to block with in this matchup. Kayo probably more likely to win those clashes than you are.
Claiming some equipment already is David. Apex Bonebreaker, Scabskin Leathers committed here, and that means a Might token to go into this next turn for Kevin.
And critically more graveyard fill as well. Something that is a little bit underrated with an early Bonebreaker block is that now with that -1 armor count on it, the next time you block with it, it will go to the graveyard. So if you need extra graveyard fill, having that on -1 is very, very effective. Especially when you're going to clear it with the Shadow Realm Horror.
We're going to kick things off with Levia's newest card. It is Shadow Realm Horror. Unfortunately, results are guaranteed here, but they're still not bad. You go ahead and get your +1. You get your go again. Shadow Realm Horror offering 8 here. This was the card that was supposed to be it for the Levias. This was the one that was supposed to take them to the Promised Land, to bring them to Pro Tour top 8 level relevancy. Is it going to do so in the hands of Kevin Zanker, finally?
It is definitely an incredibly, incredibly powerful card, especially the fact that it can recur itself if you have more of them in the yard as well, which is a terrifying thing I've seen happen before. Sometimes even when the Levia runs Savage Sash, you get to do some absolutely disgusting plays. For now, though, just Shadow Realm Horror, 8 go again, and Blood Debt starting to rack up.
Absolutely. Something that's going to have to be managed throughout this game. 8 damage is going to come through from this Shadow Realm Horror. First salvo goes to Kevin Zanker.
Oh, and a perfect follow-up. The one cost that you can only play if you have banished a card with 6 or more power. Yellow Graveling Growl. And this is the scary numbers that Levia can just put up. That was a 3-card 14 this turn, Brian.
Pretty clean, pretty easy there for Kevin on these first few turns. Going to demand some blocks here from David.
We mentioned the extra power cards that Levia has in the form of those Art of Wars. We didn't even mention Shadow Realm Horror, card from the newest set, part of the Mistveil. Just a very, very strong power card in addition to the Art of Wars and the Bloodrush Bellows that the hero already has.
Fang's kicking things off here for David. Going to, of course, discard a 6 cleanly. Buffs up to 8. Creates a Might token.
Now, for the graveyard, Kevin Zanker with just 2 cards in the graveyard right now, so definitely needs to block a little to turn on those cards that have an additional cost of banishing 3 cards from your graveyard.
Yeah, and is thinking about doing some defending here with Dread Screamer, it appears.
And that is 3 cards with 6 attack or more in the graveyard, which means if he has another Shadow Realm Horror, that is a guaranteed all 3 modes on a Shadow Realm Horror. It's actually a very scary situation for David, looking at Kevin's graveyard being in that spot.
And it is the Shadow Realm Horror, the perfect card here for Kevin. And you see a bit of a smile on his face. He knows he absolutely hit the lottery here.
Guaranteed coming in for 7, effectively drawing a card as well. We haven't even seen a Bloodrush Bellows, folks, or even an Art of War. Just 7 go again. Able to recur that Graveling Growl as well. Won't be able to play the Dread Screamer or Shadow Realm Horror with the current state of the graveyard, but the 1 for 6 coming back, being able to recur again. Kevin Zanker showing us why Levia is, in a sense, a stronger brute in this matchup. David just making sure, checking the possible play lines for Kevin Zanker from those 3 cards that were banished from this Shadow Realm Horror.
Tough decisions here from David. Kayo kind of operating in that premier mid-range space in Flesh and Blood. Does defend fairly well, actually. Plays 2-card hands very well. Not all in aggression, as you may think.
I believe I saw a Bloodrush Bellow in David's hand. Could possibly be why he's taking this much damage as he is. This is Graveling Growl follow-up, as we called it. Once again, 3-card 13 coming out from Kevin Zanker over here. Just such incredible value from this Levia deck.
Yeah, winning on the math right now. And I think you know exactly what is coming on this next turn if you are Kevin. It looks pretty clear that David has found his own power card in this instance. Very well set up. It wants to go ahead and get a counter on that Sash. Make sure you get the block value out of it, because it could be a Sash turn this next go-around. Let's see how things kick off here for the KO side.
Might popping, Bloodrush Bellows in hand. I believe I also saw an E-Strike. Now, David definitely hoping that he discards the E-Strike to his Bloodrush Bellow. You don't want to be holding generic cards when you resolve Bloodrush Bellow. Remember, it only buffs up your brute attacks. So, ideally, E-Strike goes to the bin over here on this random discard.
And it is the E-Strike. Clean discard from David. 2 more cards going to be drawn here. Might token created as well.
Now, can he find the go again? We know he's running some of those Wild Rides, possibly running some Pulpings too. Levia not known to run defense reaction, so your Pulping's very likely going to be guaranteed go again. Can he go as wide as he wants to? Without a Scabs roll. You might just see another Scabs roll again.
Would love to avoid that if possible. Do not want to subject yourself to the risk. Mandible Claw kicks things off here, coming in 4-6 with the help of the Might and, of course, the Bloodrush Bellows.
Another very interesting thing about this matchup is when either player chooses to use a Flashback. Both players have, Bloodrush Bellows, a very strong power card. Flashback can usually get quite a lot of value on those turns. But, of course, there's multiple copies of Bloodrush Bellows.
And Ponkage, now it's time for a Scabskins roll. 5, 2 action points grabbed here for the KO. Big hit on that Scabskins roll.
Didn't need to find the go again, just generated the action point off the Scab Skins. Beast Within coming down, not the attack you want to see. You never want to attack with this card on the combat chain. You always just want to discard it. So just 8 vanilla damage coming over to Kevin Zanker.
Yeah, not ideal on Kevin's side. Was looking for a little bit more gas off the top with that Blood Rush Bellow, but looks to have a very acceptable turn here. Still 2 cards left. Of course, action point remaining, so we expect there will be follow-up here.
And you have to wonder, Kevin Zanker possibly wondering about a flashback block here. Would be quite a bit of damage saved if you use it here. However, the state of the graveyard, I believe he's holding on to another Shadow Realm Horror. If he can get another 6 or more power in the graveyard, he can once again do the guaranteed Shadow Realm Horror line. But if you block with a flashback, that goes to a graveyard. Your Shadow Realm Horror is no longer guaranteed. That's
will muddy things up a bit. Absolutely. Has the Art of War in hand as well on this turn.
Let's see. Also, typically, you might want to use the flashback to go ahead and do the Levia transformation. Nope, it's coming out right now.
It is going to be the flashback here, and that is going to get the last card. Certainly saving a ton of life here, without question. What that tells me is Kevin is very comfortable in his position, willing to slow this match down a little bit and not have to go for anything too flashy. Just keep winning on this value access, which he has done thus far.
Armor-wise, Kevin Zanker has used quite a bit of their armor, so has the life lead. Believe he should be at 23 at this point, but a lot of the armor has been used.
Art of War kicks off the turn.
Yellow pitch to start this turn, not ideal. Banishing the Shadow Realm Horror without the 3 guaranteed 6 powers in the graveyard.
Okay.
Kevin Zanker has chosen to instead just banish the Shadow Realm Horror away. Art of War, of course, now in the graveyard as well. That is 2 misses so far.
Felt like Kevin was looking for a little help there with the Art of War. Another attacking Beast Within. This is not what you're supposed to do, Beast Within. You're letting every brute down right now. Coming in for 6 go again. Beating up that mode on the Art of War.
You have to wonder, David probably thinking of the flashback here as well, would pretty much guarantee no further fall. It could be a Graveling Growl in Arsenal, actually, and that
would be a hard
has been
punish,
banished.
yeah.
But could also just save it for a Blood Rush. This doesn't seem to be as strong of a power turn coming out from Kevin Zanker's side.
I would agree with that assessment. It feels like you have more time to use that Scowling Flashback if you want to.
As we talk about the power card discrepancy as well, very important to note there's also the Levia flip. Once you have flipped, you're effectively playing an Intellect 5 hero as well. So not only does Levia have more power cards, she also has this endgame, which is incredibly, incredibly strong.
Diabolic Offering going to be the play here. Love this card in Levia. One of my favorite Levia cards. And look, it is swingy. It's got ups, it's got downs. But you feel so powerful when you play this.
It's yet another 1-cost card. It typically comes in for 6, which synergizes so well with those Dread Screamers, with those Shadow Realm Horrors as well. It's kind of the Graveling Growl slot, but it comes in blue.
This one is going to get some defense. The Apex Bonebreaker this time committed to the defensive job. That means an additional Might token going to go ahead and join this first one. 2 Might available for David on this turn. And that's going to wrap things up for Kevin here. But David rapidly falling to dangerous life totals, down to 14. Has not faced a Blood Rush Bellows yet. Just kind of on the back of those Shadow Realm Horrors.
You have to be a little nervous if you're on Kevin Zanker's side. You see a Send Packing being blocked with when your opponent has 1 Might token, going to make a second one already. You have to be expecting some sort of disruption or at least a fair amount of damage if that card was used to block.
It could also just be a go wide turn, and that is what it's going to be. It's Wild Ride coming through, doing its thing. Going to pick up go again, presumably.
So while David here, while Kevin Zanker here does have the life lead, remember, David still has that flashback. So for that first Blood Rush from Kevin's side, totally expect the flashback come out and absolutely just even up these life totals.
I'm going to go further, Punkage, though, but Kevin still has the Carrion Husk, which is even more virtual life. So you're never quite even against Levia until you're ahead, I would say.
All right, coming in for 8. Unfortunately, blue did get discarded from the random discard from Wild Ride. So did David draw another blue off the top? You definitely want to try and go 3 wide to combat the Shadow Realm horrors that you faced earlier on. And that is just a variance you subject yourself to when you're playing these Brute Heroes.
Live by the random draw, die by the random draw. Boneyard Marauder, committed defense here alongside the Apex Bonebreaker. That's going to create a Might token here for Kevin.
Potentially a little risky here for Kevin, because that Bonebreaker, once it goes to a graveyard, would be the 3rd miss in his graveyard. And having 3 misses in your graveyard...
Scary spot.
Especially with Diabolic Offering as well. That's a virtual 3rd miss as well, because if you banish it alongside the other 2 misses, then it's a miss as well. So, 3 to 4 misses in Kevin Zanker's graveyard can be a little risky. And David did draw the blue off the top, so able to go 3 wide potentially.
Yep, that's going to be Mandible Claw into Arsenal, we're assuming. And yes, it is. And it's Swing Big, the biggest possible Arsenal in that spot, coming in for 8.
So at the start of this matchup, we spoke about how Kayo doesn't really have tricks to stop the flip. However, Kevin Zanker is slowly coming to a life total where he would have that trick in the form of the Reckless Swing. If Kevin goes to 15 and he attacks, David could have Reckless Swing and just deny the flip by putting Levia to exactly 13. Kevin Zanker needs to be very, very careful about how he blocks this Swing Big.
Yeah, definitely having to think about it. Is it some combination of Carrion Husk? And I think considering that Banish Zone right now for exactly the situation you're describing, Pankaj.
Just a solid turn cycle coming out from David over here. Wild Ride, Claw, Swing Big. Wild Ride coming in for 8 as well, I believe. 19 damage.
I think David did a good job, either accidentally or intentionally, of really finding a number that complicates Kevin's plan very, very well. 8 is just awkward. You fall to 14 here, you have some vulnerability, like you said, Pankaj.
Yeah. Of course, an option is that you don't play into a Reckless Swing at all. You can just decide not to attack. If you go to, say something like 14, you can just choose not to attack, maybe set something up. Smashback Ailhorn is a card we see in his Levia list. If you can just set the agility and might up to turn into Blasphemous and even have the Carrion Husk to protect any damage after the flip, that could be a very, very strong setup for Kevin Zanker.
Yeah, it looks like we actually have Agile Windup in hand in this scenario. So let's see how Kevin wants to navigate what feels like a very critical turn that could dictate how the rest of this plays out. Again, checking that Banish Zone, understanding what is available. My token pops here. And it's just going to come in with Claw here.
So is opening himself up to Reckless Swing. David, unfortunately, did not draw that, so not able to punish it. But that was an incredibly risky play by Kevin over there. Had the option to just discard Wind Up, have the agility, and then convert to Plasma Fed. Going for the Claw over here. Decided instead he wants to send the 4 damage instead of have the agility. And I think that's possibly because he has enough Golgan sources in that Banish Zone. Once he flips the Plasma Fed, he feels he doesn't need the agility when you have 2 Shadow Realm Horrors and a Red Dread Screamer in your Banish Zone.
Checking out this Carrion Husk, understanding exactly when this is set to go ahead and pop.
Yep, it will pop at the start of Kevin Zanker's set, so you will have it to protect the flip, as they typically call it. And that's exactly where you want to be as Levia. You want to flip with your defenses still hub, because that's when the opponent's going to try and disrupt you the most with the CNCs or the send packings. You have the Husk to protect it. You get to go 3, 4, sometimes even 5 links wide after you flip the Plasma Fed.
Decision between Claw and just going ahead and discarding that Agile Windup. So interesting here. Kevin taking the risk in this spot, pushing in the Mandible Claw. And look, you always want to play around it if you can, but every point of damage matters. Every single time you can go ahead and reduce your opponent's life total closer to dead, it's meaningful progress in the game. And you don't want to subject yourself to KO just getting to set up for a longer period of time and doing whatever it damn well pleases when it finds that next Blood Rush Bellow. And there is the flip. It is Blasphemous time. Falling down to 13, showing off a very nice collection of cards in the Banish Zone.
And that's exactly it. When you have all these Golgan in your Banish, you discard a Wind Up. The agility probably not going to do much for you. So Kevin Zanker deciding, I'll just take the risk. I'm going to send the 4 at your face. Leaked 2, brought out the Scabskins block as well. Very, very well set up for this follow-up.
One more read of the Plasma Fet.
Yep.
For David.
Let's see what David has to say about this flip and the husk there as well. Can he go wide enough? Does have the CNC, but that's what the husk is there for.
Just a totally clean block on the CNC.
No goal going to speak of. Are we going to see yet another Scabskins roll?
Dangerous spot for David if you were to fail on Scabskins here.
So here's the thing.
Yeah, but you have to go for it.
Even if you, like, if you don't Scabs, you probably lose anyway. So if you...
Yeah. And rolls a 5, gets 2 action points. Another huge hit for David here.
Gonna be able to start with the CNC for 7. Ordinarily, it would be amazing, but Husk plus 1 block remaining on Scabskin led as Kevin Zanker has navigated himself into a position to just be so insulated from any disruption after the flip. And you know he has to block with a Husk this turn, because if he doesn't, it's just going to blow up on his own turn.
Yeah, the path forward is clear, and that makes things very complicated for David. You want to still find damage, but how can you with that looming 6 block just sitting over there in the chest slot?
So not all doom and gloom for David, yet a Sash Pop as well. So starting to swing big for 9, potentially baiting out the Husk block here is David.
Okay.
So that the CNC could come in at the end and potentially disrupt Kevin Zanker's plans.
Love how that's done. Very, very nice play from David. You leave your opponent the chance to misplay, always if you can. And here is a block being put forth on this swing big from the Carrion Husk. And I get it. I get why you're priced into doing this, but I think David found a perfect way to approach this turn. Going to go ahead and now offer 6 on the back of that Command and Conquer.
Husk has been baited out expertly by David over here. It's amazing sequencing here. Recognizing his out, recognizing that he needs Kevin to use the Husk on the first attack and give real cards to CNC.
And there is that CNC as the follow-up.
And Eye of Ophidia in Kevin Zanker's hand. A card that doesn't block. Very, very high risk, high reward card. You pitch it to something like a Blood Rush or Art of War, you get to know exactly what you're going to draw, but when you're facing down a CNC, that's not what you want to see. I mean, huge props to David for navigating himself into this position, recognizing he needs his Scabs to hit, recognizing this is a Sash Pop, bait the Husk, hopefully mess up Kevin Zanker's plans.
You don't find yourself in the feature match area in round 14 by accident, Ponkage. Both these players have shown their mastery of this format all day long. Soul Harvest committed to defense here.
Gets the CNC hit.
And it will come through. 3 points of damage.
And the on-hit trigger, just brilliant, brilliant play by David over there. And remember, he still has Scowling Flashback up. Very, very critical defensive piece on his side for him to combat the Plasma Fed.
Ponkage, who's ahead right now?
I have no idea. There is a quicken, at least on Kevin's side, because the swing big was blocked out, but there's still a flashback on David's side.
This quicken feels pretty high value here, I have to say. This is going to unlock a lot on this particular turn, potentially. With access to that Banish Zone, potentially 2 cards being played, it is going to be a Slithering Shadowpede to kick things off here.
Yet another one of those 1 costs. It's absolutely what Kevin needed for this turn. 1 cost into a 2 cost from the Banish Zone, thanks to Plasma Fed, Levia consumed, and critically insulated from Flashback.
Yeah.
That's not a card in hand, it's in your Banish Zone.
I think this is a very, very nice line from Kevin, and maybe this is the thing where I'm willing to say this match leaning ever so slightly in his favor at this point.
Of course, David does not even need to give any cards from hand. Still has 2 block available on the armor, not even counting the flashback, so is able to survive this if he has a power turn of his own, something like a Blood Rush, to combat, because that's going to be something that he would need to beat this massive card advantage that Levia Plasma Fed consumed generates.
I don't see it as of right now. Looks like an E-Strike hand, so there's a source of potential go again if you want to go ahead and get 2 attacks wide here. 6 damage going to be signed up here.
That Quicken token really, really punishing David over there. He baited the Karen Husk with the swing big, but it came at a cost, and that was his Quicken token.
Maybe this is just the right play. Maybe it was more important to effectively stop that swing big and get this Quicken token than actually shut off that CNC. Hard to reconstruct from that point, but something to consider for sure.
Shadow Realm Horror, the choice here from Kevin Zanker. Okay, that's one miss banished. That's exactly what you want to see as Levia. Still quite a few misses in there, I want to say. Bit hard to keep track at this point, but Shadow and Horror coming for 7. That is lethal.
Yeah, we are going to demand a piece of equipment at this stage, possibly 2.
Reckless Swing, also a card both players need to consider. See David doing exactly that. Currently posturing that he's going to go down to exactly 3. One more than the Reckless Swing would kill him at. Also generating a might of the Apex Bonebreaker.
And now what is the clapback? It feels like a critical moment here for David. Have to get some pressure on this Levia. Cannot let Kevin have 5 intellect for another turn. Just have free access to that banish zone.
I almost wonder if he's going to roll that Scabs again, Brian. I mean, can you get out of it? If you hit on Scabs, you can E-Strike draw a card. One of the most powerful modes in E-Strike. Nope, looking like it's just going to be E-Strike go again.
Yeah, playing it safe here.
Coming in
4-6 go again. Kevin back in the tank, hand on head, thinking through the defense here.
Bloodrush Bellow in Kevin's hand. You know, Bloodrush Bellow, very, very strong card, but critically you need... It's a card that only works if you're able to keep a hand, and it's whether David is going to let him keep a hand over here. Taking 5 here on this E-Strike.
Committed to the idea of we want as many cards as possible, and you see why Ponkage Bloodrush Bellow in hand. It's going to be Bear Fangs as the follow-up. Decent numbers here, presumably. Yep, does discard successfully.
7. Gonna demand at least one card. 2 if he wants to play around Reckless Swing as well. And once you give up 2 cards, one of those cards has to be Bloodrush Bellow. You can't Bloodrush Bellow off of a 2-card hand. So if Kevin Zanker wants to play around Reckless Swing, you're probably going to see him give up the Bloodrush Bellow here, which, you know, to be honest, because he's far ahead, not sure if he needs to take that risk and can probably just afford to play around the Reckless Swing and just go off the banish zone that he has. He has Go again in there in the form of the Dread Screamer.
That is my instinct as well. As powerful as that Bloodrush Bellow is, it may be time to give up on the dream, commit a couple cards to defense here. What does Kevin want to do? Again, head in hands, thinking through every possible line, every possible permutation.
That smile, that moment when you're just thinking, can I afford to play around that Reckless Swing?
2 cards being flexed right now, and they are going to be committed to the block here. That means Kevin going to fall down 2-4. No Bloodrush Bellow turn here. Still plenty of options to work with. Has a well-stocked banish zone.
And, you know, to some extent, you have to wonder whether David waited too long on the flashback. This is the 2nd turn in a row where he would love to get the defensive value of that card.
No value there, yeah.
It's Kevin just playing from the banish here.
And had that opportunity on the Bloodrush Bellow turn to potentially cash it in. Chose not to.
So this Dread Screamer coming from the hand. If he banishes a 1 cost over here, he will be able to play it. A 1 cost with blood. Oh, wait, no, it'll go face down. Never mind. Just ignore what I said. It'll go face down because of Plasma Fed. Okay, does have Go again, so...
Plasma Fed does come with that slight downside.
Does he have a 1 cost in a banish right now? Does have the Boneyard Marauder in there, so that's another 6 damage coming, and that's the power that Plasma Fed Levi consumed gives you. There's a 2-card hand that Kevin kept. He blocks 6, but he's going to be sending back 12.
Amazing math there. 18 points of value on this particular turn cycle.
Sending back 12, insulated from Fleshbag 2. This is looking rougher and rougher for David.
And now in this seat as Kayo, you start worrying about those no blocks creeping their way into your hand with you at 3 life. You're very, very vulnerable to any output here from Kevin.
Also unfortunate for David over here. You can't even, you know, just give Flashback and Scabskin Letters and survive a hit. When both things are coming in for 6, it looks like it's going to be 4 cards from David. If he can't even block it. He has a no block in hand, Brian. A Bear Fangs.
And that means that these cards are going to have to be committed alongside equipment to stay alive here.
It doesn't add up.
Here's the Boneyard Marauder.
6 exact. Yeah, okay, it's 6 exact. Yeah, with the equipment, but not where you want to be.
is going to be some vulnerability here for David.
Boneyard Marauder banish being resolved right here.
Skipping the die rolls now, choosing a few cards here for the banish zone. We'll check them real quick.
All going face down.
Here is 6 on offer from this Boneyard Marauder. And it is going to go ahead and get 4 block here. And that means David falls down to 1. Reckless swing now to be considered. What are you going to do, though? You can't play around it forever.
He has decided that instead of playing around Reckless Swing, he'd rather save the flashback for the follow-up turn because he won't be able to send back anything. Unless, what color is that, Bare Fangs? If it's yellow, he could swing the claw. I believe it might be red. So recognizing he'll be leaving Kevin with 4 cards in hand and that +1 intellect from
I think you saw Kevin say, really, there. The claw was a big deal. It would potentially take a card from hand, but now Kevin is playing with a 5-card hand with David Iglesias Lopez at 1. Is this the moment where Kevin Zanker brings Levia into this Pro Tour top 8?
The risk that David took banking on this flashback, not playing on Reckless Swing, hoping this flashback gets him out of this bind. Probably going to see it come out right here.
Kicking things off with the Dread Screamer, and it has to, Ponkage. It has to do something in this game.
And at this point, I believe there aren't enough whiffs in Kevin Zanker's graveyard for this Dread Screamer to not have go against. So that's not even an out for David either.
3 cards headed to the banish zone. We've got a hit.
Yeah, that's 3 hits right there.
Go again on this Dread Screamer. Coming in 4-6.
So we might see the flashback come out, but it still requires 2 more cards in hand as well.
Yeah, and that's awkward because I feel like you're just going to need the numbers here, quite frankly. And until you find a better window to commit that flashback, I don't know if you can afford to.
And you know what's not good for blocking numbers? That pulping that he's holding right there. Pulping with a big old pearl in that bottom right corner of the card.
I think it's a wind-up in hand as well. 2 wind-ups. So it is going to be a clean block, but this is a massive investment of defensive cards from David, and he needs to find basically exactly the right card here, it feels like. I don't know what shuts down this turn. I don't know if anything shuts down this turn. But David going to need this flashback to come up absolutely huge.
Just 1 blocking card remaining for David. Can Kevin send more than 3 damage?
Barraging beatdown is the play.
And I think that's game, Brian. It doesn't matter what gets intimidated. You can only block with 1 card. That claw will be lethal.
Gone. And it's even worse. It's a graveling growl. And that means there is the fist bump, and Kevin Zanker moves on to the Pro Tour top 8, bringing Levia into the limelight she has so desperately wanted for so long. And finally, a Pro Tour top 8.
Our producer is freaking out in his chair right now as Ethan Mann saying Levia hitting top 8 at Pro Tour Amsterdam.
It was very, very impressive there from Kevin. I can't tell you enough what it means to the Levia community to just see that kind of output from this hero. It's a hero that has long suffered. It felt like the first time when Blasmafet showed up on the scene, when Levia Redeem showed up on the scene, this transformation, maybe that was going to be the moment where Levia could finally shine. It was close, but not quite there, not quite at this stage. And now, with the addition of Shadow Realm Horror, Levia finally ready to play at that highest level.
Heavy hitters as well, all those wind-ups to Smashback Ailhorns as well. Very, very strong upgrades for Levia. And as you said, since Dusk Till Dawn, the Levia deck has been getting all these upgrades, and finally we see that culminating into top 8 for Pro Tour Amsterdam.
All right, folks, we're going to take a very short break, and then we will be back with more action from the final round here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. Do not go anywhere.
And it's going to get the fist bump. The Phoenix rises. What an incredible display by... Listen to this room right now. This room is erupting. It's celebrating our Flesh and Blood World Championship.
back to the booth here at Pro Tour Amsterdam, round 14. We have one more high-stakes match for you on this day. I don't want to waste any more time, Pankaj. I'm ready to go ahead and see these incredibly talented players battle. It is Shoma Yamamura on Uzuri Switchblade of all heroes, taking on Brodie Spurlock. If Shoma wins this match into the Pro Tour top 8 on the most unlikely of heroes, 2 Uzuris in the entire field, Pankaj, that would be the most unlikely upset in the history of Flesh and Blood. If Brodie wins, going to need some help, we believe. But within the realm of possibility that Brodie could have his second Pro Tour top 8. The stakes could not be higher.
Shoma over here showing the world that the new assassin in town isn't the only hotness, and Uzuri is here to say something about being the best assassin in the room. Unfortunately, took a loss earlier to Tariq Patel in the assassin mirror, and a very, very close assassin mirror, to be honest. Here to try and play his way into the top 8 to be yet an assassin, but not the one we all expected.
We've seen Shoma for a few rounds now, and I've been so impressed with his Uzuri play. It seems so cerebral, so thoughtful, and so many just patient, comfortable decisions. I saw against Tariq Patel defended so carefully, just willing to give cards to Spider's Bites, Beckoning Mistblades all day long, and live with the consequences of it. You could tell every single match is played with a very clear game plan. Now, for the first time, we're going to see Shoma take on the scourge of the metagame. It is Zen. Is this hero built to beat these aggressive Zenless?
Looks like Brodie Spurlock starting out over here, going first, is choosing to attack and allowing Shoma some filtering.
Yeah, benefits from it, though. Shoma is going to go ahead and take a point of damage here.
Yep, and critically able to block with a Death Touch to a very strong card to have in the graveyard because of Codex of Frailty. We saw how powerful it was in his game against Tariq Patel as well. You get a Codex and just off of Tunic, send a Death Touch for 6. So that already in the graveyard as a resource for Shoma.
Yeah, one of the plays that Uzuri just has access to that doesn't feel like News can really do in this metagame. It's not the way you want to build these new decks to be focused around Death Touch, and that value play, we've seen it for so long out of the Assassins. On the back of Codex of Frailty, bringing back your Death Touch, Tunic counter up, one of the most powerful feelings in Flesh and Blood. Persuasive Prognosis. Heart the Mistveil card coming in for Uzuri.
This looks almost like a new turn, and just this Prognosis holding 3 cards, and Brodie's stuck there thinking, what could this possibly be? Is this an Uzuri switch? Is it just a Nick? Because that's also allowed. Is it a black tech into something else?
These stealth cards becoming so threatening. It's a game changer for Uzuri. Absolutely. Usually you lead with something. Isolate, obviously offering the Dominate, very good. There's all the on-hits of Bloodrot Pox, Inertia. You can potentially get a Frailty, but those things, they feel like small debuffs. These are major debuffs that these stealth cards are offering now. Things like Bonds, things like Persuasive Prognosis. Massive upgrade for Uzuri.
And the pumps as well. The fact that this can just go up to 6 on its own, and Brodie respecting that. Blocking 6 here.
Yeah, and it's going to be shredded and swapped. And it is going to be Command and Conquer.
Just have to point out Shoma's amazing sequencing over there. Now, any Uzuri player probably knows this, but a lot of people might not know. If you swap a Uzuri first, you won't be able to shred afterwards because shred needs to target a card defending an assassin attack action card. So you shred first and then swap in a Uzuri. Shoma just showing us the technical mastery you need to be able to bring Uzuri all the way to potentially top 8 at Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Yeah, need to play perfectly.
And make no mistake, this is round 14. This is the 7th round of Flesh and Blood these players have played today. 14th round over the past 2 days. Mental fatigue is a thing, but both these players very, very resilient in the face of that.
Life total's wrong on screen right now. They will catch up at some point.
Just a red 100 wins from Brodie's side on the previous turn, cleanly blocked with a 3-block in the form of the Amnesia from Shoma, and you have to wonder when you're Brodie, you see your opponent block with a disruptive piece, now you're worried, what other disruption could you have that's better than that Amnesia?
It's just an Isolate, nothing to worry about here.
It's just 2, don't worry about it.
Time for that Uzuri activation, the weakest link, a card seemingly custom built to challenge these Zens.
And there is a Transcend card in Brodie's hand in the form of that green that tips the scale. Now, something you can do, of course, is respond to the on-hit trigger by playing that out. But all that really does is deny your opponent the card draw because you're effectively discarding the card anyway. And Shoma, with 2 cards remaining, probably doesn't need that card draw anyway.
It doesn't seem to be meaningful. It is still good practice to do so. Going to get some information on this turn. Bond, spinning wheel kick, 100 wins. The grip here for Brodie.
And we
Shoma
see
says sure enough and draws back up.
We see exactly that, responding in the resolution step with playing the grains. And now Shoma knows exactly what's up Brodie's sleeve.
Important for denying the Transcend here. Here we see Brodie play Sift. This is a new pickup from some of these Zens. One of my favorite cards in all of Flesh and Blood, actually.
Very, very interesting role it plays over here. As Zen, one of the key things you have to do is transcend as soon as possible so that your traverse is online. Sift one of those cards that not only is a blue for you to turn on your transcend abilities, it also potentially digs you closer to your next transcend. Could have even potentially have drawn it. We saw Brodie sink 2 cards to a Sift. Unfortunately, didn't find it. Found a bit of a red-heavy hand.
Yeah, Command and Conquer going to be defended cleanly by Shoma here. Kicking things off with a Spider's Bite. Overpitched for 1 resource floating.
And that is a pretty telegraphed Codex of Frailty play, it seems like, at least on the surface. Pitching there, looking for a scrap. You could looking for a scrap in the Codex, but I don't believe he has one of those 1-power cards in the graveyard. Remember, the Persuasive Prognosis was sent to the bottom with Uzuri. It's not in the graveyard.
Has not gotten fully stocked yet. Usually plenty of fodder for those looking for a scrap. Feels like Shoma's just prepared for every possible situation he could face with this deck.
Something I want to point out is very interesting that he did choose to bring in Shreds in this matchup. Yellows and the Reds that we saw earlier as well. Zen, not really known to be a hero that wants to block very much. However, Shred can also target the equipment, and Zen does want to block this equipment. So you have to wonder whether Shoma's choice to bring those in is not to stop Brodie's cards from blocking from hand, but that equipment pieces.
It's an interesting theory, Pankaj. As you mentioned, Codex of Frailty is the play here. Command and Conquer, 1 resource floating. Tunic at the ready.
And Brodie is also Spider's Bitten. Now, something that Uzuri does have access to because they don't run the Mistblade is that sometimes you get a Spider's Bite instead of Scale Peeler, which before the Zen has transcended, that's exactly what you want to do because their fridge effectively only blocks 5. So your CNC is going to demand a card from them whether you Scale Peeler or not. So instead you Spider's Bite and it makes that CNC incredibly awkward to block. Now, of course, that's where cards like Sift that Brodie is running can potentially come in very, very handy, not an attack action card.
There are already 2 of those Sifts in the bin, though. Unlikely to have a third here. Is going to go ahead and discard, and the Command and Conquer effectively clears out that gift from the Codex.
Just Shoma in full control so far. 15-point life lead, tempo on his side as well, and critically Brodie yet to find that transcend.
Yeah, Shoma doing a good job finding disruption basically every single turn thus far.
It looks like we might finally see the Transcend come out. Blue 100 wins to start for Brodie Spurlock. And I believe I saw a Passover in his hand as well. Now, critically could target something that would be a very valuable Codex target. Leave No Witnesses, CNC, both very strong Codex targets. Choosing a Leave No Witnesses as a Brodie Spurlock.
I like that. I like that from Brodie. Has transcended now, of course. That means Traverse the Universe going to be a threat more and more as this game goes on.
Getting the 1 resource from Kasaya and then finding a Mauling Chi from the Zen ability. So some signs of life coming out from Brodie over here. So far was quite, smothered down from the disruption on the Uzuri. But finally has transcended. The Traverse is live. Now we can expect to see more of the Scale Peeler coming out instead of the Spider's Bite from Shoma's side.
It's like Shoma ready to take a little damage here. Tiger Swipe coming in. Clean block available in hand in the form of Sink Below, should he want it.
Normally, no real on-hit on the Tiger Swipe because there's no, Anthem like buff effect this turn. But because of the Mauling Chi, there actually is an on-hit on this Tiger Swipe. It would be Tiger for 0. That's not just mental damage. It would turn on the combo on the Mauling Chi. So
absolutely, yeah. Well covered, though, by the Sink Below. That means Mauling Chi just has to come in for its base. Still possibly something that Shoma wants to defend. You just want to keep that life total high, and you are very comfortable playing small hands. So maybe we'll see more cards committed to the defense here. Looks like he's thinking about moving that Enlightened Strike forward.
something you have to do when you're playing a disruptive deck against Zen is always keep in mind that they can just fridge block 7 on one of your disruptive pieces. So once they have transcended, you have to keep in mind you want to make plays that allow you to play around the fridge block 7, should they choose to do it. However, Brodie ending without an arsenal over here. Maybe Shoma says, you don't have an arsenal? Maybe I don't need to play around it that hard and I can conserve my life total.
It's very funny to me, though, Pankaj. This is something that just occurred to me about this matchup that I hadn't really processed as of yet. I go ahead and lead with a 1-power stealth attack. That's representing a swap into a 6, right? And in most scenarios, against that disruption, you see a 6, you shove in all your equipment. Do you just shove it in on the 1? Well, you let me go ahead and arsenal my 6 for the next turn cycle?
Well, you arsenal it for the next turn cycle, but they just got a Chi and a Tiger, so
okay.
Yeah.
But I survived that turn, and then I'm back on the next turn cycle. Like, look, I'm not saying it completely solves the matchup, but it is an advantage that Uzuri has against something like Nu by being able to use things like this Isolate and the Uzuri hero ability.
Definitely, and also cards like Shred. You can fridge block 7 on Assassin attack. You get shredded. One of those goes down to -2. Now you're just blocking 5. That Shakedown, that CNC that comes in, still going to be hitting.
The more I see this deck operate, the more I'm like, this was a galaxy-brained choice for this metagame. Now we see a Traverse put in front of this Isolate.
So
Uzuri's still able to do the thing if she wants to, is going to be activated here, and Death Touch comes over the top.
Yep, so not a disruptive piece for Shoma. But again, Brodie went into the Traverse block without an arsenal. So how strong will this really be? Also didn't block with the Stride of Reprisal, so probably not an Art of War coming out.
Time and time again, I have seen Shoma choose Bloodrot Pox as the mode off the Death Touch over and over and over, almost seemingly regardless of situation. Really prioritizes that damage.
Even against Tariq Patel, in the Assassin Mirror as well, just choosing Bloodrot Pox, saying, I need to shorten this game. I need to put you on a clock. And what better way to do it when my Death Touch effectively dealt 8 damage?
Fascinating to learn about Shoma's deck, to watch how he plays it throughout this day. Levels of Enlightenment kicking things off here. Going to be backed up by Art of War. First big turn on deck here from Brodie Spurlock. How bad is the damage going to be?
And we have to talk about Brodie sequencing there as well. He didn't block with the Stride of Reprisal, which possibly made Shoma think this isn't going to be an Art of War turn. But he just activated Zen and banished the Tiger from the Zen ability to the Art of War to effectively draw +1. Very, very solid sequencing from Brodie there. And I do want to point out that that is one of the critical ways you can sometimes get the front foot against these disruptive decks is you spread out when you block with the equipment pieces. One turn block with the Traverse, still have to stride up for some future turn. Because if you go all in and that gets disrupted, that's just a massive, massive blowout. So Brodie's showing us the expertise that he has in these disruptive matchups.
Oh, there's no question Brodie's going to be practiced. I'm not sure anyone in the history of Flesh and Blood, short of maybe James White and Chris Gehring, maybe Jason Chung, has played more games than Brodie Spurlock. This is a kid who just grinds all day long.
I asked him just now how many PTIs he has, and he said 25. And that is just a comical number of PTIs for one person to have.
Brodie is locked up for the next 8 years of Flesh and Blood, assuming we stay on the same schedule.
And, knowing him, he's going to be perhaps gaining PTIs at the rate that he even consumes them.
I would assume so.
Bonds of Ancestry coming out, following up the Descendant Gustwave. Balance of Justice, however, blocked on Shoma's side. Now, this is, again, yet another, in a sense, advantage for the Uzuri. She does block a lot better than Nu does. Not only is she not sporting those 0 blocks in the form of those Chi cards, she runs a helmet like Balance of Justice.
Going to cash in that balance here. Still 5 cards in hand for Shoma. Plenty of defensive options available. Like a lot of those really good blue stealth cards in this hand. Bonds and Prognosis, I believe.
And Brodie finding the Mauling Shi over here, representing that he has another pitch card. So, yep, the Kakara comes in. Possibly has a way to make a Tiger as well. Maybe a Harmony of the Hunt.
Still 4 cards left in Shoma's hand. Life total at 25. Traverse burned. Art of War burned.
Yeah, but still has Stride Reprisal up. I love that play from Brodie, where if you don't just go all in on your equipment, you leave it.
And we're seeing that more and more from Zens as the metagame has progressed. It is more and more about just disciplined usage of these equipment pieces.
6 damage coming in from his Molly Chi. No No combo effect live, though, but still 1 for 6. Very, very strong.
Just 1 card committed here. So Shoma is going to go back into his turn with 3 cards and the life total lead. Brodie taking a little bit more damage from that Blood Rot Pox, and 18 to 21 after seeing the Traverse and a big Art of War turn. Feels not that bad.
And now just 5 log remaining on the fridge. Now 7 is massive because it lets you dodge CNCs, shakedowns, weakest links. But now when you're at 5, when those hit effects come down, you still need to give a card to the opponent. And that's exactly where they want you to be.
Here's another play I'm learning to love out of these Uzuris. It is just bonds. It's that simple. That's all you have to do, because now so many possibilities are represented. You have the Uzuri swap into another card. You have activation of Flick Knives plus Black Tech Whispers plus the Uzuri ability possibly just vanishing for free and going ahead and going up +3. You have Shred to account for. You have just a Nick to still account for. The range is almost limitless for Shoma Yamamura.
It's not quite the range that Nu has because she has the mask thing, but the fact that it's a free reaction on the Uzuri ability itself just makes it... It just makes it, in a sense, equally as impossible to play around.
Thinking very hard about this bonds is Brodie. I have a feeling you're going to be seeing a lot of Uzuris at your local armories, your next battle hardened.
We spoke about how practiced Brodie would be. I'd be surprised to hear if he's practiced against Uzuri. Now, of course, it is Brodie's Spurlock, but I imagine he would have spent more of his practice time against Nu. And Uzuri, you know, does some similar things, but also does them somewhat quite differently. Already starting the dagger loadout, for example.
Yeah, and here is just a Nick on that Bonds, followed up by Black Tech Whispers, followed up by Scale Peeler. And now this is a massive Bonds of Agony with Go again, by the way.
Once again, just dealt 10 damage out of nowhere. We saw this earlier today already. Just, oh my god.
And Bonds has its choice here. Very interesting. This could be it for the Bonds line in this game, Ponkage.
Yep. The recent ban restrictor announcement. There's only 3 Bonds allowed in the 60. 1 already in the graveyard for Brodie Spurlock. 1 in hand. Could just deny the Bonds of Ancestry for the rest of the game, which also means the remaining Descendant Gust Waves, of which there are potentially 6, 3 reds and 3 blues, all just
very
looking
underwhelming.
Like terrible cards at that point.
But you see Shoma a bit in the tank, really thinking through this one. It's not just face up that he is going to go ahead and take this Bonds, considering all the possibilities. I believe we saw a spinning wheel kick on turn 1 as well, so that is reduced. 100 wins, a very interesting card.
Spinning Wheel Kick also a very, very viable choice over here, because that is the best starter that Brodie has. If he doesn't have some Transcend, if he can't find a Descendant right now...
This turn gets pretty bad.
Exactly, so that Bonds ends up being a bit of a brick, not a starter. Strong card, but definitely not a starter, so let's see what he chooses. Chooses the Bonds in the end.
Say that's the safer pick.
Yep. Now, there's a very, very strong thing about looking through your opponent's deck list when deck lists aren't open. You get to see if they have any tech, particularly whether they're running some of those snags, which some Zens are favoring right now. Snag allows you to deny stuff like this Bonds of Agony suddenly going up to 9.
Also, feels very thin in this matchup, though, Ponkage. I just don't think there's that many targets for a Snag, and maybe that's another advantage that this Uzuri has, is it just doesn't really play on that axis the same way that Nu does.
Also, just having Flick Knives as your arm piece also, I guess, no, not so much against Snag. I was thinking of No Fear for some reason. But Snag also allows you to transcend off of it, which is very, very critical. Some Zens might even just play it on their own turn.
Fair enough.
Just be able to transcend off of it. Does some things, but he got to look through Brodie's deck, saw that there's no snags, no sink belows, and that is very valuable information when you're playing a class like Assassin.
Brodie falling to 8 now. 21 on the part of Shoma Yamamura.
And we know the hand. There's a Wind Chakra, a blue 100 wins, and a red spinning wheel kick on Brodie's side. 13 life points behind right now. Still has a Stride of Reprisal up, though, very, very critically, but no more Traverse the Universe.
I find so much interesting about the stories in this matchup. You have one of the shining superstars of the game in young Brodie Spurlock. You have a new face, Shoma Yamamura, coming from Japan, a region that's just getting its feet wet in Flesh and Blood. You have the new hotness in the form of Zen over on the old guard side in Brodie's well-practiced hands. And meanwhile, over on Shoma's side, it's a little bit of the old. It's Uzuri coming back from Outsiders to go ahead and try and influence the metagame once more. Uzuri has played spoiler before in metagames. Of course, going back to the Lexi metagame, Uzuri famously won a calling in the hands of Ben Dodd against another top-tier aggro deck.
And Shoma here getting rewarded for taking away the Bonds of Ancestry, because Brodie did have the Transcend. Had the Bonds stayed in his hand, had Shoma gotten greedy and says, I'm going to say you don't have it, you don't get to keep your starter instead, would have gotten blown out a little here with the Descendant play, but no more Bonds to speak of.
Does have a clean block here for that spinning wheel kick. Sink below, comes down, thinking on the sink here.
Yeah, has a shakedown in hand, but no stealth card in hand to go along with it, so potentially might want to dig for that.
Yeah, could go looking for it. Looks like a shred was the draw. Don't know what the arsenal is here.
Yep. Could be the stealth card in arsenal instead. Zen activation coming out from Brodie, making a Tiger in hand. That Tiger will be quite juiced up. This Wind Chakra, when you're able to turn it on with the Transcend, it's the level of a red Nimbalism, but on a blue block 3 that enabled to Transcend as well.
This is going to be the last spinning wheel kick here. For now. Of course, when this combos, it'll go up to 5 attack. Could also end up on the bottom of the deck. It's nice to see this card getting a little shine. One of my favorites from Outsiders.
Let's see whether Shoma respects the on-hit on the spinning wheel kick. Also knows face-up the rest of the damage coming from Brodie's side of the table. It's going to be Tiger taming Kakara into a Tiger for 4, so he can math out the exact amount of damage coming this turn. It's going to be 5 plus, it's going to be 11 more damage. So, Shoma does have a significant life lead. If he should he choose to, he could just go ahead and take all the damage and send back some disruption that Brodie can't deal with.
Looks like he is going to defend here and Light and Strike, blunting a bit of the damage. Spinning wheel kick's going to do its thing, head back to the bottom of the deck. Now Tiger taming Kakara getting in the mix for 2 more. Shoma says, sure, send me the bill. Crouching Tiger, 1 more. Shoma falls down to 14 here.
They're just making sure life totals are correctly recorded. Shoma still with a 5-point life lead. Strider Reprisal still in Brodie's hand, but no arsenal for Brodie.
And we have the stealth card here in the form of Persuasive Prognosis. We have a shred in hand as well, I believe.
And that is the stealth card. So he's a shred in hand plus a shakedown as well. And this is a bind that Assassin just keeps putting you in. And when you're a deck like Zen that isn't defensive, is not running defense reactions, doesn't even have snags, this is just, it's draining almost to play against cards like this. So it just turn after turn, it just starts with a 1-power stealth attack and you have no idea what is coming afterwards.
Persuasive Prognosis, no slouch in and of itself, Ponkage. A very, very powerful stealth card.
I also want to point out Shoma's choice to flick knives a Scale Peeler earlier on as well, recognizing that once Brodie no longer has a 7 block on the fridge, he'd rather have the Spider's Bite than a Scale Peeler, since Brodie needs to give real cards on 6-power attacks anyway.
Slight life lead here for Shoma, but I love that you call it that equipment, despite the fact that the 7 block may not be available. Still 5 block available, still a powerful piece in Stride of Reprisal. Even that Kasai is still very, very powerful. And Brodie thinking about a block here, now reaching for that equipment. That tells me this game is rapidly accelerating towards its end state if we start cashing in these equipments.
Could be blown out by the shred right here. Wouldn't need to shred an equipment over here when there's a 3-block, very juicy one.
Yeah, and he is going to move the shakedown in and shred as well. Minuses down that defending card. And that means shakedown going to connect at a critical juncture.
Yep, choosing a color over here. Will he choose blue or red?
Either way, he hit. Let's see which card is going to be leaving here. Would assume blue, given that we're thinking about it.
And that is just back-breaking. You take any of these blues, and that Chase the Tail just starts looking like a terrible card.
Yeah, take the Chi. I agree. This totally shuts down this turn, and that was a critical shakedown at a moment when Brodie cashed in multiple pieces of equipment. Yep. Good stuff from Shoma.
And that's the bind the Assassin puts you in. Something like Nu could potentially Siren's Call as a way to get around your full blocks, but Nu just saying, I'm going to shred it and shake down, look at your hand, take a card from it, and do kind of a similar thing, but also, you know, insulated from cards like Snag, like you talked about.
Tiger taming Kakara, kicking off the turn here. Shoma knows what's coming. It's face up. That means he's able to play with the life total. Gets to do exactly what he wants on this next turn.
Yep.
How big is the clapback going to be? With Brodie at 6, blocking becomes near impossible against an assassin.
And now, no more armor suite to speak of, just that Tiger Stripe Shuko, which isn't really going to save you from the on-hits.
Chase the tail, just offering vanilla damage here.
Very interesting choice by Brodie over here, not making use of the +1 damage from a Tiger taming Kakara, choosing instead to Arsenal the Tiger, instead of making it come in for 1 and just sending us Chase the Tail, valuing the Tiger for a future turn, perhaps recognizing he just needs to play to his out. If he just sends it as an extra 1 damage now, it's not going to be enough. Maybe playing for the Sacred Art or something on a Tiger swipe and something big, holding on to his Tiger.
Makes perfect sense. I think a Death Touch was the draw there, and I do think a Stealth card is available in hand for Shoma Yamamura.
Oh, but 6 is such a scary life total to be at when you're against something like Uzuri.
Fighter's Bite kicking thing off. Isolate being pitched. That tells me there's almost certainly another Stealth card to follow this up. Brodie has to take that one. Can't give up a card. And just Shakedown fired off here.
Yeah, with Flick Knife still on the table. And just once again, just want to shout out Shoma's foresight earlier on to Flick Knives the Scale Peeler instead of the Spider's Bite. Now the Spider's Bite on hits so much more relevant than if he had a Scale Peeler over here.
Can say a lot about Shoma's deck choice. I don't want to overlook how impressive his play has been. His ability to predict many, many turns in the future has been so clear. It feels like cashing in those daggers at such prescient times.
So flavorful as well for an assassin. It's all about the setups, all about foreseeing where your target will be in the future, knowing exactly the tools you're going to need in that situation. And Shoma has predicted that so effectively in this game.
This Shakedown representing all kinds of trouble for Brodie. Looking to demand 2 cards and equipment here. The defense happens. Card goes to Arsenal. Command and Conquer the play here from Brodie. Things starting to feel like they are lining up for Shoma Yamamura.
No Shred this time to punish Brodie's exact block. But still, Shoma firmly in the lead. Still critically got the last piece of equipment away from Brodie's block. Now that is a Zen with no armor left at 5 life. So many attack reactions, and even Uzuri's swap will be threatening Brodie's life from now on.
Feels like at some point Brodie's going to have no choice but to leave himself dead to certain effects. And at some point, Shoma is going to find one of them. Does want to protect against this Command and Conquer, keep the Arsenal, just has 2 cards for a clean 6 block.
Is holding on to a Codex of Frailty. So the question is whether he can empty that Arsenal to go ahead and resolve that card.
Or is it just going to fuel the Spider's Bite? Yeah. This again will make defending a nightmare when this card hits.
So to Brodie's credit over here, he's drawn a hand which actually defends very, very well under the effect of Spider's Bite. This is some of the tech that he has brought in. It's a whole bunch of blue non-attacks. He's holding on to, I believe, 2 blue Tiger Form incantations, notably not going to be affected by the Spider's Bite.
This is going to be affected by an Uzuri swap, though. That's the problem. This Infect represents anything. Basically anything. Choose your pick.
It could even be a boat.
Be talking shreds. Cut to the chase. Who knows? Who knows what Shoma has up his sleeve?
He's just stone cold as well in his side of the field. Just giving nothing away. Stone cold killer, this assassin. Clean 6 block available for Brodie, though. Not many things. Gonna be able to go above 6. Sneak attack, pretty much the only one.
And just Arsenal that card away. And this is the position you will find yourself in against Uzuri. Going to kick things off with a Tiger Form incantation here. Tiger taming Kakara, but Shoma at 11, a very comfortable life total. It feels like just the world's his oyster. He gets to play with as many cards as he wants to. You want to give up defensive cards here and just pass this situation on to the next turn? Sure, go ahead. You want to just soak it up and come back with a big flurry? That works too.
This is also fully face up. It's just 2 into 2. You know Brodie's Arsenal is just another Tiger.
Yep, all good, says Shoma. And now on the clapback, Brodie at 4. 5 cards available for Brodie. It is just a Crouching Tiger in Arsenal. Kick things off with looking for a scrap. Gets a little wide. That's critical on these closing turns for an Uzuri.
Very, very strong start. Already lethal, not even disruption yet. Pitching a red for it, though, is Shoma. But we spoke about this before. Uzuri doesn't necessarily need those resources. That's why those Sirens calls aren't so effective against us. She just has the Uzuri swap, which you don't need to pay for.
What a metagame choice by Shoma Yamamura. Time and time again, as we've unpacked this deck, we found these subtle edges, these subtle upsides of Uzuri. 2 cards demanded here. Follow up. Infect. Give me 2 more, Brodie, or I'll kill you with a 6-power attack. Yeah, 2 more cards committed to the defense. It is 5 here, so potentially disruption available. It is going to swap in a shakedown just to force through the damage. Why not?
Well, very critically, Brodie looks like he's on 3, but because of the flick knives, actually he's on 2.
Yep, virtual 2.
Yep.
And a full grip back to Shoma Yamamura.
Brodie just praying that Shoma can't go wide like he just did with the looking for a scrap.
I think there will be some mercy here for Brodie. I don't think it's going to be as wide of a turn. But again, virtual 2 life. This Spider's Bite brings you even lower.
And once again, this is one of the advantages of having looked through your opponent's entire deck. If Brodie presents a block that puts him down to 1, you can just flick knives, knowing for a fact that he will die once the combat chain resolves. And Brodie finally drawing one of those no blocks in the form of this Arihan.
Is going to commit defense here, but Command and Conquer comes out from the arsenal, demands more cards from Brodie. 1 card is kept this go-around. Is it anything? Is it any offense? Crouching Tiger just going to attack for 0. Arsenal presumably upgraded here, but the same scenario presents one more time. And I think there's another looking for a scrap here, Pankaj.
That's not good for Brodie. I believe he arsenaled at Arihan. Chose not to just swing it for Kakara, recognizing that if Shoma has the damage, that he's just going to take the 2 from the Kakara anyways. Just arsenal it, hoping Shoma can do something. Codex to start the turn here.
Sure. Looking for a scrap seems like a great card to go ahead and get here. And that means this is going to get potentially very, very wide, very break pointy on the part of Shoma Yamamura. And can Brodie find his way out of this turn at only 3 life?
And remember, he's effectively at 2. If he just puts a 3 block in front of this, goes to 1, the flick knife is going to come in and just end his life.
He's got a no block in hand. He's got a no block in hand, Pankaj.
Shoma smells blood in the water here. That Codex play, so many people just tunnel on that saying, oh, this has to be leave no witness. There's a CNC. Shoma saying, you know what? No, I just need to go 3 wide over here. At some point, my opponent's just going to draw a no block. They're also vulnerable to my flick knives right now. Saying, I'll just discard a card, swap it for looking for a scrap, and just send it.
Brodie, reviewing the graveyard, is going to go ahead and preserve tradition, stir the pot. 2 no blocks in hand.
3? I think I saw an Art of War as well, Brian. I think he might try and activate Zen to get a Tiger and banish that to the Art of War. Oh, Orion!
Okay. Okay.
Oh!
That's a big-time play from Brodie.
Some absolute signs of life coming out from Kid Wonderbread here.
Art of War is the play. 2 more cards.
He just swapped 3 no blocks in his hand to what could potentially be a whole bunch of blocking cards where the attack actions also block for 1 more.
Is it going to be enough, Pankaj? There's still so much to cover here. Art of War again. Again, more defensive ammo for Brodie.
Attacks potentially blocking for 5 over here. Rising Sun digging further. He is playing to his outs over here. No matter what the outcome of the game is here, you just have to commend Brodie for playing to his absolute outs.
Trying desperately to find the way to make it through this turn. Defense value is high.
Yeah, that's a 5 block with 1 card. Unfortunately, I think holding onto a path well traveled and a cheese still didn't manage to dig himself out of having so many no blocks.
Yeah, gonna fall to 2 here. 4 block from the 100 wins. And Amnesia comes down. 4-6, and he gets the fist bump. And that means Shoma Yamamura has advanced to our Pro Tour Top 8. Pankaj, it would not have been an appropriate Pro Tour format for Part the Misfell without welcoming Japan to the Pro Tour Top 8 stage.
We came into round 14 with knowing 2 Zens and 2 Nus were in our top, were at least guaranteed to be on a top 8. We are leaving round 14 knowing there's a Levia and an Uzuri in that mix as well. I cannot think of what would be a better outcome than that.
Unbelievable stuff from Shoma Yamamura, doing the entire nation, the newly anointed nation with its pathway into Flesh and Blood for the first time, doing them all proud, really making the folks in Japan so happy. Why don't we hear from the man himself? Let's hear from a winner's interview from Shoma Yamamura.
Hello everybody and welcome to this winner's interview. Very exciting one. Shoma just beat his way into the top 8 here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. Very excited. How are you feeling right now?
It's like a dream to me because this is my first time Pro Tour to me and go through to overseas. This is my first time for my life.
Nice to have you here. How are you feeling? Yeah, great. How are you feeling about top 8 tomorrow? What heroes would you like to face tomorrow?
I used Uzuri, so I want to fight Dan or Victor, no. But I don't want to fight Kayo.
I don't think I've seen any Kaynos in the top 16 at least. I think you're pretty safe there at least. But we'll see what the top 8 is going to shake out to be. Yeah. Do you have any tips for any Japanese players how to get into this game?
Oh yeah, I know this game a year ago. Maybe YouTube channel. So when I see that, I felt amazing and beautiful to this game. So I decided.
Awesome. Lovely to have you here all the way from Japan, and best of luck in your top 8 tomorrow. And don't forget to tune in tomorrow. We'll be right back.
How could you not love that, Pankaj? How could you not love somebody who finds the game of Flesh and Blood, embraces it with all of his heart, helps bring it to his home country, and converts, becomes Japan's first Pro Tour top 8 competitor.
He's a stone cold killer in the game itself, but outside of it, what a friendly face, what a friendly voice. You just can't help but love the guy.
And with that win, our top 8 is set. We are ready for top 8 Sunday. We know the bracket. Let's go ahead and take a look at how things will shake up on Pro Tour Sunday. It is a breakdown. 3 Zens, 3 News, 2 of the old guard. We're going to start things off on the top of the bracket. We're going to talk about a Zen mirror. It's Bartosz Ziemba. Again, second Pro Tour top 8, taking on Tom Tydex. We didn't see a lot of Tom this weekend in the feature match area. Just slow and steady, kind of came up from the back of the pack, but has looked very, very strong, and is going to be taking on a former Pro Tour top 8 competitor, former Pro Tour finalist in that Zen mirror.
Definitely expect to see some fireworks in that Zen mirror. We'll also be curious to see the sort of weapon choices that these Zens would prefer for their mirror. We've seen Zephyr Needles, of course, popularized by Evan Herndon, US national champion, but we've also seen Talishar to be a weapon of choice in these very, very quick matchups. Moving on to our next quarterfinals, we have Pudding Tam from Hong Kong, from Team Blue Pitch, going up against Kevin Zanker on Levia.
Yeah, and this is a matchup where Kevin Zanker kind of needs everything to break his way. This is a tough one for Levia. I think Levia has so many strong matchups in the format. Zen might be the one weak point. And where there's a bunch of decks that are preying on Zen, you really wanted to get paired into that assassin side of the bracket. And it's so funny how this is broken up, because we have all the assassins in the bottom part of the bracket, and we have all the ninjas in the top part. And it feels like we are headed to a clash of assassin versus either Levia or Zen. And the first assassin matchup we have in our bracket, it is another member of Team Blue Pitch. It is Xing Sang trying to make up for falling just short at Worlds this past year. Going to be taking on Shoma Yamamura from Japan. First top 8 berth for Japan.
We saw Shoma play this exact same matchup against Tariq Patel in round 13 of today. Unfortunately, it was a little bit short. Let's see if he's able to overcome that against Xing tomorrow. Moving on to our final Assassin Mirror to round out the last of our quarterfinals. It will be Tariq Patel, hailing from Canada, against Gabe Sher, local hero Gabe Sher from the Netherlands, in a new mirror.
Yeah, have to give it up for the hometown hero Gabe Sher, trying to defend the turf from the Netherlands by way of Canada. I'm sure very familiar with Tariq Patel from their time sharing a country together, but Gabe Sher now representing the Netherlands this go around, and it's going to be so interesting to see this play out, Pankaj. I'm going to hold you to the fire right now. Give me a winner. Who's coming out at the end of this top 8 tomorrow?
You know what? I'm going to give it a Shoma. I was just so incredibly impressed with his play all of today. Also that galaxy brain pick for Uzuri. It does seem like, all these news were thinking about how to get the edge in the new mirror. They're going for cards that banish cards from the opponent's graveyard, like Gravekeeping. Not really going to matter against Uzuri. You don't really have a hero ability as new into something like Uzuri. So Shoma recognizing that, saying, I'm going to bring this hero and still have a good matchup in the Zen, maybe even be favored into the news.
Here's the biggest thing that Shoma is going to have to overcome. Throughout today, it's had the benefit of surprise. Come tomorrow, everyone in the world is going to know this deck list. They're going to be copying this deck list. And you could be damn sure that Xing Sang is going back to his hotel room and practicing this matchup. Is that going to make a difference? Is that going to be the way that Xing can actually go ahead and assert himself on this top 8 and maybe make up for that second place finish at Worlds? I'm going with you, Pankaj. I'm also picking Shoma. This is a pick made without logic. It's a pick made from love. I just got a pull for the guy. Been so friendly. Of course, playing Uzuri, one of my absolute favorite heroes, a hero that was basically disregarded in this metagame. 2 Uzuris out of 390 plus players, 2 players chose to play Uzuri. Both did extremely well in this tournament for what it's worth, but Shoma Yamamura gets a Pro Tour top 8. What a story.
Such a dark horse pick that no one even put it up as a potential dark horse pick. People are talking about, maybe a little bit of Prism, a little bit of Fatigue Bravo as a potential dark horse pick. No one was even expecting Uzuri, and we have here one in the top 8 of Pro Tour Amsterdam. And of course, huge congrats to all these players and all these heroes that are being represented.
Unbelievable stuff. You are not going to want to miss a single minute of our top 8. We will bring it all to you live. We will bring you every single match of this top 8. We are kicking things off at 10 a.m. local time tomorrow. Make sure you are here for the start. Every single match is going to determine who paves their path to history and who becomes our next Pro Tour champion. Here from Pro Tour Amsterdam, I will see you bright and early first thing tomorrow morning.